Chapter 3004. Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. That jade slip had been taken away by Chen Yi a long time ago. Moreover, according to what Sun Xian said earlier, she seemed to have been lured over by an old treasure of Zhen Qing in Chen Yi's possession and fell into Chen Yuming's trap. At this moment, when he thought about it, perhaps it was that jade slip. If that was the case, how could he comprehend the jade slip now that it was in Sun Xian's hands? However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to point it out. He smiled and said, yes. In his heart, he had already made up his mind. When he returned to the 10,000 Thunder Valley, the first thing he would do was to refine a pile of rejuvenation pills and give them to Zhen Qing first. Although I can't get involved in the matter between Zhen Qing and Sun Xian, I can at least add fuel to the fire. By the way, how is Junior's master? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something. The last time he saw Cui Hongshan, he already knew that Cui Hongshan was helplessly in closed-door cultivation and hadn't come out for many years. Now that it had been several years, he was afraid that Cui Hongshan had already reached the Jindan stage, right? But as soon as Xiao Hua's words came out, he regretted it again. He blamed himself for not being able to keep his composure. Since he had already returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect, there would be a day when he could return to the Myriad Thunder Valley. He only needed to take a look, understood? If Zhen Qing asked him how he knew that he had no choice but to go into seclusion, how would he answer her? After all, he had no choice but to go into seclusion after the battle. Fortunately, Zhen Qing did not suspect anything. He thought for a moment and frowned. I have always been in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. I have never paid attention to the matters in the 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, it seemed that he hadn't heard any news about helplessness, nor was there any report of him advancing to core formation. I'm afraid, he hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Hiss, when Xiao Hua heard this, he sucked in a breath of cold air and said anxiously, Martial Uncle, I'm afraid Master has already been in seclusion for a long time, right? Is everything all right? It's hard to say. Zhen Qing didn't hide it and said, core condensation is even more difficult than foundation establishment. Everyone's fortuitous encounters were also different. Some succeeded in a few days, while others took several years. Of course, there are also those like your master who have been cultivating for decades. However, the longer one stayed in closed-door meditation, the less advantageous it was for foundation establishment. On the other hand, due to the lack of foundation, the lack of comprehension. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. I don't think so. Qian Zhongliang spoke from the front. Unfortunately, Martial Nephew has always been in charge of the Myriad Thunder Valley. That place is not a place where ordinary people can stay for long. Since he was able to condense a core under 10,000 lightning bolts, then the time was also normal. Furthermore, as time passes, his divine sense, tempered by countless bolts of lightning, will be able to comprehend the lightning refinement even more thoroughly. If he were to condense his core, he would definitely be 40% more powerful than ordinary gold core cultivators. That's right. Zhen Qing also came to a realization. I forgot about the lightning birth and lightning destruction in the Myriad Lightning Valley. This was indeed the case. Hee, since that's the case, Xiao Hua, you don't have to worry. You and Cui Hongshan have contributed greatly to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Yes, Dui Qimeng is also in your Myriad Thunder Valley now. The Myriad Thunder Valley is the most famous place in my Imperial Thunder Sect. According to your master's temperament, if he saw such prosperity after coming out of seclusion, wouldn't he be grinning from ear to ear? Hee, indeed. Xiao Hua had also stayed in the 10,000 Thunder Valley before, so he knew how powerful the 10,000 Thunder Valley was. He knew that what Qian Zhongliang said was true, and when he thought about how his master couldn't close his mouth, he couldn't help but smile. I'm afraid that master won't scold this junior again in the future. How could that be? It definitely won't happen in the future. Zhen Qing seemed to know about Xiao Hua's situation in the Myriad Thunder Valley and said with a big laugh. Not only did he not treat a great contributor like you well, he even scolded you. Even if the Thunder Mesa spiritual master didn't say anything, Lord Sect Master would have already spoken. At this point, Zhen Qing's eyes turned and he transmitted his voice. Xiaohua, this old man wants to ask you something. Are you that terrifying phoenix? Sweat. Xiaohua heard from Zhen Mo that the terrifying phoenix and Nameless, who were regarded as the two mysteries of the Dao Sword War in Twilight Tong City, were still very popular in the Imperial Thunder sect. However, he didn't expect that even a gold core cultivator like Zhen Qing would be so concerned about him. Xiaohua hesitated. He didn't want to lie to Zhen Qing, but if he admitted that he was the terrifying phoenix, would Zhen Qing ask him if he was nameless? However, when Xiaohua was hesitating, Zhen Qing said mysteriously. When your Imperial Thunder Sect's first team returned, Fairy Xianhua had already asked Cui Hongshan and the others. Unfortunately, they were hesitant and didn't dare to say it clearly. They only said that they would ask you after you returned. Hee, Xiaohua laughed. He already understood that although Cui Hongshan and the others didn't say that he was the terrifying phoenix, in reality, they had already revealed the truth that he had the phoenix's Dharma body. Fairy Xianhua and the others also saw it, so they didn't ask. Otherwise, with Fairy Xianhua's identity as the Earth Thunder Palace's palace master, how could she not ask for the details? Zhen Qing transmitted her voice to ask him just to confirm it. I won't hide it from Martial Uncle. Xiaohua transmitted his voice. This junior wants to admit that I am the terrifying phoenix, but this junior can't take out the phoenix's Dharma body now. That thing was destroyed by the enemy in the war. Ah. Zhen Qing was stunned. Looking at Xiaohua's calm appearance, he asked with concern, then, was your cultivation affected in any way? Xiaohua's heart warmed and he said with a smile, it was a matter of several years ago. Now, it's already very good. That's good. Knowing that Xiaohua admitted it, Zhen Qing said with some regret, it's a pity that my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples can't see your terrifying phoenix's Dharma body with their own eyes and intimidate the sword cultivators. Yes, because I don't have the phoenix's Dharma body, this junior didn't dare to admit it. I was afraid that others would say that this junior took the credit for nothing. Xiaohua took the opportunity to explain. If it's your credit, then it's yours. Why should you care about others? Zhen Qing didn't think so, but after saying that, he seemed to think of something and said with a bitter smile, it's easy for this old man to say this, but it's too difficult to do it. How could an ordinary person be able to do such a thing? If you don't have the phoenix's Dharma body and admit that you are the terrifying phoenix, then it's really difficult. Your matter is indeed somewhat difficult. Actually, it doesn't matter. Xiaohua said with a smile, now, this disciple has enough. Hee. Zhen Qing smiled but didn't say anything. After flying for a while, seeing that the Thunder Shao Hall was close at hand, a sharp sound of thunder came from afar. A thunder talisman that Xiaohua had never seen before landed in front of Qian Zhongliang. Qian Zhongliang took the thunder talisman and looked at it, then said with a smile, Martial Uncle Zhen Xingzi sent a message, asking us to go to the Thunder Immortal Peak's Great Thunder Hall. It seems that Fairy Xianhua is going to reward Xiaohua heavily. Zhen Xingzi. Zhen Lei Palace's palace lord is also a nascent soul martial ancestor now? Only now did Xiaohua realize. He remembered that when he met Zhen Lei Palace's palace lord in the Great Thunder Hall, Zhen Lei Palace's palace lord didn't seem to be a nascent soul cultivator yet. Now, the Golden Core cultivator back then had successfully advanced to the Master Realm. While he was improving, others were also improving. Yes. Since Qian Zhongliang received Zhen Xingzi's message, he naturally didn't dare to stay. He turned around and flew towards the Thunder Immortal Peak. Zhen Qing brought Xiaohua along and circulated her magic power, then said with a smile, a Dao sword battle that lasted more than 10 years, my Imperial Thunder sect has also changed. Not only is Daoist Quangtian a new nascent soul master, even my Zhen Lei Palace's palace lord has successfully conceived a nascent soul. There's also that Wu Ming. Qian Zhongliang said with a curious tone, it's only been 10 years, my Imperial Thunder sect actually gave birth to 3 nascent soul cultivators. This is really important to my Imperial Thunder sect. Alas, yes. Zhen Qing looked at the silent Xiaohua and sighed. Disciples like Xiaohua, who not only returned safely, but also made great contributions to the sect, are really rare. Those disciples who died on the battlefield were all the elites of my Imperial Thunder sect. If not for the appearance of these 3 nascent soul martial uncles, my Imperial Thunder sect strength would be greatly reduced. It's a pity that we still haven't found Wu Ming. Qian Zhongliang said with a bitter smile, this old man doesn't understand. What was this great teacher Wu playing at? His appearance not only intimidated the splendid sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xuanyan school, but also brought our Imperial Thunder sect the gratitude of the sects of the 3 kingdoms. Even if he doesn't covet fame and disdains the sect's rewards, he still has to consider the sect's overall situation. Perhaps Martial Uncle Wu has his own ideas. Zhen Qing was a disciple of Zhen Lei Palace, so she clearly didn't see as far as Qian Zhongliang. She said with a smile, right now, Palace Lord Zhen's cultivation hasn't been revealed yet. It's better to let the other sects pay more attention to Martial Uncle Wu. Alas, Palace Lord Zhen. Qian Zhongliang sighed and looked at Zhen Qing sympathetically. I heard that when Sect Lord wasn't in seclusion, he found an opportunity to hold a nascent soul formation hall for Palace Lord. However, later on, he had to welcome the disciples who returned from the war and arrange for Daoist Mi Yu and Daoist Quangtian to go to the battlefield. Right now, Fairy Xianhua also said that she was prepared to hold a ceremony for him before the war when my Imperial Thunder sect disciples returned victorious. However, who knew? When Xiaohua heard this, he naturally knew that Zhen Yunzi's nascent soul formation hall was disrupted by the Imperial Thunder sect disciples falling into Sky Patrol City. Moreover, the current situation of the war was unclear. Even if the Dao sect won, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples would be rescued and the Imperial Thunder sect wouldn't be able to celebrate their victory. Zhen Yunzi's nascent soul formation hall probably couldn't be held anymore. The nascent soul formation hall was a recognition for a cultivator from an ordinary cultivator to a grandmaster. It was also an opportunity to spread the news to the various sects in the cultivation world. Not holding a ceremony was like not being recognized by a dual cultivation partner. Although it wouldn't affect dual cultivation, it was still a pity. Daoist Quangtian didn't hold a nascent soul formation hall either. Zhen Qing said with a smile, when Daoist Quangtian, Daoist Mi Yu and Martial Uncle Wu return, the 3 of them can hold a ceremony together. Oh. Qian Zhongliang was slightly surprised. He rolled his eyes and seemed to understand that Zhen Qing really didn't know. Only then did he send a voice transmission. What? Zhen Qing's expression changed greatly. She said with an incredulous tone, how is that possible? Chapter 3005. Zhen Qing glanced at Xiaohua and didn't point it out. Instead, she asked Qian Zhongliang about this matter. Why didn't Fairy Xianhua announce it earlier? Such a big matter, even if she doesn't say it now, people will know about it sooner or later. Perhaps our Imperial Thunder sect has sealed the news, but isn't it already spreading outside? How can our Imperial Thunder sect disciples endure this? This is the decision of the Great Thunder Palace. You and I have no right to comment. Qian Zhongliang pondered for a moment and said, perhaps the masters of the Great Thunder Palace feel that it will affect the morale, so it's not convenient to announce it now? Alas, I have been engrossed in cultivation and haven't thought about this. Zhen Qing sighed and said, thank you for your guidance, Palace Master. Don't mention it. Qian Zhongliang said, even if I don't say it now, when you follow me to the Great Thunder Palace in a while, you will definitely know. Alas, it's better not to know. Zhen Qing muttered a few words and didn't say anything else. Obviously, the joy of seeing Xiaohua just now had disappeared. The Thunder Immortal Peak and the Great Thunder Palace weren't close to the Imperial Thunder Palace. Xiaohua didn't use his magic power, so under Zhen Qing's lead, they arrived in less than half a meal's time. Seeing the somewhat familiar mountain peak and the vaguely familiar palace, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Ordinary disciples might not even be able to visit the Great Thunder Palace in their lifetime. He had only been a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect for a few decades, and this was already his second visit. Xiaohua didn't dare to release his divine sense or Buddhist awareness. Just as Zhen Qing approached the Thunder Immortal Peak, a series of rumbling sounds came from the Thunder Immortal Peak. Immediately after, a huge fireball rushed out from the peak and flew high into the sky. With a boom, it exploded again. Lightning shot in all directions and the tricolored brilliance formed a curtain of light that floated in the air. Boom, boom, immediately after, 2 more loud sounds came and 2 more fireballs flew out. After exploding, the tricolored brilliance merged with the previous brilliance and covered the entire Thunder Immortal Peak. Immediately after, countless thunderous sounds came from the curtain of light and a line of large words appeared. It was, "Welcome Xiaohua's triumphant return to the sect." Ha ha ha. Qian Zhongliang laughed loudly. I didn't expect Palace Master Zhen to hold the welcoming ceremony here. Marshal Ni Xiao sighed, even I am pleasantly surprised. Zhen Qing explained with a smile on her face, this is our Imperial Lightning Sect's welcoming ceremony for returning disciples. Ordinary disciples only have 1 level. Even after the last battle, all the disciples only have 3 levels. Today, just for you to achieve 3 levels of thunder, is already the highest honor this old man knows. Just as Zhen Qing finished her explanation, 3 more groups of male and female disciples flew out from the Thunder Immortal Peak. They were all at the qi refining stage. They flew to Xiaohua and bowed in the air. One group after another, they shouted with different pitches, on behalf of the 8 Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect, we thank Xiaohua, Martial Uncle Xiaohua for his contribution to the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Dao Sword War. Welcome back, Martial Uncle Xiao. Xiaohua glanced at Zhen Qing and quickly flew out. He returned the greeting and said, Martial nephews, please rise. This Xiao is a member of my Imperial Thunder Sect and should fight for my Imperial Thunder Sect. This is this Xiao's duty, there's no need for thanks. Huh, Xiaohua, Xiaohua. A voice familiar to Xiaohua sounded from behind the disciples. It was the Thunder Palace's Palace Master, Thunder Tablet Reverend. I didn't expect to see you 3 times. Other than the first time when you didn't enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, the last 2 times were when you made great contributions to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Looking at you, this old man's face is glowing. I don't dare, facing Thunder Tablet Reverend, Xiaohua was just like facing Zhen Qing. He felt grateful and hurriedly bowed. Although this junior has some battle merits, the glory of these battle merits should belong to those disciples who fell on the battlefield. Their contributions far exceed this junior's. They have their glory, you also have your glory. These 2 cannot be mixed together. The glory that you have earned from my Imperial Thunder Sect is not something that they can earn. Behind Thunder Tablet Reverend, Zhen Yunzi also appeared and said with a smile, this old man has already told all the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples that if you, a great contributor, return, this old man will definitely welcome you at the Sky Thunder Peak. But now that the Great Thunder Palace is in trouble, this old man has no choice but to go back on his words. The 2 martial ancestors are busy with official business. For you to come and welcome this junior is already very grateful. Xiaohua was indeed moved and said respectfully, this junior feels from the bottom of my heart that any price is worth it to make some contributions to my Imperial Thunder Sect. Good, this old man likes these words. Zhen Yunzi clapped his hands and said, first there is the Imperial Thunder Sect, then there are my Imperial Thunder Sect disciples. Everything should be based on the righteousness of my Imperial Thunder Sect. All personal benefits must be placed behind the benefits of my Imperial Thunder Sect. Yes, this junior thanks Martial Ancestor Zhen for your guidance. This junior will use these words as a guiding light in the future. I will correct my actions. Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, make more contributions to my Imperial Thunder Sect and strive for my Imperial Thunder Sect to suppress Shanghua Sect, Qiqiao Sect and Xuanyan School as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, Thunder Tablet Reverend laughed and said, I will say these words behind closed doors. Don't spread this out, or else Sun Yunzi will find trouble with you. Hee, this disciple is not afraid of Senior Sun Yunzi. This disciple has the sect master behind him. Xiao Hua said with a smile, this disciple will definitely make this disciple's lifelong pursuit. Good. If every disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect is like Xiao Hua, why would my Imperial Thunder sect not be able to dominate the Dawn Rain continent? Zhen Yunzi clapped his hands and praised. Xiao Hua, you followed the first team of the discussion hall to the Han country to train. Did you make any mistakes? Thunder Tablet Reverend asked with concern. Good, I will let the palace master know that the four of us returned safely without any losses. Xiao Hua replied. Very good. Thunder Tablet Reverend nodded, training is your own matter. This old man and the others will not ask too much. You must have worked hard. Quickly return to the Myriad Thunder Valley. After resting for a period of time, this old man will. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was delighted. He knew that the reason he was allowed to return to the Myriad Thunder Valley was to report the matter of Qian Xinghua. However, without waiting for Thunder Tablet Reverend to finish, Zhen Yunzi spoke, Senior Brother Thunder Tablet, let Xiao Hua make a trip to the Great Thunder Hall. Fairy Xianhua has something to ask Xiao Hua. Oh. Thunder Tablet Reverend was slightly stunned. Clearly, Fairy Xianhua did not mention this matter when they came out of the Great Thunder Hall. However, Thunder Tablet Reverend immediately understood and nodded, indeed, Xiao Hua has returned from training outside. He should know more about the news outside. Yes, this junior will listen to martial ancestors' instructions. Xiao Hua was somewhat helpless, but he could only nod his head in agreement. It seemed that the matter of Qian Xinghua could only be discussed in the Great Thunder Hall. Qian Zhongliang and Zhen Qing, come in too. Zhen Yunzi pointed his finger and said, you are in charge of the Jade Archive Hall. The decisions from now on have something to do with you. Yes, Qian Zhongliang and Zhen Qing were as respectful as Xiao Hua. The three of them followed the two nascent soul masters and flew into the Great Thunder Hall. However, the three thunderous roars of the Thunder Immortal Peak had already alarmed the entire Imperial Thunder sect. The disciples of the various Thunder Palaces were all astonished. Many disciples came out to inquire, and the patrolling disciples had already passed the news of Xiao Hua's return to the mountain to the various Thunder Palaces. Envy, ecstasy, jealousy, and other different gazes began to converge, staring at the previously unknown Myriad Thunder Valley that was now gradually revealing its ferociousness. Inside the Great Thunder Hall, just like before, two incomparably huge pillars propped up the entire space. The purple lightning talismans on the four walls and the roof of the hall flowed unhurriedly, as if the past few decades were just an instant. However, the number of people gathered in the Great Thunder Hall today was a lot more than the last time Xiao Hua came. Above the 8 praying mats, except for the praying mat in the center and the 3 praying mats below, there were many old men standing below the praying mats. With a glance, Xiao Hua could clearly distinguish that these gold-core old men were divided into 8 positions. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be the hall masters or elders of the 8 great Thunder Palaces. Xiao Hua's face carried a respectful and humble expression. Except for the instant he stepped into the Great Thunder Hall, he didn't raise his head again, allowing all kinds of gazes to fall on him. Only after Qian Zhongliang and Zhen Qing had greeted him did Xiao Hua step forward and salute the palace masters and hall masters. Xiao Hua. A gentle voice came from one of the praying mats. It was the Earth Thunder Palace's palace master, Fairy Xianhua. After Master Qian Lazy went into seclusion, she temporarily took over the sect master's authority and acted as the 8 great Thunder Palace's representative. Junior is here. Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at Fairy Xianhua. When Xiao Hua entered the Imperial Thunder sect, he also came to the Great Thunder Hall. Even Fairy Xianhua and the others were at his side. However, at that time, the entire Great Thunder Hall's brilliance was focused on Master Qian Lazy alone. To tell the truth, Xiaohua only answered the sect master's words in fear and only paid attention to Master Qian Lazy and Reverend Lei Meng. Fairy Xianhua and the others only glanced at them, so he couldn't see their appearances clearly. At this moment, when Xiaohua raised his head, he saw Fairy Xianhua's square face. Her appearance couldn't be considered to be extremely beautiful, but her thick eyebrows, bright eyes, slightly pursed lips, and especially her ears that hung down to her shoulders, all of them revealed a graceful, luxurious, and calm aura. You have made great contributions in this battle. Long before the sect master went into seclusion, he already knew about it. He even specially issued the sect master's special pardon order to commend your battle achievements. Fairy Xianhua said very amiably, although this is the second time this old woman has seen you. However, it seems that both times I've seen you, you have made extremely outstanding contributions to my Imperial Thunder sect. Both of them made this old woman feel gratified and let this old man see the bright future of my Imperial Thunder sect. Both of them made this old woman believe that the Imperial Thunder sect will definitely flourish in the hands of junior disciples like you, and become the #1 sect in the Dawn Rain continent. Hearing Fairy Xianhua praise him like this, which really didn't match the identity of a nascent Soul Palace master, Xiaohua was startled and said with a smile, Junior was just lucky. I don't dare to speak too much about my achievements. Chapter 3006. No, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Fairy Xianhua waved her hand and said, when we were talking to the palace masters of the Thunder Palace, we were all sighing with emotion. It seems that we didn't make so many contributions like you in the Great War of Dao Sword or even the Great War of Immortals and Demons. You deserve such praise. You deserve it. Thank you for your praise, Grand Master. Xiaohua originally wanted to tell her about Qian Qinghua, but under Fairy Xianhua's praise, he was embarrassed to say it. Being able to find Qian Qinghua was needless to say, it was a great contribution. Yes, I don't need to say more. You went through a lot of hardships in the Great War of Dao Sword. When you return to the Imperial Thunder sect, the sect will definitely treat you well. All kinds of glory will follow. Fairy Xianhua nodded and said, Today, you just returned to the sect, so I called you to the Great Thunder Palace because I have something important to check with you. Oh. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, are you going to directly interrogate John Doe's identity? Take a look at this communication talisman. Did you send it? Fairy Xianhua stretched out her hand, took out a jade slip from her storage pouch, and casually threw it in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and seemed to know something. After he finished reading the jade slip, he returned it to Fairy Xianhua and nodded, reporting to Grandmaster, this was sent by me. There is my mark in it. However, when I received the news that the Sword Cultivator's target was Sky Patrol City, I was already in Huan Country and could not return. Moreover, with my strength, it was very difficult to cross Huan Country. Therefore, I asked a familiar senior to bring this communication talisman back to Sky Patrol City. As for who this senior is, I hope Grandmaster can understand. I have already promised that senior not to reveal his name. Speaking of this, Xiaohua hesitated and said, On my way back to the sect, I received some news. It seems that Sky Patrol City has fallen and my Imperial Thunder sect disciple has also fallen into the hands of the Sword Cultivator. As for the merit of sending the message, let's not talk about it. That's right. Fairy Xianhua smiled and said, You're not greedy for merit because you're reasonable and take the overall situation into consideration. Today, I've called you to Colossal Thunder Hall precisely for this reason. This junior has already obtained enough battle merits, this can't be considered any merit. Xiaohua once again expressed his attitude. Although the message within the jade slip was extremely important, if the nascent soul elders of the Dao sect took it seriously, it would definitely be considered the greatest contribution in the Great Dao Sword War. But since the battle had developed to this point, Xiaohua would definitely not say another word on the transmission talisman. Actually, when it comes to the Great War of Dao and Sword, due to Junior Brother Nameless, our Imperial Thunder sect took the most credit for it. Fairy Xianhua changed the topic and said with some pain, "This is extremely beneficial to the position of my Imperial Thunder sect in the state of Xi and the distribution of benefits after the war. Although our Imperial Thunder sect lost many disciples in the Great War of Tao and Sword, our losses far exceed those of the other sections. However, with the distribution of spirit veins in the future, the division of areas for recruitment of disciples, and other benefits, we can make up for it slightly. But now, our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples are completely trapped in Sky Patrol City and we're one of the 2 sects that have been captured by the sword cultivators." This was definitely a laughingstock. Everything and all our previous efforts have turned into flowing water. Even if Shanghua sect and the other sects mention the distribution of benefits in the state of Xi again, I'm afraid our Imperial Thunder sect won't get any more. Xiaohua was baffled, but he vaguely knew that this great war of Tao and Sword was far from simple. Not only was it related to the defeat of the sword cultivators in the state of Huan, not only was it related to the cultivation of disciples, but it was also related to the position of the Imperial Thunder sect in the state of Xi and the distribution of benefits in the state of Xi. In short, the fall of the Imperial Thunder sect in Sky Patrol City not only caused the Imperial Thunder sect to lose face, but also caused the Imperial Thunder sect to suffer a great loss. Therefore, the fall of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples in Sky Patrol City. Someone must be responsible for this. Fairy Xianhua said very naturally, and we also have to give an explanation to the disciples who are waiting for our Imperial Thunder sect's triumphant return. We have to let them understand our painstaking efforts and the difficulties of the disciples who are fighting outside. Sigh. Poor Taoist Quantian. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. He already somewhat understood in his heart, this is the first time he participated in a great war as a nascent soul grandmaster. He has to be the scapegoat. Although the Imperial Thunder sect has 2 nascent soul cultivators, Taoist Miyu and Taoist Quantian, from what Fairy Xianhua said, she wouldn't put the responsibility on Taoist Miyu. Sigh. It's this Xiao who has harmed Taoist Quantian. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have sent this message talisman to Qian Diheng. I originally wanted to give this merit to him. But, who will bear this responsibility? As expected by Xiaohua, Fairy Xianhua immediately said, in the message talisman sent by Taoist Miyu, it was clearly stated that the support of Sky Patrol City was done by my Imperial Thunder sect alone. Although it was also agreed upon by my Tao sect's commander, after all, it was my Imperial Thunder sect's own initiative. Although Taoist Miyu didn't say it clearly in the jade slip, the message talisman was given by Taoist Quantian. Taoist Miyu originally thought that this was a sword cultivator's trick, but with Xiaohua's confirmation, this news is true. Therefore, when it comes to responsibility, Taoist Quantian takes 30%. Oh, that's good. Xiaohua's heart was finally at ease. Fairy Xianhua's words are reasonable. After all, it was Taoist Miyu who made the decision. Taoist Quantian takes 30%, so Taoist Miyu takes 70%. As for the remaining 70%, this old one, or should I say, most of the palace masters and hall masters in my Great Thunder Hall think that. Fairy Xianhua's tone paused slightly, and she said word by word, should belong to this message talisman. If it weren't for this message talisman, the Imperial Thunder sect disciples wouldn't have supported Sky Patrol City alone, and wouldn't have fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Ah. Hearing this, Xiaohua's originally calm heart suddenly tightened. He almost didn't dare to believe his own ears. He raised his head to look at Fairy Xianhua in astonishment, and Fairy Xianhua looked at Xiaohua with bright eyes. That's right. Fairy Xianhua added, the culprit is the message talisman that sent out the true news. That is, you, Xiaohua. Senior Xianhua. Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, Thunder Meng Daoist became angry and said with a sneer, aren't you reversing black and white? How come I don't know when you came to such a conclusion? Xiaohua being able to find out the true goal of the sword cultivators was already a huge contribution. If you don't reward him, that's fine, but you can't blame this disciple for falling into the hands of the enemy, on him, right? Junior Lei Meng, then tell me, if it weren't for Xiaohua's message talisman, would Kuang Tian have thought that Sky Patrol City was the sword cultivator's true purpose? Would he have persuaded Miyu to lead all the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples to support Sky Patrol City? Fairy Xianhua said indifferently, the root of all this is Xiao Hua's message talisman. Senior Xianhua, you're wrong. Thunder Mang Daoist shook his head, whether it's Xiao Hua, Kuang Tian, or Miyu, they're all right. The only wrong thing is that the sword cultivator's methods are too powerful. My Dao sect disciples were caught off guard. Even if we knew the sword cultivator's true purpose and made countermeasures, we still couldn't stop their plan. Xiao Hua was already stunned, he didn't know what to say and could only listen quietly. The sword cultivators are powerful, and I'm afraid they're going to win this battle. Fairy Xianhua wasn't as agitated as Thunder Meng Daoist, instead she said indifferently, my Dao sect is going to be defeated, the other sects have been defeated, but they didn't fall into the enemy's hands. Needless to say, my Imperial Thunder sect has also become the cause of this great defeat. The disciples of Imperial Thunder sect and Imo Sang Mountain will also become the sharp weapons used by the sword cultivators to threaten my Dao sect. This responsibility must be shouldered by someone. Do you think the Palace Master of Canlei Palace, Miyu Daoist, is more suitable, or the new nascent Soul Master, Kuang Tian? It's not necessary for someone to shoulder the responsibility. Thunder Meng Daoist smiled bitterly, this is my Dao sect's mistake in command. My Imperial Thunder sect is a famous sect. Criticism and self-criticism are necessary, otherwise my Imperial Thunder sect will never be able to improve, and will never be able to become the #1 sect in the country of Xi. Fairy Xianhua said, we can't wait for the other sects to blame us before thinking of remedy. We must find the root of the matter before it is announced, and bravely shoulder the responsibility and obligation that a large sect should shoulder. Thunder Meng Daoist looked at the people of Colossal Thunder Palace, his eyes narrowed, and said coldly, this matter. I presume everyone has already discussed it without I knowing. It should be a collective decision, right? That's right. Fairy Xianhua didn't evade and said, Xiaohua's contribution in this battle is great, and he's definitely the most brilliant star of my Imperial Thunder sect today. However, he's still only at the middle stage of foundation establishment, and he's still young. Too many honors, too many flowers may not be a good thing. What he needs to do now is to calm his mind, and see the dangers ahead. Experiencing more setbacks now isn't a bad thing. In my opinion, this matter is also a kind of disguised encouragement for him. Bullshit encouragement, bullshit good thing. Thunder Meng Daoist couldn't help but curse, let's not talk about his hard-earned battle merits being erased, but now he's being punished because of this real news. You all still glorify it by saying that you're concerned about his growth, At this point, Thunder Meng Daoist was about to fly up from the praying mat, but after getting up, he hesitated. Obviously, this matter was a collective decision. If he left, Colossal Thunder Palace would only have Xiao Hua, and wouldn't he be at their mercy? He really couldn't leave. As for Zhen Qing, who was biased towards Xiao Hua, because she didn't have any qualifications to speak in Colossal Thunder Palace, her face changed greatly. Other than anxiety, there was also deep regret. Senior brother Thunder Meng, don't be impatient. Zhen Yunzi said with a smile. Humph, Thunder Meng Daoist snorted and sat down. Chapter 3007. Xiao Hua's contributions are actually more than enough. Even if the contributions of the other Lightning Palace disciples were added together, they wouldn't be as much as his, right? Zhen Yunzi said with a smile, whether it is the rewards of my Imperial Lightning sect or the discussion hall, they are all exceptionally generous. Now, these rewards have already been distributed to Xiao Hua and Myriad Thunder Valley. What Fairy Xianhua said today is only a nominal punishment and won't take back the previous rewards. In fact, to Xiao Hua, there is no loss. To put it bluntly, it is just offsetting a part of his previous contributions. These punishments are inappropriate for Reverend Miyu and Reverend Kuangtian, but for Xiao Hua, there is no harm. Senior brother Lei Meng, don't you think so? Moreover, the majority of the hall masters of my great Thunder Palace have already agreed to this matter and it can be considered a decision. In fact, there is no need to discuss it with Xiao Hua. Now that we have called Xiao Hua in to discuss it in detail, it is also a reflection of my Imperial Lightning Sect's principle of fairness, impartiality, and public trust. Sigh. Reverend Lei Meng looked at Fairy Xianhua, then at the hall masters. He really wanted to ask her, did she think of this idea when she received the jade slip from the sword cultivator to the Dao sect? Or did she just think of it when she received the news of Xiao Hua's return? But in the next moment, he felt bored. Even if he asked, it would be useless to make a decision on this matter. But unfortunately, he didn't receive a message from the Thunder Palace Master and was caught unprepared by Fairy Xianhua. Now, looking at their helpless expressions, he was afraid that Fairy Xianhua had already warned them in advance and didn't dare to send a message to him. Xiao Hua. Reverend Lei Meng felt very helpless in his heart. He let out a long sigh and turned to ask, "What do you think?" Xiao Hua took a deep breath. He was already shouting in his heart. He said in a clear voice, "Now that things have reached this point, seniors have already looked at the big picture and brought out righteousness. What can this junior say? Junior only wants to say that junior's contributions are contributions, and demerits are demerits. We cannot mix them together, but it is possible to offset demerits with contributions, right? Even if it can't offset demerits, you can't slander this Zhao's contributions as demerits, right? Even though the victory of the war was beneficial to the Imperial Thunder Sect's reputation, it was beneficial to the Imperial Thunder Sect's distribution of benefits in the country of Xi, and it was beneficial to the development of the Imperial Thunder Sect. However, since there were merits, there were also losses. Presumably, the masters were already prepared. However, why did the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect fall into the hands of the sword cultivators? Your disciple did send a message, and it was correct. That was a merit. But now, in front of the teachers, it had become a mistake. If it weren't for this junior's message, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect wouldn't have gone to the Sky Patrol City and fallen into the hands of sword cultivators. Our Imperial Thunder Sect wouldn't have become the laughingstock of the three kingdoms of cultivation. This karma is just the biggest joke in the world. Seniors, do you think it makes sense? At this time, Xiaohua really didn't understand. He was the one who delivered the message, which was a merit. Now that it wasn't counted as a merit, he couldn't be blamed for it, right? He had already escaped from the war. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so thick-skinned as to ask Zhou Xia to send him a message. He was digging his own grave. It was superfluous. Fairy Xianhua said indifferently, "Xiao Hua, this matter was caused by you, so naturally, you have to bear the responsibility. Moreover, you have made a lot of contributions, so it's not a big deal to make up for it. Just now, this old woman said that you are only a foundation establishment cultivator. Your future path is very long, and there are many opportunities to make contributions. You have to look at the big picture and put the interests of the Imperial Thunder Sect first. If you don't have this kind of awareness, how can you become a great person? Moreover, the decision of this matter, you should think about it a lot later. From your point of view, it's extremely inconceivable, but if you change your point of view, you might have a better understanding. Or perhaps, when you sit in the position of this old woman and the others, you will understand our painstaking efforts and helplessness." When Xiao Hua heard this, he sighed helplessly in his heart. He was extremely disappointed with the Imperial Thunder Sect. The disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect fell into the hands of the enemy. It was a failure. And a big failure. But if the sect doesn't even have this little bit of responsibility, how can it shelter this Xiao from the wind and rain? You have to know that this Xiao's enemies are either spirit-severing clones or separation and reunion clones. Since it can't shelter this Xiao from the wind and rain, then what reason does this Xiao have to stay in the Imperial Thunder Sect? Even if they can stay here, in times of crisis, not only will they bring trouble to themselves, they will also drag the sect into the abyss. Not to mention the myriad Thunder Valley and the deafening Thunder Palace, even the Imperial Thunder Sect may be in imminent danger. Xiaohua. Thunder Tablet Daoist couldn't bear it and asked in a low voice, if time could be turned back, would you still send out this transmission talisman? Xiaohua didn't think about it and said with a bitter smile, Ancestor, this disciple knows that you want to hear this disciple say, even if this disciple knows the serious consequences of this matter, this disciple is still willing to bear the responsibility and send back the transmission talisman. After all, this is this disciple's duty, and also the key to the great battle of Tao and sword. However, this disciple really regrets it now. This disciple really won't send this transmission talisman again. This disciple doesn't have such a high view of the big picture, and isn't stupid enough to know that this disciple will bear the responsibility and still do it. It's like seeing an old man fall on the ground, this disciple can go and help him up. However, knowing that if this disciple goes and helps him up, his sect and his family will blame this disciple for the old man's fall, how can this disciple go and help him up? If a person falls, this disciple can still be helped up, but if a person's heart falls, they can't be helped up. Xiaohua, if you are a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, you will go and help him up, even if there is a possibility of being blackmailed. This is also a kind of experience, and also a kind of growth. Zhen Yunzi shook his head and said, moreover, my Imperial Thunder sect is a famous sect, every disciple should have good character and outstanding sense of righteousness. They definitely can't lose their principles because of some risks. The price is too high. Xiaohua looked at everyone, this disciple's contribution was completely erased in an instant. This disciple won't dare to do it again. This disciple knows his mistake. Xiaohua. Reverend Lei Meng was really distressed. He really hoped that Qian Lazy would quickly come out of seclusion and return the Great Thunder Palace to a clear sky. However, when he looked at Fairy Xianhua's calm expression, his heart tightened. Alas, even if the sect master comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. All right, at this moment, Xiaohua had already recovered his smile. He raised his head and said, since the martial ancestors and the others have already decided, this junior has no objections. If there is nothing else, this junior will take his leave and return to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiaohua, you can leave. Fairy Xianhua nodded, you should also think about what we did, actually. At this point, Fairy Xianhua didn't want to say anything more. What should be said had already been said. If she said anything more, it would seem that she had a guilty conscience and owed Xiaohua. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed. The punishment order will be issued after the news of the fall of Sky Patrol City is released. Zhen Yunzi reminded indifferently. Yes, this disciple understands. Xiaohua bowed, turned around and prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned around again and said in the same indifferent tone, by the way, this disciple has one more thing to report. I was almost forgotten by all the martial ancestors concerned. Now, this disciple originally didn't want to be meddlesome. However, this matter concerns the life and death of a person. This disciple can't bear to see this person who has contributed greatly to our Imperial Thunder sect fall into eternal slumber. It's better to bring him back. After speaking, Xiaohua patted the spirit storage pouch on his waist and took out Qian Qinghua. He placed it on the ground and said, this disciple found this in the coffin of an old acquaintance in Luyang's Kai family. Martial ancestors, please deal with it according to your discretion. After he wakes up, we will ask him in detail. This disciple will take his leave. Qian Qinghua. Not to mention Fairy Xianhua, even Fairy Yao Feng, Lei Tingzi, and Dui Jia, who had been silent all this time, exclaimed and stood up. Qian Qinghua had found the thunder-devouring bead and made a great contribution to the Imperial Thunder sect, but there had been no news of him. The Imperial Thunder sect had spent a lot of effort to find him, but they had not expected that at this time, when everyone had almost forgotten, Qian Qinghua was actually brought back by Xiaohua. Xiaohua no longer paid any attention to them. After placing Qian Qinghua on the ground, he calmly retreated. He didn't even look back. Thunder Tablet Immortal's angry expression had already faded. He stood on the praying mat and looked at Qian Qinghua on the ground. He looked at the Qian Qinghua on the ground and then looked at the back of Xiaohua. No one knew what he was thinking. That's right, this mysterious Xiaohua always does things that are unexpected. When others were at the end of their rope, they would always find a villa with a glimmer of hope. The scenery of this villa was so beautiful that it was something that people could not even dream of. Xiaohua's battle achievements were indeed dazzling. However, compared to Xiaohua's contribution to the Imperial Thunder Sect, it was much lighter. Others might not know the significance of the thunder-devouring bead to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but Thunder Tablet Immortal and the other palace masters were very clear. No matter how many rewards they gave Xiaohua, they would not think it was too much. For so many years, Master Qian Lei had never dared to reward Xiaohua. On one hand, it was because Xiaohua was too small and could not attract Master Qian Lei's attention. On the other hand, the most important thing was that the time to reward Xiaohua had not yet come. First, Xiaohua was just a foundation establishment disciple. No matter how much he was rewarded, it wouldn't have much effect on his cultivation. Therefore, Master Qian Lei simply didn't have the mood to reward him. Second, the heavens' Reiki had changed greatly, and the thunder-devouring bead's effect was gradually increasing. This was a secret that the Imperial Thunder Sect couldn't let other sects know. Therefore, Master Qian Lei couldn't reward Xiaohua in a big way to avoid attracting trouble. The third reason was Qian Qinghua. The origin of the thunder-devouring bead was Qian Qinghua. Xiaohua was just a messenger. Master Qian Lei could not just reward Xiaohua without any news about Qian Qinghua. Chapter 3008. It was impossible for Qian Qinghua to bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the Imperial Thunder Sect, but the most dramatic situation occurred. In the most urgent situation, Qian Qinghua found Xiaohua and sealed the clear flower pill in his meridians, forcing him to come to the Imperial Thunder Sect and bring the thunder-devouring bead back to the sect. Xiaohua really did it and entered the Imperial Thunder Sect. Dozens of years later, Xiaohua found Qian Qinghua, who had sealed himself away, and sent him back to the Imperial Thunder Sect. This chain of karma finally ended in Xiaohua's hands. It could be said that Qian Qinghua's life was saved by Xiaohua. In this way, Xiaohua's contribution was really big. Especially at this time, when Fairy Xianhua was about to say that Xiaohua's contribution was a mistake and make him bear the responsibility of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples falling into the Sky Patrol City, Xiaohua once again brought out this contribution. This was really a slap in the face. Compared to Xiaohua's unyielding rejection of the Great Thunder Palace's decision, this made Thunder Mang Daoist feel even more refreshed. Thunder Mang Daoist was really proud of himself as a disciple of the Great Thunder Palace and felt wronged. However, he was after all only the Palace Lord of the Great Thunder Palace, one of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces. Moreover, the Master Qian Lei, whose words carried enormous weight, was not here at this time. Even if he argued with Fairy Xianhua and the others, how could he win against the opinions of the masses? Damn it, Thunder Mang Daoist sneered in his heart, looking at the slightly flustered palace lords. This Fairy Xianhua's head must have been bitten by a dog. This is clearly a brilliant plan, that the palace lords of the Heavenly Thunder Palace or Earthly Thunder Palace are dissatisfied with our Great Thunder Palace taking all the credit. She actually believed it. Yes, not to mention Thunder Mang Daoist, even Xiaohua, who had just stepped out of the Great Thunder Palace, was similarly puzzled. The scene just now was really too strange. Anyone with a slightly normal mind would not have such a thought and say that their contribution was a mistake. However, reality told him that this world was always cruel and there was never an impossible thing. Even strange things would become normal in the eyes and hands of some people. Fairy Xianhua is still a Yuanian cultivator. Even if her heart is pure. Xiaohua thought to himself. She can't have come up with such an inconceivable idea. Bah! How could she be so innocent? Xiaohua inwardly cursed. I don't know how many years this old woman has lived. If she was so pure, why would the sect master dare to hand over the authority of the Imperial Thunder Sect to her? I understand now. Thinking of the numerous hall masters under the 8 praying mats, Xiaohua's train of thought caught up with Thunder Meng Daoists. Since there were other Lightning Palace Hall Masters, then, there must be Seismic Thunder Palace Hall Masters as well. It seemed that in Colossal Thunder Palace, other than Thunder Meng Daoist's rebuttal, none of the other Seismic Thunder Palace Hall Masters spoke up. Other than not daring to speak, there must be other reasons, right? Forget it, forget it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua felt a little vexed. If I have such little thoughts, I might as well put them into cultivation. I don't have time to deal with you. Alas, the seal on my body, my background, and my future happiness. Thinking of this, Xiaohua flew out of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Although Colossal Thunder Palace was heavily guarded, Xiaohua's face was now a pass. Although he didn't have any guards accompanying him when he came out of the palace, there were no guards stopping him either. Moreover, their gazes towards Xiaohua were filled with respect and envy. It seemed that, because his cultivation was shallow and he didn't hold any position, his thoughts were more pure. Foster father. Xiaohua had just come out when a few divine senses swept over. After touching Xiaohua, they immediately retracted. Then, a loud voice came from afar. Oh. Li-er. It seemed that there was only one person who could call Xiaohua foster father. Xiaohua was delighted and looked over. Ah. Looking towards the direction of the voice, Xiaohua was a little stunned. Because there wasn't any figure in the direction of the voice. Obviously, Xiang Zhili hadn't flown into Xiaohua's field of vision yet. And among those divine senses, except for one that vaguely belonged to Cui Hongshan, the others were all unfamiliar. Hee, foster father, please wait for a moment. Boy, third martial uncle, and fourth martial uncle haven't arrived yet. Xiang Zhili's cheerful voice came again. Fourth martial uncle? Xiaohua was stunned and thought to himself, isn't master in seclusion? Why did he accept another disciple? I'm afraid that the reputation of Myriad Thunder Valley is gradually rising, so eldest martial brother accepted a disciple on behalf of master, right? It seems that my Myriad Thunder Valley is flourishing now. Thinking about the desolation of the 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiaohua had an impulse to fly back to the 10,000 Thunder Valley and see what kind of situation the 10,000 Thunder Valley was in. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense and only flew a few li away from the Thunder Immortal Peak, casually waiting in the air. Not long after, he saw a dozen or so cultivators quickly flying from the direction of Thunderous Palace. The one in front was Cui Hongshan, and behind Cui Hongshan was a tall and thin cultivator who looked to be in his 20s. Although his appearance was very similar to Xiang Yang, how could the youth on his face, the joy in his eyes, and even the liveliness between his brows be compared to Xiang Yang's maturity? This is Li-er. Xiaohua laughed in his heart. I didn't expect eldest martial brother's son to be so different from him. Who is this? Xiaohua took a closer look and saw that Xiang Zhili was holding a 7 or 8-year-old child's hand. This child was similar to Xiang Zhili's height when Xiaohua first left Myriad Thunder Valley. Although this child looked a little childish, his eyes were bright and his small mouth was tight, but there was an indescribable calmness. As for the child's appearance, Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and actually didn't find it similar to anyone else. Oh, suddenly, Xiaohua thought of the fourth martial uncle that Xiang Zhili had just mentioned. How could I forget? Isn't this Wuqing whom I've never met? He's master and master's wife's child. When Xiaohua thought of this, when he looked again, he could see Zhuo Minghui's shadow between Wuqing's brows. Moreover, Wuqing's face shape was similar to Wuqing's. Oh my! After recognizing Wuqing, Xiaohua sensed a little and found that Wuqing was already in the 6th layer of qi refining. He couldn't help but be speechless. When I first met Xiang Zhili, he was only about 10 years old and was already in the 7th layer of qi refining. Even I found it inconceivable, but this Wuqing. He's only 7 or 8 years old now and is already in the 6th layer of qi refining. Damn it, my Myriad Thunder Valley is getting stronger with each generation. Maybe it has something to do with the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was sensing Xiang Zhili's cultivation, so he forgot that Wuqing was Xiang Zhili's fourth martial uncle. This guy. Haha, he's actually only in the 9th layer of qi refining, only 2 layers higher than Wuqing. But he was already in the 7th layer of qi refining more than 10 years ago, and now he's only in the 9th layer of qi refining. Who would believe that? It's like trying to hide something only makes it more conspicuous. Compared to eldest martial brother's steadiness, it really doesn't seem like it. Xiao Hua's thoughts were complicated when he saw an old friend. As for the dozen or so unfamiliar faces behind Xiang Zhili, Xiao Hua didn't look at them carefully. Second martial brother. Cui Hongshan beamed with joy when he saw Xiao Hua. He urged his magic power to fly past the crowd and towards Xiao Hua. Even though he was still far away, he bowed respectfully. Even if he had no choice, it was nothing more than this. Junior martial brother Cui, get up. Xiao Hua lifted Cui Hongshan up with a wave of his hand. Cui Hongshan's completely different attitude before and after the battle really made Xiao Hua happy. Cui Hongshan felt that his surroundings were as solid as iron walls, so he couldn't kneel at all. He got up and looked Xiao Hua up and down, then said with a smile, "Second martial brother, you're still as elegant as ever. You're no different from a few decades ago. I'm free and unfettered outside, but I can't compare to you working hard for my myriad Thunder Valley. I'm ashamed." Looking at Cui Hongshan's tired face, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart and returned the greeting. If it weren't for second martial brother's contributions outside, I wouldn't have been as prosperous as I am today even if I was so busy in the sect. Cui Hongshan hurriedly replied. At this time, Xiang Zhili and the others had already approached. Wuqing let go of Xiang Zhili's hand and also respectfully went forward to greet him. Wuqing greets second martial brother. Xiao Hua helped Wuqing up and very naturally patted him with his hand. He wanted to take out something, but after thinking for a while, he withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Get up, junior martial brother. The first time we met, you really gave me a fright. At such a young age, you're already in the 6th layer of the qi refining realm. When I was your age, I didn't even have a 4th layer of the qi refining realm. Second martial brother, you're a late bloomer. Although I started early, it's hard for me to have a profound cultivation like second martial brother." Wuqing actually answered in a proper manner. His expression didn't change. That shrewdness was even more incomparable. Good boy. Xiao Hua was astonished and thought to himself, this Wuqing, his future is immeasurable. How old is he now? His bearing is already so good. Hello foster father. After Wuqing finished speaking, he obediently stood to the side and didn't say anything. Xiang Zhili hurriedly went forward and smiled mischievously as he bowed. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, and you're only in the 9th layer of the qi refining realm. Xiao Hua coldly snorted and said indifferently, "You have the nerve to come see foster father? Don't you feel sorry for foster father's previous guidance? Foster father, Li-er's cultivation is slow. But like this, your foundation is solid." Xiang Zhili naturally wasn't afraid. He didn't believe that Xiao Hua didn't know the difficulty of transmitting sound over such a long distance. He still smiled and said, "Didn't you also fail to build your foundation in the past and cultivate for many years before you reached it? If it weren't for that setback, would you have your current cultivation? Would you have your current reputation that shakes one country? You're really more eloquent than eldest martial brother." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and thought to himself, looks like Myriad Thunder Valley won't be bullied in the future. Chapter 3009. Xiao Hua responded and no longer paid attention to Xiang Zhili. Instead, he looked at the dozen or so disciples who stopped not far away from them. Obviously, these disciples weren't from Myriad Thunder Valley. They were waiting for their fellow disciples to meet before coming over. Seeing this, Cui Hongshan hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, fellow disciples, come over quickly. This is senior brother Xiao Hua, the one you've always wanted to meet. Then he said to Xiao Hua, second senior martial brother, this is a disciple of my deafening Thunder Palace, and also this little brother's colleagues. Some of them are from Shuttling Thunder Palace, some are from Amplifying Thunder Palace, and some are from 100 Refining Palace. They are all my old friends. Previously, I was working in Shocking Thunder Palace when I heard the news that second senior brother had returned. I was summoned to Huge Thunder Palace by Zhen Lei Palace's master. I hurriedly asked for leave to welcome you. These dozen or so fellow disciples have admired second senior brother for a long time. When they heard the news, they hurriedly accompanied me here. Hee, junior brother Chui's old friends are my old friends. Xiao Hua understood and hurriedly went forward to greet the dozen or so Shocking Thunder Palace disciples. The dozen or so disciples were only at the early or middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so they were extremely respectful to Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua being so humble, they were even happier. After each of them reported their names, their mouths were filled with endless praise. Obviously, they had heard a lot about Xiao Hua's fame. Although Xiao Hua couldn't remember everyone's names, since none of their names had Zhen as their surname, Xiao Hua already knew that they were all disciples of aristocratic families. They had the same background as Cui Hongshan and were Cui Hongshan's helpers in Shocking Thunder Palace. Therefore, although Xiao Hua didn't like the respectful words of these disciples, he still responded with a smile, not showing a trace of impatience. On the contrary, Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing retreated to the side with a smile and watched indifferently. Neither of them said anything. After half a meal, Cui Hongshan said with a smile, fellow disciples, my second senior brother has returned in triumph. It's a big day for my myriad Thunder Valley. I boldly invite everyone to my myriad Thunder Valley. When I organize a banquet, I invite everyone to drink with my second senior brother. Needless to say, junior brother Cui, we should definitely go. A disciple surnamed Wang cupped his hands and said, moreover, we are also eager to sit at the same table as senior brother Xiao. However, senior martial brother Xiao had just returned to the mountain and had yet to pay his respects to martial uncle Zhua and eldest martial brother Xiang. Today, we will not disturb the happiness of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Tomorrow, we will definitely go to the 10,000 Thunder Valley and disturb them. When the others heard this, they also smiled and said that they would meet tomorrow. Xiao Hua was just about to raise his hand to bid farewell when Cui Hongshan waved his hand again. He used his hand to hold the hand of the disciple surnamed Wang and said with a smile, Senior brother Wang, you're treating me like an outsider. My 10,000 Thunder Valley also belongs to the Shocking Thunder Palace. Second senior martial brothers reunion with the disciples of the 10,000 Thunder Valley is a happy family reunion. Isn't it a happy family reunion with the disciples of the Shocking Thunder Palace? We can hold a banquet in the outer valley of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. It won't delay second senior martial brother from entering the inner valley to pay respects to master's wife. Let's go. If we don't go, we'll be disrespecting my second senior brother. After saying this, he forcefully pulled the disciple surnamed Wang and flew towards the direction of the 10,000 Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua looked at the smiles on everyone's faces and thought about how everyone said that they didn't want to go, but their feet didn't move. It was obviously a kind of politeness. But when he thought about Cui Hongshan's politeness, Xiao Hua was speechless. If he was the one to deal with it, he might really take the other's politeness as genuine. On the contrary, it would make people feel that he was too arrogant. Please. Junior martial brothers, please. Since Xiao Hua understood, he naturally knew how to deal with it. He said with a smile, the disciples of the Shocking Thunder Palace are all this Xiao's senior martial brothers. This Xiao has been away for more than 10 years and has missed all of you. Today, this Xiao is also very happy to be able to drink with all of you. Since that's the case, then we will disturb senior martial brother Xiao. Everyone was naturally overjoyed. They all talked at once. In a while, we still have to ask senior martial brother Xiao for advice on how to kill in all directions and how to awe the Huan country. of course, of course. Xiao Hua extended his hand and grabbed Xiang Zhili with his left hand, who was giggling and not saying a word. Then, he grabbed Wu Qing with his right hand, who had a solemn expression on his face. Under the escort of a dozen or so Thunder Palace disciples, they flew towards 10,000 Thunder Valley. There were naturally many disciples of the controlling Thunder sect going in and out of the vicinity of the Thunder Immortal Peak. Xiao Hua's group was very eye-catching in midair. However, all of the Foundation establishment and aura-refining disciples who passed by looked at Xiao Hua in admiration. There weren't many Jindan cultivators, but the few who did fly by with a smile, not at all unhappy because these people didn't greet them. Even if Xiao Hua's group flew all the way to the myriad Thunder Valley, the disciples they met would also stop, either respectfully salute them or greet them with a smiling face. Of course, Cui Hongshan would deal with these etiquette flawlessly. Xiao Hua only needed to smile and cup his hands. The liveliness of this journey was indeed something that Xiao Hua had never experienced since he entered the controlling Thunder sect. What a pity. While Xiao Hua was dealing with them, he thought coldly in his heart, I wonder what kind of reaction this Xiao will have when huge Thunder Palace's order of accountability comes out tomorrow. I wonder what kind of reaction these dozen or so disciples of shocking Thunder Palace who are so close to this Xiao will have. Seeing that the myriad Thunder Valley was getting closer and closer, seemingly about to reach the place where Xiao Hua had first encountered the soundless thunder, several divine senses arrived on schedule. They were precisely Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the others. He, eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law, have also received the news of second senior brother's return and are now waiting outside the valley to welcome you. Cui Hongshan discovered the divine senses and said with a smile. Xiao Hua also smiled. Having sensed the divine senses, he actually didn't want to release his own divine senses. Although his divine senses could sense Xiang Yang and the others, after all, it wasn't as intimate as seeing them with his eyes. Xiao Hua still liked the joy of seeing them with his own eyes. However, after flying for half a cup of tea's time, seeing the dozen or so people lined up neatly in midair in front of him, as well as the early Jindan stage female cultivator in front of them, Xiao Hua's eyes heated up. He no longer dared to be negligent. With a sway of his figure, he rushed out with a speed much faster than everyone else and knelt in front of that person, calling out, "Unworthy disciple Xiao Hua greets mistress." That Jindan stage female cultivator was Zhuo Minghui. Unexpectedly, she personally came out to welcome Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua rush out with such astonishing speed, Xiang Zhili's eyes lit up and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A strange light also flashed in Wu Qing's eyes, but he immediately became indifferent again. That kind of maturity was quite inconsistent with his 7 or 8 years of age. Cui Hongshan, on the other hand, turned a blind eye. However, he somewhat proudly turned his head and looked at those shocking Thunder Palace disciples behind Xiang Zhili and Wu Qing, who were somewhat shocked. Although Xiao Hua's battle achievements were illustrious, after all, the cultivation he displayed was only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Now, with his fleeting flight, it would definitely leave a deep mark in the hearts of these disciples that were originally filled with reverence. Xiao Hua, this old woman didn't misjudge you. Your master also didn't misjudge you. Zhuo Minghui smiled and reached out to help Xiao Hua up. She said, that year, your master said that the future of Myriad Thunder Valley depended on you. He thought that this future would still be several decades or even 100 years later, but he didn't expect this surprise would come so quickly. A single great battle of Dao and sword established your fame, and similarly, it also established my Myriad Thunder Valley. Mistress, you praise me too much. This disciple really doesn't dare. Xiao Hua stood up and said with a smile, this is all due to Master's good guidance. It's also due to Mistress's teaching. If not for Master and Mistress. Tch, Zhuo Minghui said with a smile, if your master heard this, he would be happy in his heart, but how could this old woman not know? This is all due to your own hard work. Master still hasn't come out of seclusion? Xiao Hua looked around and asked very concernedly. A trace of gloominess flashed through Zhua Minghui's eyes. She nodded and said, "Alas, yes, he has been in seclusion for so long. Even this old woman entered seclusion later than him. Now that I have come out of seclusion, there is no news from him at all. This old woman also doesn't dare to disturb him. I can only wait for him to come out of seclusion by himself." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of Qian Qinghua. It seemed that Qian Qinghua and Wu Qing were really a pair of enemies. When Qian Qinghua sealed himself, Xiao Hua felt helpless and had no choice but to accept him as his master. Now that Xiao Hua had rescued Qian Qinghua appeared in the Imperial Thunder sect and had no choice but to go into seclusion, similar to Qian Qinghua. Eldest senior brother. Senior sister-in-law. After Xiao Hua saw Zhua Minghui, he met with Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. Xiang Yang helped Xiao Hua up and looked at his appearance that was the same as 10 years ago. He nodded and said, "Xiao Hua, you are not bad, you are very good. My myriad Thunder Valley has you, it is really good." Hearing her husband's words, Yan Qinglian didn't say much. She looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said, "The battle is over, I'm afraid you will have to consider the dual cultivation ceremony, right?" Xiao Hua's face was slightly red, and he shook his head slightly. "I estimate that good things will be difficult. Senior sister-in-law will know tomorrow." Oh. Not only was Yan Qinglian puzzled, but Xiang Yang also didn't understand. However, at this time, everyone came forward and greeted each other, so they didn't ask too much. This concubine greets second senior brother. After Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, Dui Qimeng, who was next to them, came to greet them while holding the hand of a delicate-looking little girl. Get up, get up." Xiao Hua hurriedly helped her up, and the little girl boy at the side stared at Xiao Hua with her big black eyes. She was somewhat shy and didn't dare to open her mouth. She even hid behind Dui Qimeng's arm. Dui Qimeng's sleeve actually blocked most of the little girl boy's face. "Quick Yingying, this is the second martial uncle that mother has been talking about. If it wasn't for him, mother and father wouldn't have been able to come back from the Dao Sword War, let alone you." Dui Qimeng pulled her hand back, revealing Cui Yingying's face. She pushed the back of Cui Yingying's hand and wanted her to kneel down. However, Cui Yingying wasn't as calm as Xiang Zhili, nor was she as indifferent as Wu Qing. Her figure flashed, and she hurriedly grabbed Dui Qimeng's lapel. She still wanted to hide, and her big eyes were filled with absolute shyness. "Ha ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed. This Cui Yingying's personality seemed to be completely different from Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng. Not only that, even Wu Qing and Xiang Zhili were different. Chapter 30:10. You child, why are you so cowardly? So useless. Dui Qimeng's face turned somewhat ugly. She pushed her hand away and said angrily, "It's fine if you don't want to meet other people, but this is your second martial uncle, your family. How can you?" Dui Qimeng didn't forget to carefully say to Xiao Hua, "Second martial brother, this child hasn't seen much of the world. Please don't take offense. Quickly pay your respects." Dui Qimeng poked Cui Yingying's back with her finger again, but her face was facing Xiao Hua. It was fine if Dui Qimeng didn't rush her, but Cui Yingying, who had been looking for Dui Qimeng's robe to hide, immediately changed her expression. She pouted and was about to cry. "You only know how to cry, you only know how to cry. Besides crying, what else can you do?" Dui Qimeng became angry when she saw Cui Yingying's crying face. She stole a glance at Xiao Hua and then at Zhua Minghui, who had flown to the side and was waiting for the group of Seismic Thunder Palace disciples to pay their respects. Hearing her mother say that she was useless, Cui Yingying's tears finally fell. However, her small hand still tightly grasped the corner of Dui Qimeng's robe and didn't let go. "Qimeng." Xiao Hua smiled and looked gently at Cui Yingying. "This is the first time I've met little Yingying, and we're still very distant. You already said that this is your family, so there's no need to be so polite. Don't you think so? Little Ying. Xiao Hua's face was full of smiles as he extended his hand, very amiably wanting Cui Ying to give him her hand. Unfortunately, Cui Ying's body was still leaning towards Dui Qimeng. Looking at Xiao Hua's hand, a kind of fear arose spontaneously. Dui Qimeng was somewhat disheartened. She looked at the dozen or so seismic Thunder Palace disciples in the distance and said in a low voice, "Second martial brother, you stay here with eldest martial brother and martial sister-in-law. This concubine will go see Cui Lang. These seismic Thunder Palace disciples are all his close friends. It's not good to be rude. Go." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "In a while, after I finish speaking with Master's wife and the rest. I'll go greet them." "Yes, I'll have to trouble second martial brother." Dui Qimeng replied gratefully and fiercely pulled her robe. The corner of Cui Ying's clothes fell off. Without waiting for Cui Ying to raise her hand again, Dui Qimeng immediately flew away. Woo! Cui Ying's figure staggered, almost falling from the sky. Fortunately, Xiao Hua raised his hand and supported her in the air. Xiao Hua's support wasn't good, so Cui Ying struggled with all her might. "Let this concubine do it." Yan Qinglian smiled and reached out to catch Cui Ying. Presumably, Yan Qinglian was more familiar with Cui Ying than Xiao Hua. Although Cui Ying still struggled a little, she was still hugged by Yan Qinglian. However, her large eyes still looked towards Dui Qimeng. "Mother." Xiang Zhili flew over and touched Cui Ying's little face with a smile. "Ying is good." Unfortunately, Cui Ying turned her head again. She didn't seem to like Xiang Zhili either. "Sister-in-law." Wu Qing stepped out from behind Xiang Zhili and bowed. When Cui Ying heard Wu Qing's voice, she calmed down. Her eyes fell on Wu Qing's face, and she no longer struggled with Yan Qinglian. Why did you come back today? You even brought your martial uncle Wu Qing back." Xiang Zhili frowned. It was obvious that he had long wanted to scold him. Father, adoptive father is back. Boy, how could he not hurry back and kowtow?" Xiang Zhili said nonchalantly. When the group of children in Zhenlei Palace heard that the terrifying phoenix had returned, they all exploded and wanted to come to Myriad Thunder Valley to see the real person. Boy is blessed by the heavens, how could he not come back? Your adoptive father didn't come back for a day or two. Xiang Yang was unhappy and reprimanded. Your holiday will come in 10 days. The homework in these 10 days is also very important. Tisk. Xiang Zhili raised his head and said, "Those cultivation techniques in Zhenlei Palace are more." At this point, Xiang Zhili rolled his eyes and stopped talking. "Boy, if you come back and let adoptive father give you a few pointers, wouldn't it be better than cultivating for 10 days? You." Xiang Yang was a little angry, but when he looked at Yan Qinglian, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only ask Wu Qing, "Little junior brother, you, eldest senior brother, I'm taking leave." Without waiting for Xiang Yang to finish, Wu Qing spoke first. However, that was all he said. "Father, quickly introduce Jinshuan and the other junior brothers to adoptive father. They're so anxious that they're sweating." Xiang Zhili moved to Yan Qinglian's side and said with a smile. Wu Qing naturally stood with Xiang Zhili. Cui Ying reached out to grab Wu Qing, but Wu Qing ignored her. Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili and looked at the dozen or so disciples behind him who were really anxious. He waved his hand and said, "Come and greet second martial uncle." Yes, immediately, 8 male and female disciples flew over from behind and bowed respectfully. Disciples greet martial uncle Xiao. Since they called themselves martial uncle, Xiao Hua naturally knew that they were Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's disciples. He waved his hand and said, "Rise, there are outsiders today. When it's quiet, martial uncle will give you a greeting gift." "Thank you, martial uncle." Everyone expressed their thanks and introduced themselves one by one. Xiang Yang had 4 male disciples. They were Jin Quan and Jin Fengjie. They were around 20 years old and were in the 9th layer of qi refining. The other 2 were disciples of aristocratic families. One was Yun Qing, a disciple of the Yun family of Yunhausa from the state of Shi, and the other was Ping Jingyao, a disciple of the Ping family of Qianming Lake from the state of Meng. They were both in the 10th layer of qi refining and were around 25 years old. Yan Qinglian had 4 female disciples. They were Jin Yetao and Jin Yaoyong, both in the 8th layer of qi refining. They were around 18 years old. The 2 disciples of aristocratic families were Ting Tao and Xiao Fengxia. They were from the Ting family of Zhanmu Mountain in the state of Shi, and the Xiao family of Biyao Valley in the state of Lian. They were both in the 10th layer of qi refining, but they were around 25 years old. Hee, not bad, not bad. Xiao Hua laughed. These disciples' aptitudes are much better than mine. Now that my myriad Thunder Valley is bustling with activity, I'll have to rely on them in the future. Second junior brother is too modest. Yan Qinglian pursed her lips. If only they were half as talented as you. Oh, this Xiao Fengxia is a disciple of the Xiao family of Biyao Valley in the state of Lian. Although she's a bit old, I saw that her surname is Xiao, and her name has Feng and Xia in it. Hee, it sounds like she's fated with my myriad Thunder Valley, so I accepted her without hesitation. Oh. There's also a disciple of the state of Lian? Xiao Hua was stunned. And my myriad Thunder Valley recruited so many disciples all of a sudden? Second junior brother doesn't know. Xiang Yang said in a low voice. It's not like it was in the past. Our Imperial Thunder Sect's vitality was greatly damaged during the Dao Sword War. Not only did we recruit more disciples, but we also recruit more disciples every year. Tisk tsk. Looks like they came at a good time. Xiao Hua smacked his lips. Back then, I had to put in a lot of effort to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect. Isn't it the same for me? Xiang Yang waved his hand in annoyance. Come, pay your respects to second martial uncle. Disciple pays his respects to second martial uncle. The other 8 handsome men and women hurriedly flew over. After Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and the other 8 disciples retreated, they came forward to pay their respects. Everyone get up, everyone get up. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua looked at these juniors and felt somewhat happy in his heart. The current myriad Thunder Valley was much livelier than when he, Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian and the others were before. Immediately after, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's disciples also came forward to introduce themselves. Cui Hongshan's 4 disciples were naturally male cultivators. They were called Jin Tingmu and Jin Xuanfeng. These 2 were direct disciples of Thunderclap Palace, 19 years old, around the 8th layer of qi refining. The 2 aristocratic family disciples were also from the state of Shi. One was Jiang Yu from Qi Ping's Jiang clan, 28 years old, and the other was Fang Liha from Ping Yu's Fang clan, 27 years old. Among Dui Qiming's female disciples, there was actually a direct disciple of Thunderclap Palace named Dui Mengting. Her age and cultivation were roughly the same as Thunderclap Palace's Jin Xian, about 18 or 19 years old, an 8th layer of qi refining. The other 2 aristocratic family disciples were both 26 years old, 10th layer of qi refining. One was Zhang Wan from the state of Shi's Hanping Zhang clan, and the other was Fan Yeming from the state of Shi's Fan clan in Phoenix Tail Valley. After the 8 finished paying their respects, Yan Qinglian looked to the side and smiled. Go and listen to Martial Uncle Dui's instructions. Today, we'll have to entertain those seniors again. Yes, disciple understands. The dozen or so disciples simultaneously bowed and looked at Xiao Hua and the others with smiles on their faces before flying to Dui Qimeng and Cui Hongshan's side. On the other side, the dozen or so disciples of Deafening Thunder Palace had already finished paying their respects to Jin Minghui. Under Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng's instructions, they gathered together and flew towards a certain place. The third-generation disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley also followed closely behind. I just heard Junior Marshal Brother Chui say, "This is the outer valley of Myriad Thunder Valley?" Xiaohua knew that Myriad Thunder Valley was no longer the same as before. He looked at the cave not far away and asked with a smile. "That's right." Xiang Yang pointed a finger into the distance and said with a smile, "Our Myriad Thunder Valley has many disciples now. Although these disciples haven't reached foundation establishment yet and don't need to open another cave, there are still many disciples in our Myriad Thunder Valley." But after all, there were already too many disciples, so he had no choice but to arrange a place for them to cultivate. You also know that my Myriad Thunder Valley's soundless thunder is very powerful. These disciples can't be compared to Junior Marshal Brother. They can enter Myriad Thunder Valley at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Thus, Junior Marshal Brother Chui asked Deafening Thunder Palace to open up a cave here. It can be considered as a place for them to cultivate, but it can also be used as a place for our Myriad Thunder Valley to entertain guests. Actually, this cave is said to be for the children to use, but in reality, these disciples spend half of their time in Deafening Thunder Palace and not in Myriad Thunder Valley. These caves are used by Junior Marshal Brother Chui and Junior Marshal Sister Dui to entertain guests. Yan Qinglian pursed her lips and smiled. Xiaohua nodded. Cultivation is necessary, but so is socializing. We're not good at socializing, so we can only inconvenience Junior Marshal Brother Chui and Junior Marshal Sister Dui to deal with these tedious matters. How is this inconvenience? Yan Qinglian smiled even more. They're born to like these things and are extremely happy. Then, she looked at Chui Yingying in her arms and said curiously, "On the other hand, little Yingying is naturally shy and doesn't say anything. She's completely different from the two of them. I really don't know how she was born." Junior Marshal Sister Dui scolded Yingying a lot because of this. Chapter 30:11. Eldest senior sister-in-law, this is natural. No one can change it. Chui Yingying is so shy, look at Li, he's so smart. He's completely different from eldest senior brother. Oh, there's also youngest junior brother. Xiaohua smiled. He didn't dare to say more since it involved his master's helplessness. This world is really strange. No matter if it's Wu Qing, Xiang Zhili, or Chui Yingying, their personalities are different from their parents. If Chui Yingying is Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's child, Xiaohua can believe it. Chui Yingying, who was about to pull Wu Qing, retracted her hand when she heard others talking about her. She looked at everyone with her big eyes and buried her head in Yan Qinglian's arms like a shy plant. Zhuo Minghui flew over while they were talking. Wu Qing bowed and greeted, "Mother." Zhuo Minghui was also used to Wu Qing's indifference. She nodded and said, "You can't stay in Zhenlei Palace after hearing the news about your second senior brother?" "It's Li who asked the boy to come back," Wu Qing said lightly, selling Xiang Zhili out instantly. Xiang Yang glared at Xiang Zhili fiercely. Obviously, Xiang Zhili was afraid of being scolded by Xiang Yang, so he dragged Wu Qing back. Yes, Xiaohua's return is a big matter in Wanlei Valley. It's only right that you all come back. Zhuo Minghui nodded. I reckon that from tomorrow onwards, there will be more people coming to visit Wanlei Valley. You all should be more spirited and let others see the day when Wanlei Valley can hold its head high. Yes, the boy understands. Xiang Zhili replied loudly. Wu Qing didn't say anything. I wonder if Master Xiaohua had been thinking about Wu Qing, so he asked now. Let's go, we'll talk inside the cave. Zhuo Minghui sighed. She pulled Xiaohua and went to the Immortal's cave. After they sat down, she told him about how Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan were trapped in Mount Quanjin, how they were mistakenly sent back the news of their deaths, and how they had no choice but to go into closed-door cultivation. Your master went into seclusion first. After I gave birth to Wu Qing, I waited until he was 4 years old and sent him to Zhenlei Palace before I went into seclusion. Zhuo Minghui said in the end. Because I gave birth, I was delayed for half a year. But now, I've already exited seclusion, but your master hasn't. You didn't send a message talisman? Xiaohua probed. Don't you know your master's temper? If he hadn't condensed his core, he definitely wouldn't have come out. What's the use of sending a messaging talisman? Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. Anyway, we just need to know that he's fine. However, when she spoke up to hear, Zhuo Minghui seemed to be lost in thought as she said, that day, Shui insisted that both your master and I could condense the core. If she had the foresight, then I can condense the core, so can your master. Xiaohua frowned and shook his head. This disciple has never heard Shui say that she has any foresight. As for master's matter, let's talk about it after disciple meets Shui. Shui, this child, is also very hard-working. Zhuo Minghui looked kindly at Xiaohua. In the past 10 years or so, she has come to Myriad Thunder Valley many times. Every time she comes out of seclusion, her cultivation has also increased very quickly. I'm afraid that she has already surpassed you. You have to treat me well in the future. Xiaohua ignored his shyness and said in shock, could it be that Shui is already in the middle stage of foundation establishment? Not only that. Yan Qinglian smiled. The last time she came, she was already in the late stage of the middle stage of foundation establishment. This time, she has been in seclusion for 2 years. If she comes out of seclusion, I'm afraid that her cultivation has already reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Impossible? Xiaohua was stunned. Isn't Shui too fast? She cultivates so desperately. I'm afraid that her Dao foundation is unstable. It won't be good for her future cultivation. This old one has more or less said it. Zhuo Minghui was also a little worried. But that child seems to have something on her mind. She only said that it's fine. I reckon that the root of the problem is still with you. Zhuo Minghui's words were really heavy in Xiaohua's ears. This disciple understands. Xiaohua naturally thought of Fairy Hongxia's parting words and couldn't help but sigh. Could it be that he was under too much pressure with them? Child. Zhuo Minghui looked at Xiaohua and said, now that the war is about to end and you've returned, take a look at the time. This old one will accompany you to Sunlei Palace. With your current achievements and status, I'm afraid that Sun Ming will be grinning from ear to ear after hearing the news. Indeed. Yan Qinglian smiled. Not only Shui, Sun Shu has also come many times. This old one thinks that both of them are good. Xiang Yang also said from the side, second junior brother has returned to Myriad Thunder Valley now. It's time to think about accepting disciples. There are really too many disciples who want to enter our Myriad Thunder Valley. There are quite a few reputable seniors in Sunlei Palace who want to send their sons and nephews under second junior brother's tutelage. TSK, don't even think about it. Xiang Zhili immediately shouted. Foster father still has to teach us. Where would he have the time to care about them? When Xiang Zhili saw Xiang Yang roll his eyes, he immediately turned to Wu Qing and said, don't you think so, junior martial uncle? The thing that you envy the most about Li was taught by second martial uncle. How could Sunlei Palace have that thing? Wu Qing's eyes lit up, but he didn't look overjoyed. He only nodded slightly and said, then I'll have to trouble second senior brother, oh. Xiang Zhili chuckled and winked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled. He originally thought that Xiang Zhili had told Wu Qing about the dragon transformation art. However, when he saw Xiang Zhili's funny face, he understood that what Xiang Zhili told Wu Qing was definitely not the dragon transformation art. Seeing Wu Qing speak, Xiang Yang could only say, it's my duty to teach you, but I also have to accept disciples. If we have a few more foundation building cultivators in 10 years, our Myriad Thunder Valley will truly become famous. Let's not talk so much first. Zhuo Minghui smiled and said, Xiaohua is already back. Then everything can be discussed. Let him rest for a while first. He must be exhausted from the great battle of Dao and sword. Look at foster father's glowing face. How can he be tired? Xiang Zhili said anxiously. Foster father, quickly tell me how you killed that third-grade illusory sword Qin Jian. Boy knows that you must have killed him alone. Xiang Zhili. Xiang Yang said angrily, don't pester him about the great battle. If your second martial uncle could tell you, he would have told you long ago. Hee, Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. Eldest martial brother, don't blame the children. It's normal for them to be curious. Then he said to Xiang Zhili, Li He, you're already grown up. You know that some things are your own secrets. Therefore, some things can be said and some things can't be said. Foster father will definitely tell you the things you want to know when the time is right. I can even tell you a lot of things that you can't even imagine right now. Yes, boy understands, foster father. Xiang Zhili was very well behaved in front of Xiaohua and hurriedly nodded. Also, master's wife, the great battle of Dao and sword. I'm afraid there's already a result. Although I've already escaped from the great battle, the effects of the great battle on me are far from over. Xiaohua said to Zhuo Minghui, I don't think the matter you mentioned can be done yet. The great battle has already ended? Everyone in the cave was shocked. Our Dao sect has already won. Why isn't there any news? Xiaohua looked at everyone and shook his head slightly. He said somewhat desolately, I'm afraid everyone will be disappointed. Our Dao sect should have been defeated. Moreover, the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect. What happened to the disciples of our Imperial Thunder sect? Xiang Zhili asked anxiously. However, before Xiaohua could speak, a powerful divine sense swept in from outside the cave. Then, a rough voice came from outside, disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, receive the order of Huge Thunder Hall. Let's go. Xiaohua shrugged. I thought we would have to wait until tomorrow. I didn't expect Huge Thunder Hall to be so fast. Of course, Xiaohua had just returned to Myriad Thunder Valley when Huge Thunder Hall's order arrived. Obviously, the Qian green fire that Xiaohua took out couldn't stop Fairy Xian Hua's order of punishment. Zhuo Minghui and the others left the cave with doubts in their hearts and waited at the foot of the mountain. After a while, an early-stage Jindan disciple actually flew in front of them with a brocaded object in his hand. After that disciple greeted Zhuo Minghui, he read out the contents of the brocaded object. As expected by Xiaohua, one of the orders was that the Sky Patrol City had fallen into the enemy's hands in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. Tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had unfortunately been captured and their fate was unknown. The second order was that Xiaohua of Shocking Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley was unaware of the enemy's situation. After escaping from the Great Battle of Dao Sword, he was still greedy for merit and fell for the Sword Cultivator's trick by mistake. He provided false information to Imperial Thunder Sect, which led to the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples being captured in Sky Patrol City. Huge Thunder Hall wanted to punish Xiaohua. However, because Sect Master Qian Lazy was still in seclusion, the specific punishment measures would not be implemented for the time being and would be decided after Qian Lazy came out of seclusion. As for the news of Qian Green Fire, the order didn't mention it. After that Jindan disciple finished reading, he handed the order to Zhuo Minghui. Without saying anything further, he turned around and flew into the air again, obviously going to send the message elsewhere. Zhuo Minghui held the order of Huge Thunder Hall in her hand, so shocked that she didn't know what to say. She finally understood why Huge Thunder Hall sent a Jindan disciple to send the message. This message was really too shocking. Tens of thousands of disciples and 2 nascent soul grandmasters had fallen into the enemy's hands. This was a rare humiliation for Imperial Thunder Sect. And the source of this humiliation was actually Xiaohua, the great hero who had made great contributions in the Great Battle of Dao Sword. This order was simply like a basin of cold water being poured over the heads of everyone in Myriad Thunder Valley who had been excited for many years, instantly waking them up. Even if Xiao Hua had made great contributions in the first stage of the Great Battle of Dao's Sword, compared to this mistake of sending tens of thousands of disciples into a trap, it was still insignificant. Although Huge Thunder Hall didn't say anything about punishment, it was obvious that this punishment was too severe for them to decide themselves and could only wait for Qian Lazy to come out of seclusion. But, for a Foundation establishment disciple, what kind of punishment could be so severe? Everyone seemed to be able to figure it out even if they used their heels, right? Oh. Chapter 30:12. Child. Zhuo Minghui smiled bitterly. She now understood what Xiao Hua just said. Yes, Xiao Hua might go to Sunlei Palace to propose marriage. Not to mention Sun Ming, even she didn't have the face to go, right? Second senior brother. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng flew over, followed by a dozen disciples. What's going on? How is it possible? Nothing is impossible. Xiao Hua said indifferently. How many of your good friends did you leave? Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly and squeezed out a few words from his nose. How many can you leave? They all left. Who dares to stay? Hee, it's good that they left. Xiang Zhili sneered. You can understand a person's heart. Second martial uncle's punishment hasn't come yet and they're already hiding. What kind of good friends are they? Dui Qimeng was also embarrassed and said with a smile, they weren't good friends in the first place. It's just that doing things in Sunlei Palace is a bit convenient. It doesn't matter if they leave, but second senior brother. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Hua, and dozens of eyes were filled with worry. Hee, don't worry. It's absolutely fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile. There won't be any punishment. At worst, I'll make up for it with merits and pretend that I never went to Sunlei Palace. Nonsense, Great Thunder Palace wanted to find a scapegoat today, which was why they brought Xiao Hua out. The Great Thunder Palace may not necessarily dare to make too much of a fuss. Compensating for their mistakes with merits is an outcome that both Xiao Hua and the Great Thunder Palace can accept. Even if the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect return to the mountain and Wu Ming's true face emerges, would Fairy Xianhua still dare to ignore Wu Ming's merits and punish Xiao Hua? Not to mention the entire Imperial Thunder sect, even the sects of Shi, Meng, and Lian wouldn't agree, right? If that's the case, then it's the best. Xiang Yang sighed. Tens of thousands of disciples. Foster father. Xiang Zhili said somewhat angrily. What kind of communication talisman did you send? What kind of false message did you send them? Why didn't it say in the decree? Besides, even if it's a false message, wouldn't they use their brains to think and analyze it? If that's the case, who would dare to send them messages in the future? Hee, it's fine. Xiao Hua raised his hand to stop her. They can say whatever they want, don't mind it. Hee, foster father. Xiang Zhili beamed with joy. Are you so sure that you can make up for your mistakes? Could it be that your contribution is greater than the tens of thousands of disciples and the 2 nascent soul stage cultivators? Damn, isn't this guy too smart? Xiao Hua was speechless. Is this still Xiang Yang's son? Xiao Hua said coldly with a straight face, I'll let you know when it's time. Now that he had the punishment order, wouldn't foster father be able to keep the Myriad Thunder Valley? Wouldn't that mean no one would disturb them? If you want to nag, it's better for you to return to Zhenlei Palace. Godfather will go into seclusion now. Yes, boy, I was wrong. Xiang Zhili stuck out his tongue. He didn't look like a 20-year-old qi refining cultivator at all. Sai, let's go. We'll talk inside. Zhuo Minghui was confused. She waved her hand and said, I originally thought that our Dao sect's victory was imminent and our Imperial Thunder sect's disciples would immediately return in triumph. Who knew that such bad news would suddenly appear? Also, Xiao Hua, how did you know that our Dao sect would definitely lose? You still need to explain. Yes, mistress. let's enter the cave. Disciple will report one by one. Xiaohua nodded and invited Zhuo Minghui to return. The other disciples also followed behind and entered the cave. The disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley gathered in the cave and listened to Xiaohua's soul-stirring story of the great battle between the Dao sect and the Dao sect. On the other side of the Lamo mountain range, opposite to the Myriad Thunder Valley, thunder and lightning also roared. Endless thunder water poured down like rain, covering the sky and covering the earth, falling on a bamboo-green mountain peak. This mountain peak wasn't as tall as the lightning peak of the Myriad Thunder Valley. Instead, it was like a hill, but its surroundings were similar to the Myriad Thunder Valley. There was an oval-shaped cliff that separated this hill from the surrounding mountain peaks. Countless heavenly lightning fell on this hill and instantly disappeared. Only a string of sparks overflowed on this hill. At the location of the surrounding mountain peaks, where the heavenly lightning didn't hit, a red brilliance suddenly appeared. Then, the brilliance turned into runes that rotated. After a moment, the runes fell into the stone wall and a 10 feet tall cave appeared on the stone wall. Then, an early gold core disciple walked out of the cave. This disciple's hair was gray, his body was short and fat, and his 2 triangular eyes slightly flashed with a trace of light. It was Wang Yunxiao's master, Zhenyu of the Thousand Thunder Mountain. Zhenyu walked out of the cave and narrowed his triangular eyes as he looked at the direction of the rumbling thunder in the distance. He sighed and shook his head. After a moment, he flew into the air and directly flew for several hundred feet before arriving at a crack. He reached out his hand and took out a crimson diamond-shaped magic tablet. He pointed his hand and the magic tablet rushed into the crack and disappeared. Then, the crack buzzed and a crimson lightning flickered and appeared. A passageway that could only allow one person to pass through appeared within the lightning. Zhenyu didn't hesitate and flew into the passageway. When the lightning disappeared, Zhenyu's figure also left the 1,000 lightning mountains. After the time it took to eat a meal, Zhenyu's figure appeared on top of a mountain peak. This mountain peak was similar to the Myriad Thunder Valley. It was also rugged and not flourishing with vegetation. However, it was different from the Myriad Thunder Valley. In addition to the cave residence halfway up the mountain, the surrounding peaks all had cave residences that were neither big nor small. Moreover, these cave residences had traces of cleaning before. Clearly, there were people cultivating here. Just as Zhenyu was about to land on the cave residence on the mountain peak, 2 figures flew out from the cave residence. Moreover, a voice filled with ecstasy came from the mouth of the cultivator in front. Master, the Myriad Thunder Valley is finished this time. Xiaohua is going to be heavily punished. Zhenyu frowned. His figure stopped in the air and indifferently looked at the 2 cultivators who flew out. The one in front was his eccentric disciple, Zhenyu Qian, who was now at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, looking at Zhenyu Qian's grin and gloating expression, it seemed to be no different from when he was at the 12th layer of qi refining. Behind Zhenyu Qian, the middle stage foundation establishment cultivator with a smile on his face was naturally Wang Yunxiao. Greetings, Master. Master has worked hard in the 1,000 Thunder Mountain. Without waiting for Zhenyu to speak, Wang Yunxiao hurriedly bowed and saluted. Zhenyu's face was originally displeased, but after hearing Wang Yunxiao's words, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. He glared at Zhenyu Qian and said, Yuqian, you're already a foundation establishment cultivator. You can't be frivolous like in qi refining disciple. Since your name has the word Qian, why can't you be like your parents, and be a little more low-key? Humph, Master, disciple just can't stand that kind of hypocritical low-key. Just now, Senior Marshal Brother was still laughing in front of Master's wife in the cave residence. He said that Xiaohua was just drawing legs on a snake this time. He wanted to get a big battle achievement but failed, and instead, he also lost himself. Now, look at his appearance again. It's faster than flipping a book. Zhenyu Qian said indifferently, but disciple knows that in his heart, he's 10 times happier than disciple. Looking at this disciple of his, Zhenyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. However, Wang Yunxiao immediately said with a smile, Master, don't be angry. Junior Marshal Brother Yuqian is an honest person from the bottom of his heart. He doesn't have any filth in his heart. He has a sincere heart and is many times stronger than Disciple. Disciple can guarantee that in the future, Junior Marshal Brothers' cultivation will definitely surpass Disciples. Hee. Jin Yuqian listened and grinned. Jin Yu snorted disdainfully and said with a sneer, if he didn't leave Sky Thunder Peak, wouldn't he be immediately eliminated by others once he left? How is that possible? Jin Yuqian was flustered and exasperated. Even Xiao Hua, that guy, could achieve great battle achievements in the Dao sword battle. Why can't Disciple do the same? If it wasn't for Master stopping Disciple back then, how could Xiao Hua be swaggering here right now? Jin Yu no longer paid attention to Jin Yuqian and said to Wang Yunxiao, "What's going on? Why is Xiao Hua being punished?" "Master," Xiao Hua left the battle. Without waiting for Wang Yunxiao to speak, Jin Yuqian hurriedly told him about the Great Thunder Hall's order. He raised his hand and said, "This is news that just came from the shocking Thunder Palace." Hiss! Jin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air and said in disbelief, "Tens of thousands of disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect actually fell into the hands of a sword cultivator? Master has been guarding Thousand Thunder Mountain for this period of time. I'm afraid you're a little unclear about the battle." Wang Yunxiao looked at Jin Yuqian and said in a low voice, "A few senior martial brothers occasionally leaked information to Disciple and felt that the situation was a little bad. What about your senior martial brothers and the others?" Jin Yu looked at the cave residences on the other mountain peaks. Senior martial brothers and the others immediately went to the shocking Thunder Palace when they received the news. Wang Yunxiao said with a smile, "Now is the moment of life and death for my Imperial Thunder sect. It's also the crucial moment for us shocking Thunder Palace disciples to risk our lives for the Imperial Thunder sect." Very good. Jin Yu nodded. He extended his hand and took the jade slip from Jin Yuqian's hand. After looking at it with his divine sense for a moment, the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. Modesty brings about harm. This saying isn't only true for people, it's also true for matters. This myriad Thunder Valley has really been arrogant these past few years. In these past few years, not only is their reputation ranked in front of my shocking Thunder Palace, they're also well known in the entire Imperial Thunder sect. Now that they've been beaten to the bottom by the Great Thunder Palace, let's see how they can still be arrogant. Actually, Master. Wang Yunxiao muttered to himself for a moment and said tactfully, "This matter might not be as serious as you think. Since the decree didn't mention how to punish them, when Lord Sect Master comes out of seclusion, this matter should be more or less settled. Perhaps Xiao Hua can make up for it with his contributions." How can his contributions make up for it? Jin Yuqian sneered, "That's tens of thousands of disciples and 2 nascent soul masters. And the face of my Imperial Thunder sect." Jin Yu narrowed his eyes and nodded slightly. Yunxiao is right. Xiao Hua, his great contributions to my Imperial Thunder sect aren't limited to this. Even if Lord Sect Master comes out of seclusion, he won't really be, as everyone thinks, punished. Chapter 30:13. What great contribution! Not only was Jin Yuqian stunned, even Wang Yunxiao was puzzled. "You don't need to know about this," Jin Yu said indifferently. "You all should go to Thunder Palace and see if there's anything you can do. Other than the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley who can't appear, everyone else has to show themselves in front of the Palace Master. Otherwise, you'll bear the reputation of being lazy." "Disciple won't go." Jin Yuqian sneered. "Disciple still has a technique to comprehend. All the disciples of Thousand Thunder Mountain have gone, so one disciple won't make a difference." "You." Jin Yu felt a bit resentful that Jin Yuqian didn't live up to his expectations. But at this moment, there was a faint rumble of thunder and a crimson thunder note talisman fell into Jin Yu's hand. "Oh." Jin Yu raised his eyebrows and took the message talisman. He looked at it with his divine sense and was stunned. He then ordered, "Master will go out for a while. You wait." Jinyu obviously wanted to order the two of them to go to Thunder Palace again. But looking at Jin Yuqian's appearance, he didn't say anything else. Lightning flashed around his body and he headed towards the Thunder Note talisman. Senior brother, you can go. Little brother will go back and cultivate. Jin Yuqian didn't wait for Jin Yu's figure to disappear, nor did he salute Wang Yunxiao. He turned around and flew towards a cave, leaving Wang Yunxiao to look at Jin Yuqian's back. After that, he returned to Jin Yu's cave. After a while, he soared into the sky and headed towards the Thunderquake Palace. Jin Yu flew all the way. His face didn't look relaxed. Instead, he looked like he had a lot on his mind. Seeing that he had arrived at another mountain ridge, he stopped and took out the Thunder Note talisman to carefully examine it. After pondering for a moment, he increased his speed and flew around the mountain ridge to arrive at a cave dwelling in the valley. Hall Master Zhen. Jin Yu landed from the sky. Just as he opened his mouth, a faint voice came from the cave. Come in. Yes, Jin Yu replied. He looked around and seemed to be worried. He quickly walked into the cave. Seeing that this place was several times larger than Helplessness's Immortal's cave, and the decorations inside were dazzling, it was likely that there would be some precious items. However, at this moment, there was only one person sitting on the jade bed in the cave. There was no one else in the cave, and it seemed a little cold. Jin Yu was accustomed to this coldness. He just glanced at it and walked to the jade bed. He bowed to the middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator with a kind appearance and a fat middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator and said, Disciple greets Palace Master. And the cultivator waved his hand and said, There's no need to be so polite. Now that you're also a gold core cultivator, we can call each other senior and junior brothers. Not at all, Hall Master has done me a great favor. I was able to advance to the gold core realm with the help of Hall Master. Not to mention that I am only at the initial gold core realm now. Even if I advance to the nascent soul realm, I can't forget Hall Master's favor. How dare I belittle myself in front of Hall Master? Jin Yu still said very respectfully. Hee, Jin Yu, you're too kind. The cultivator was very happy. He smiled and said, This isn't just a gift from this old man, but also a promise from the Alliance head. You only need to work hard for the Alliance head. The so-called nascent soul stage won't be far away. Disciple understands. Jin Yu nodded, then looked around and said with a smile, Hall Master Zhen, you're the Deputy Hall Master of the 100 Refinements Hall. Now that something big has happened to my Imperial Thunder Sect, Reverend Miyu and Quang Tian have fallen into the Sky Patrol City, everyone is gathered in the Thunder Palace. I'm afraid that all the disciples of the 100 Refinements Hall are here. How can you stay in your cave? This fat middle-stage Jindan stage cultivator was actually the Deputy Hall Master of the Thunder Palace's 100 Refinements Hall, Zhen Xiaoyang. Hall Master Yu can handle the matters of the 100 Refinements Hall. This old man doesn't have to get involved. Lest he thinks too much. Zhen Xiaoyang raised his hand and said, he sees the 100 Refinements Hall as his own. Although I'm his assistant, he'll be alerted if I take an extra glance at him. I have my own important matters to attend to, so who would have the patience to deal with his trivial matters? How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Jin Yu said with a smile, Lord Hall Master naturally won't lower himself to his level. However, tens of thousands of disciples have fallen into the hands of the enemy. This matter is still too big, Lord Hall Master has to take a stand. This old man already knew about this when I was in the Great Thunder Palace. Zhen Xiaoyang glanced at Jin Yu and said, the news from the Sky Patrol City has already spread for several days. However, the Great Thunder Palace did not dare to release it casually. They only dared to spread the news when they found a scapegoat today. Now, the various halls of the Thunder Palace must have gathered a group of impassioned disciples. There will probably be some young disciples causing trouble and venting their complaints. This is the time for Hall Master Yu to appear as a righteous elder. How can this old man join in the fun? Yes, this disciple understands. Jin Yu said with a bitter smile, this disciple still thinks that I should go to the Thunder Palace to show some concern. I was even prepared to force Yu Qian to go to the palace. Ha ha ha, with Yu Qian's temper, I'm afraid he won't go, right? Zhen Xiaoyang laughed. This disciple of yours is a little strange. He's a little different from his parents. That's right. Yu Qian went to rest by himself. Yin Xiao and the others went. Zhen Yu smiled and nodded. After listening to Lord Hall Master's opinion, Yu Qian did the right thing. Hee, what's right or wrong? Zhen Xiaoyang said with a smile, whether it's right or wrong, it's up to the Great Thunder Palace to decide. Lord Hall Master means. Zhen Yu said curiously, this is the reason why Lord Hall Master recruited this disciple? What does Xiao Hua's right or wrong have to do with us? Zhen Xiaoyang shook his head. In this old man's opinion, I hope that Great Thunder Palace will immediately hand down the punishment and kick Xiao Hua out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. When there was only Xiang Yang back then, this disciple couldn't even take down 10,000 Thunder Valley. Now that Xiao Hua has been kicked out of 10,000 Thunder Valley, there's still Xiang Yang, Cui Hongshan, and even Xiang Zhili. 10,000 Thunder Valley is becoming stronger day by day. Jin Yu sighed. Let's not talk about Xiao Hua anymore. It's impossible for him to be kicked out of 10,000 Thunder Valley. Zhen Xiaoyang waved his hand. No matter how big his mistake is, there won't be any big punishment this time. It's destined to be all bark and no bite. Because Xiao Hua has brought Qian Qinghua back from Luyang. Ah! Jin Yu suddenly jumped out of his jade chair. How is this possible? Qian Qinghua is actually still alive? Not only alive, he's living very well. Zhen Xiaoyang sneered. This old man also didn't think that after dozens of years, Qian Qinghua would actually be brought back by Xiao Hua. This Xiao Hua is really mysterious. But with this merit, Lord Sect Master won't heavily punish Xiao Hua. This disciple understands. Zhen Yu was obviously shocked by the news of Qian Qinghua's return, but then he calmed down. Qian Qinghua should have used the secret soul oblivion technique of our thunder-controlling sect, right? Has he woken up yet? Definitely not today, and according to this old man's observation, he was seriously injured that day, and now he has sealed himself for dozens of years, so the soul oblivion technique won't be easy to wake up. It will take at least dozens of days. Zhen Xiaoyang answered, this old man called you here today to give you a message. Now the news of Qian Qinghua's return is only known by people above the sect master, and it hasn't been spread yet. You should think carefully about the thunder-devouring bead, to see if there are any flaws. Then, without waiting for Zhen Yu to speak, Zhen Xiaoyang looked up at a trace of light outside the cave, and smiled bitterly. Thunder-devouring bead, this is an innate item. How could Qian Qinghua, a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, how could he know such secret information? How could he have obtained the thunder-devouring bead all by himself? If this suspense can't be confirmed, I'm afraid Lord Sect Master won't easily believe the origin of the thunder-devouring bead, right? Don't tell me, he used the thunder-devouring bead to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead? Hearing this, Zhen Yu's face showed a bitter smile again. He bowed and said, I have already reported this matter to Palace Master as early as a few decades ago when senior brother Zhen Xia had an accident. That year, disciple received sect master's order to find a reliable person to send out the information about the thunder-devouring bead. Disciple thought for a long time, and knew that senior brother Zhen Xia was looking for some information about the Buddhism sect, so I secretly told senior brother Zhen Xia about the thunder-devouring bead. Disciple thought senior brother Zhen Xia went back to find the thunder-devouring bead, and brought it back to our thunder-controlling sect, but he didn't go there at all, and nobody knew where he went. He didn't even take the news seriously, and spread it out casually, which made the disciples of Shanghua sect and Qiqiao sect know. Fortunately, this news fell into Qian Qinghua's ears by accident, and Qian Qinghua left. The best part was that Qian Qinghua didn't come back, but the thunder-devouring bead came back first. Although the sect master had kept this matter under wraps and no one knew who had found the thunder-devouring bead, didn't the palace master make it clear? Other than Xiaohua, who just joined the thunder-controlling sect, and Xiaohua, who went to the Great Thunder Hall before going to the Jade Archive Hall, who else could it be? These things can't be traced. This old man also understands, and is also relieved. Zhen Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. The problem is, what happened to Zhen Xie? It said that there was no record of him leaving the sect that year, and at the same time, Qin Mingwei of the Canlei Palace also disappeared. The two of them didn't die together, did they? Disciple also investigated later. Jin Yu nodded, that Qin Mingwei also seemed to be looking for the Buddhism sect ruins, just like Zhen Xie. And the two of them didn't have any record of leaving Sky Thunder Peak, so maybe they had a conflict because of the Buddhism sect ruins. Maybe they died together somewhere in the sect. That's right, Disciple thinks that Zhen Xie didn't look for the thunder-devouring bead because he found something from the Buddhism sect. Instead, he went somewhere else to look for the Buddhism sect. This Buddhism sect, Disciple really doesn't know why it's so tempting. Chapter 30:14. Then, there must be an exception to our previous speculations. There must be a third party. This third party must have taken their storage pouches, including the items from the ruins of the Buddhist sect, and destroyed their corpses. Zhen Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. Otherwise, how could their corpses have disappeared? And the third party? Can he find the information about the thunder-devouring bead in Zhen Xie's storage bag? Wouldn't that expose us? That's the most important thing. If Qian Xinghua didn't come back, we wouldn't have to think about it. But now that Qian Xinghua has come back, the sect master will definitely find out the reason for the thunder-devouring bead from Qian Xinghua. Maybe he'll find the place where Zhen Xie and Qin Mingwei died, or the third party. We'll be so sad. Zhen Yu shook his head again. Sect master, I've said before that even if senior brother Zhen Xie told me about the thunder-devouring bead, he wouldn't be able to trace it back to me. What's more, the news of the thunder-devouring bead was heard by Qian Xinghua outside the Sky Thunder Peak, so we don't have to worry about it. How could the third party know about us? Speaking of this, Zhen Yu was a little worried. He looked around and whispered, actually, I've been wondering about it for so many years, but I don't know if I should ask now. Well, just say it. The inhibition of the cave residence was opened after you came in. Zhen Xiaoyang smiled, and now all the people are looking at the 8 Thunder Palaces, so no one will notice this place. Yes. Zhen Yu still hesitated for a moment, saying, the Alliance Master treats us well, so I agree with him from the bottom of my heart. Moreover, he also respects our Imperial Lightning sect and our sect. He doesn't want us to do anything that goes against our wishes. But, since the primordial item in his hand is so important to our thunder-controlling sect, then, why can't he exchange it with the thunder-devouring bead, for the Buddhist weapon he wants? I've thought about it before. Zhen Xiaoyang was still smiling. You know, I'm also a disciple of our thunder-controlling sect, and I'm also a lineal disciple of the Thunder Palace. My position in the Thunder Palace is not low, so I don't have any reason to betray our thunder-controlling sect for some petty profit. You don't have to worry about that. And all this time, have I ever asked you to do anything against your will? Yes, it's precisely because I've never done anything against my heart that this disciple is so assured to ask Lord Hall Master. Jin Yu said with a smile. Actually, it's like this. Jin Yu, think about it. What kind of status does Alliance leader have? He's looking for a Buddhist artifact that can gather lightning. If he says that he's giving it away, I'm afraid it won't sound good, right? Zhen Xiaoyang gathered her words and said, even if the sect master doesn't say much, he will still let the Alliance master take the risk, right? Besides, where is this Buddhist artifact? Even the Alliance master was only guessing. You've searched several places where lightning gathers in my Sky Thunder Peak, but you couldn't find any clues. If Lord Alliance Head takes out the thunder-devouring bead, what will Lord Sect Head use to exchange? This disciple feels that the possibility of Myriad Thunder Valley is higher. It's a pity that this disciple can't go deep into the Myriad Thunder Valley. It's hard to make a decision. Jin Yu muttered. It's a pity that the Buddhist artifact isn't in the Thousand Thunder Mountain. Zhen Xiaoyang felt a little regretful. And that helpless and stubborn temper of his, there's no way to explain this to him clearly. Zhen Yu nodded slightly. Also, we've been searching for that Buddhist artifact in the Sky Thunder Peak for 100 years, right? Lord Alliance leader can't wait any longer. We can only use the last resort. Otherwise, in the next great war between immortals and demons, Lord Alliance leader will be very passive. Zhen Xiaoyang said in a low voice, and this last resort is naturally the method of putting one's life on the line. If we only discuss it with Lord Sect Head, how would Lord Sect Head agree? See, Zhen Yu suddenly woke up and sucked in a breath of cold air. He said hurriedly, could it be? Lord Sect Head has already used the thunder-devouring bead on the Sky Thunder Peak's array? Looks like you can comprehend a lot when you're guarding Thousand Thunder Peak. Zhen Xiaoyang sighed, this old man only thought of this after a long time. I didn't expect you to understand it so quickly. This disciple is guarding lightning descent every day. Naturally, I know a little more than Lord Sect Head. Zhen Yu coughed and said. That's right. If we look at it now, Lord Sect Head must be using the thunder-devouring bead to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead bit by bit. In other words, between the replacement of the old and new thunder pearls, the Buddhist artifact that gathers lightning to appear. Tell me, this method of taking drastic measures. Will Lord Sect Head accept it? Zhen Xiaoyang said with a smile. Zhen Yu shook his head, now that heaven and earth's spiritual energy has changed greatly. The heavenly lightning has also mutated. Using the thunder-devouring bead to replace the thunder-vanquishing bead is the way for our Imperial Thunder sect to survive. If Lord Alliance leader makes this matter clear, Lord Sect Head might not disagree. You're wrong. Zhen Xiaoyang shook his head. First, the great change in heaven and earth's spiritual energy is a recent matter. Lord Alliance leader didn't know about it beforehand. Although his divine ability is great, he can't know about it after 100 years. Indeed. Zhen Yu realized. Second, the thunder-devouring bead came from Lord Alliance leader. Will Lord Sect Head use it? 100 Refinements Hall is being watched closely by Zhen Yu. This old man, as the deputy sect head, is being ostracized by him. Do you think Lord Sect Head, as the sect head of our Imperial Thunder sect, will tolerate Lord Alliance leader interfering with the foundation of our Imperial Thunder sect? But even now, if Lord Alliance leader has ulterior motives, isn't it the same? It's different. First of all, Lord Sect Head won't have any vigilance in his heart. Secondly, the thunder-devouring bead has already been refined by Lord Sect Head. What is he afraid of? Zhen Xiaoyang had clearly thought about it for a long time. In that case, we should be the meritorious officials of the Imperial Thunder sect now. Zhen Yu also understood at this time, if not for Lord Alliance leader's thunder-devouring bead, my Sky Thunder Peak's lightning array would have long lost its effect and the door would be wide open, right? Hee, that's indeed the case. Zhen Xiaoyang laughed. Unfortunately, we can only be nameless meritorious officials. We will never be known by Lord Sect Head and the group of Imperial Thunder sect disciples who have received kindness from him. We will never be like that Xiao Hua from the Myriad Thunder Valley, whose name will be left in our Imperial Thunder sect's records. Sigh, this is called man proposes but God disposes. Presumably, Lord Alliance leader didn't think that there would be so many unforeseen events back then. Zhen Yu sighed. Moreover, if back then disciple had taken down the Myriad Thunder Valley and found that Buddhist artifact, we would have offered up this thunder-devouring bead. Ha ha ha. Zhen Xiaoyang laughed loudly. You already said that man proposes but God disposes. Then don't think about it. Today, you still have to think about it carefully and see if there are any flaws in it. Right now, the situation has not been resolved and the sect head has discovered this kind of secret. Although we have a clear conscience and are also thinking for the sect, there is still an alliance leader in the middle. It's better for the sect head to have some suspicions. Yes, disciple understands. After Jin Yu dispelled his doubts, although he didn't care too much, he also understood the importance of it. He lowered his head again, as if pondering. The entire Immortal Cave was silent. Far away in the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua never thought that so many things he encountered were actually arranged by others. The matter of him being the fisherman who reaped the benefits could not be hidden from those who were observant. He was still helplessly in the myriad Thunder Valley's Immortal Cave, narrating his experience. Just as Xiaohua was about to fly into the Gale snowfield to save Xiao Mao, a scarlet-red messaging talisman emitted an intense lightning light and rushed into the Immortal Cave, landing in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Oh! Xiaohua stared blankly. When he reached out to crush the messaging talisman and looked at the message inside, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Adoptive father, Xiang Zhili said anxiously, who came? Ignore him. Quickly tell me, how did you sneak into the spirit stone vein of the Gale snowfield? There were so many sword cultivators. Boy, I heard that after over 10,000 disciples of Xuanyan school fell into the hands of sword cultivators, you actually saved so many of them. Today's story will end here. Xiaohua said with a smile, the future is long. The past has already become a story, the future story will have to be written with feet. You can't be immersed in the past story every day, right? Adoptive father. Xiang Zhili said somewhat helplessly, why are you speaking the same way as father? Because, we are both elders. Xiaohua smiled faintly and stood up, saying, you'd better prepare your own story. When adoptive father has time, I will also listen to you. He, boy knows. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiang Zhili was overjoyed. His story was naturally his fortuitous encounter, and he didn't even tell Xiang Yang. Now that he saw Xiaohua's intention, it seemed that he was going to give him pointers on cultivation, so how could he not be happy? Xiaohua's dragonization art was truly admirable, and this dragonization art wasn't the great magical power that Xiaohua had promised him. He was truly filled with anticipation for Xiaohua's pointers. Mistress, Xuanshu is here. Xiaohua stood up and walked towards the cave entrance. You don't need to get up. Oh, this child. Zhua Minghui smiled benevolently and didn't stand up. Xiang Yang was about to stand up when Yan Qinglian tugged on his sleeve. Only then did he realize and sit down again. Second senior brother, we won't go out. Dui Qimeng said, Xuanshu is very familiar with us, and he didn't receive us when he came here earlier. Oh, all right. Xiaohua saw that everyone in Myriad Thunder Valley was avoiding him and nodded helplessly. Xiaohua left the cave, and in a short moment, he saw Xuanshu's figure appear in midair. The two people's gazes met briefly, and they both avoided each other. When they got closer, they saw each other's appearance, which hadn't changed for more than 10 years, and smiled at the same time. This smile was very natural to Xiaohua. Senior sister Xuanshu, I didn't expect you to come today. Xiaohua still used his original form of address and bowed in greeting. Xuanshu didn't stand on ceremony and returned the greeting, saying, I originally wanted to come back in a few days and not join in the excitement here. However, I just received the news, so I naturally had to come today. Chapter 30:15. Xiaohua's heart warmed. This kind of friend who helped him in his hour of need was a true friend. Cui Hongshan's contacts were probably just ordinary wine and meat acquaintances. Are you alright? Sun Shu looked up and down at Xiaohua. Thousands of words seemed to be stuck in his throat, unable to say half a word. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said these few words. However, just these few words, together with the more than 10 years of worry and longing, were poured out. I am very good. Xiaohua smiled. A very comfortable, very unrestrained feeling arose in his heart. 10 years of war. I have benefited a lot. Yes, you are very good. I should have known. Sun Shu sighed. You rose to prominence in the Great Tao Sword War. Now, your reputation is like the sun at noon. In my Imperial Thunder sect, apart from Grandmaster Wuming, I'm afraid it's your turn. Every once in a while, the battle reports would be. At this point, Sun Shu's face turned slightly red, and he didn't continue. Xiao Hua heard it clearly, so there was no need to say it. Every time Sun Shu paid attention to battle reports, wasn't it because he wanted to know about Xiao Hua's news? A kind of indescribable trust arose in Xiao Hua's heart. He said with a smile, hee hee, ashamed. It's all average. All average? Sun Shu was slightly stunned, but then his eyes brightened. He covered his mouth and laughed. I should have thought of it. Back then, you were so powerful before Foundation establishment. Now, you are already middle Foundation establishment. Maybe core condensation is also possible? Xiao Hua felt a little proud in his heart. This was also the first time he directly told others about his core formation cultivation. I should have thought of it. This was already the third time Sun Shu said, should have. Shui has already advanced to late Foundation establishment. How could you have just advanced to middle Foundation establishment? Sun Shu's words didn't seem to contain jealousy, only a trace of regret and hidden bitterness. Hearing Sun Shu mention Shui, Xiao Hua raised his brows and asked, what about Shui? I heard Master's wife say she has been in seclusion. Yes. At the same time, Sun Shu frowned. Somewhat puzzled, he said, this girl has been like a madwoman for more than 10 years. She's been in secluded meditation non-stop. At first, I thought, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to catch up. Because of other people's cultivation bases, you would look down on her. But, after she entered mid-foundation establishment, she still had to go into secluded meditation. Even Master has repeatedly advised her against it, fearing that she would once again go berserk and her Dao foundation would be unstable. At this point, Sun Shu said helplessly, I did want to go into seclusion, but it was fine at the beginning, but in the end, my heart demons arose. How could I dare to force it? Right now, he had only just stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment. Compared to Shui, compared to junior brother, he's really much stronger. Senior sister is right. Xiao Hua said with a smile, the path of the heavenly Tao is long, and progressing step by step is the right path. When I see Shui, I will ask her more. Seeing that Xiao Hua was already a gold core cultivator, yet he still called himself her little brother, Sun Shu smiled sweetly. She looked around and said, huh? I thought I was already early, but who knew? I was still late. Neither early nor late, it's just right. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand, please, senior sister Sun, eldest senior brother and the others are all waiting in the cave. I won't go in. Sun Shu was even more embarrassed, seeing that you're fine, I'm relieved. When junior sister Shui comes out of seclusion in a few days, I'll come with her. Xiao Hua knew that she was thin-skinned, so he thought for a moment and nodded, that's fine too. Unfortunately, just as he said those two words, several divine senses swept over from afar. After touching Xiao Hua, they suddenly retracted. Hee, senior sister Sun, don't go, a few more good friends are coming. Xiao Hua smiled and looked into the distance. All right. Sun Shu was naturally also swept by those divine senses, so she simply nodded generously. Not long after, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Zhen Hua, Qiu Su and Bai Sugu's figures appeared in midair. The five of them saw Xiao Hua from afar, and their faces were filled with ecstasy. Greetings, senior brother Xiao. Zhen Minghui and the others landed in midair and bowed respectfully. Ha, junior brothers, it's really been a long time. Xiao Hua was happy in his heart. He knew that this kind of emotion that had been tested by blood and fire was true emotion, so he raised his hand and smiled. Yes, we've all missed senior brother Xiao. Su Qing smiled and said, thinking about the situation in the battle with senior brother back then, we're all incomparably excited. The battle is already over. There's no need to talk about it in the future. Xiaohua pointed at Sun Shu and said, "This is Sun Shu from Sun Lei Palace, she's my best friend." "Greetings, senior sister Sun." Several people bowed and wanted to meet her, so Sun Shu naturally returned the greeting naturally and gracefully. Then, everyone surrounded Xiaohua and entered the cave. Naturally, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng didn't wait for them to enter the cave and had already brought a few disciples to the entrance to welcome them. Then, they instructed their disciples to serve spirit fruits and other things. Zhen Minghui and the others were more familiar than Sun Shu. Ever since they returned to Zhenlei Palace, although they didn't have any contact with Cui Hongshan in terms of the internal affairs of the palace, they still frequently visited. Xiang Yang and Xiang Zhili didn't stand on ceremony and casually sat down after entering the cave. On the contrary, after Sun Shu greeted Zhuo Minghui and the others, she somewhat reservedly sat beside Yan Qinglian. Seeing Zhen Quan and the others tidying up the jade table and preparing the spirit fruits and spirit wine, Zhenhua glanced at Zhen Minghui and gave him a meaningful glance. Thus, Zhen Minghui smiled and said, "Senior brother Xiao, actually, when we were in Zhenlei Palace earlier, we already received the news that senior brother had returned." At that time, the entire Zhenlei Palace was in an uproar. Presumably, junior brother Cui had already rushed back to Myriad Thunder Valley at that time. Little brother also met Zhenhua at that time and was preparing to invite Su Qing and the others to Myriad Thunder Valley together. But thinking about it, senior brother Xiao must be tired after returning from afar, and there will definitely be many masters coming to visit senior brother Xiao. We were thinking of coming back in a few days. Junior brothers, I understand your feelings. Your feelings won't be inferior to your feelings a few days later, Xiaohua said with a smile. However, before I could find Xiao Su, Zhenhua continued, another bolt from the blue came down. I discussed with senior brother Minghui. If others don't come, we will definitely come. And we will definitely be there today. Yes, I know, Xiaohua said with a smile. But, Zhen Minghui said with some indignation, just after we gathered together, we will come to Myriad Thunder Valley. Zhenlei Palace has already gathered many low-level qi refinement disciples. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. He had a bad premonition. Most of these disciples are the juniors of the disciples who were trapped in Sky Patrol City. Zhen Minghui said in a low voice, they said. It was all senior brother Zhao's fault that the disciples of Imperial Thunder Sect were trapped in Sky Patrol City. They wanted to find senior brother Xiao to find their master. They wanted senior brother Xiao to give them an explanation. They wanted senior brother Xiao to. What do they want me to do? Xiaohua said coldly when he heard Zhen Minghui stop talking at the end. Their words are very unpleasant, Zhenhua said in a low voice. Zhen Minghui looked at Xiaohua's face and said, they wanted senior brother Xiao to take his own life as an apology and to get senior brother Xiao out of Sky Thunder Peak. Ha ha ha, I have seen thousands of sword cultivators. Why would I be afraid of a few qi refinement disciples? Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed instead. He really didn't expect the low-level disciples to have such a reaction. This was just Great Thunder Palace's trick to divert attention. At that time, he felt that it was fine to be a scapegoat, but he really didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. Damn it, this group of old farts. They really think too much. Xiaohua couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of Fairy Xianhua. If Great Thunder Palace hadn't found Xiaohua as a scapegoat and had rashly revealed the matter of tens of thousands of Imperial Thunder Sect disciples falling into Sky Patrol City, then Great Thunder Palace probably wouldn't have been able to withstand the gathering of these young disciples, right? That's right, these were all low-level disciples. When they saw Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators, they had to stand still and respectfully salute, not to mention nascent soul masters. But the problem was, which young person didn't have a trace of courage? Not all young people had the guts. Moreover, this involved their masters. Adding to that the resentment from the great battle of Dao and Sword all these years, they probably really had to vent it all out, right? Now, this Xiao has become their enemy. After laughing loudly, Xiaohua's mouth was somewhat bitter. If he had known the consequences, Xiaohua definitely wouldn't have taken this responsibility in Great Thunder Palace. Junior brother Xiao, things are different now. Sun Shu said somewhat anxiously, you can kill sword cultivators at will, but these Qi refinement disciples. I'm afraid they are all direct disciples of Great Thunder Palace. Since Great Thunder Palace is like this, the other 7 Great Thunder Palaces should also be like this, right? These low-level Qi refinement disciples. You can't beat them or scold them. Alas, that's true. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately felt that this matter was thorny. Of course, these Qi refinement disciples added together were probably not Xiaohua's match, but the problem was, could Xiaohua make a move? Not to mention killing them, even using pressure would make the masters behind these disciples unhappy, right? If by any chance there were some sinister dark hands adding fuel to the fire from behind, Xiaohua, and even Myriad Thunder Valley would no longer exist in Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, right? Immediately, the entire Immortal's cave was silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing how to deal with this. Right at this moment, an anxious voice sounded from outside the Immortal's cave. Martial Uncle Xiao, Martial Uncle Xiao. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and he frowned. Dui Ling? Why hasn't she built her foundation yet? That's right, when they were at Quanjin Mountain, Dui Ling was already at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm. Ever since they parted ways at Quanjin Mountain, Xiaohua had never seen Dui Ling again. However, it had been 10 years. Although Xiaohua had almost forgotten about this little girl, but she should have built her foundation long ago. Dui Qimeng heard this and smiled bitterly. Second senior brother, not every disciple at the 12th layer of the Qi refinement realm can set foot into the foundation establishment realm. Zhenhua and Baisu Valley stayed at Quanjin Mountain for 3 years, which was a blessing in disguise. However, Dui Ling was sent back to Sky Thunder Peak after returning from Quanjin Mountain to Sky Patrol City. It was enough to keep her life, so how could she still hope to build her foundation? And after returning to the sect, Dui Ling still couldn't find the opportunity to build her foundation. As Dui Qimeng spoke, she had already stood up. Dui Ling was a disciple of Dui Thunder Palace, so as her former senior sister, she had to welcome her. Chapter 30:16. However, before Dui Qimeng could reach the entrance of the abode, Dui Ling had already rushed in. Dui Ling had indeed matured a lot compared to before. 10 years of time had left a deep mark on her face. However, once Dui Ling entered the abode, she immediately looked at Xiaohua and said anxiously, Martial Uncle Xiao, you should quickly leave Myriad Thunder Valley. Many disciples of Dui Thunder Palace are at a loss and want to come to Myriad Thunder Valley to find you. Ah. Dui Qimeng was shocked. Why would they want to come to Myriad Thunder Valley? Dui Ling, Xiaohua looked at Dui Ling's anxious face and asked faintly, ordinary Qi refining disciples are unable to get close to Myriad Thunder Valley. Don't worry. The magic power in your body is in chaos and has already been eroded by the silent thunder of my Myriad Thunder Valley. You should quickly adjust your breathing. Xiaohua saw a trace of magic power flickering on Dui Ling's anxious face and knew that she had used magic power to resist the silent thunder when she entered the inner valley of Myriad Thunder Valley. However, it was very obvious that although Dui Ling's cultivation was at the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, she still couldn't completely resist the silent thunder and was injured by it. However, she still took the risk and endured the pain to enter the inner valley in order to report to Xiaohua. This concubine. The anxiety on Dui Ling's face faded as she said embarrassedly, this concubine has received Martial Uncle's great kindness and is unable to repay it. This concubine is afraid of delaying Martial Uncle's important matter. Dui Qimeng only came to her senses after hearing this. She hastily took out a yellow talisman from her storage bag and used her magic power to strike it on Dui Ling's body. After a flash of lightning, Dui Ling's pale face gradually regained some color. Thank you for your hard work, Dui Ling. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Ling gratefully. Although Dui Ling's news had already been sent by Jin Minghui and the rest, Dui Ling's intentions didn't seem to be inferior to theirs. Since Martial Uncle knows, this concubine can rest assured. Dui Ling smiled. Martial Uncle's cultivation is exceedingly high and naturally has a way to deal with it. Xiao Hua shrugged and said unhappily, I know, but I still haven't thought of any good methods. Dui Ling saw this somewhat familiar action and thought of the 10 years of not seeing her and her own cultivation. Dui Ling was somewhat sad, but she still forced a smile. Martial Uncle can avoid it. There's no need. Why would this Xiao avoid it? Xiao Hua sneered. This Xiao wants to see who dares to come to my 10,000 Thunder Valley and ask this Xiao for an explanation. Zhuo Minghui also whispered, Child, we're not avoiding them. We're just going into seclusion. Let them cause a ruckus outside. Master's wife. Xiao Hua was too embarrassed to refute Zhuo Minghui, but he still raised his head and said, This disciple wants to see what these low-level disciples are thinking. I want to see if they're doing this for the Imperial Thunder sect or for sword cultivators. Although Xiao Hua's words were full of lofty sentiments, apart from Sun Shu, everyone was worried. Facing a low-level disciple of the 8 Great Lightning Palaces, a middle-stage foundation establishment Xiao Hua, they really didn't have any particularly good countermeasures. Of course, Sun Shu understood that at the last step, Xiao Hua only needed to reveal John Doe's identity, and who would dare to be arrogant? Seeing everyone's frown, Sun Shu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. That's right, Xiao Hua's trust is more precious than anything else. What should we do? Dui Qi Meng and Chui Hongshan smiled bitterly at each other. The two of them knew better than anyone else the severity of this crisis. At the critical moment, another wave of divine sense swept over, Shui Shui. This divine sense was very familiar, revealing 2 different feelings of indifference and passion. Once Xiao Hua sensed it, a smile immediately appeared on his face. Always at this critical moment, he always had his loved ones and lovers by his side. Always had their concern and love accompanying his heart, making him unable to feel the coldness of the world. Junior Martial Sister Shui has come out of seclusion. Sun Shu's face was slightly embarrassed, but at the same time, he was also stunned. Because he had probed Shui Shui a few days ago and knew that the time she would come out of seclusion was uncertain, he naturally didn't check it out again today in a hurry. Shui Shui was indeed already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. She flew extremely fast, and in a moment after divine sense swept over, she had already arrived outside the cave. Apart from Xiao Hua who came out to welcome her, the others, as usual, didn't come out. Shui Shui. Xiao Hua looked at Shui Shui's somewhat thin cheeks and couldn't help but reach out his hand and shout. Darling Xiao. Shui Shui landed and placed her hand in Xiao Hua's hand. That warmth was very familiar to her. When did you come out of seclusion? Xiao Hua couldn't help but ask. Sun Shu just arrived and said you've been in closed-door meditation all these years. Hee, I came out of seclusion 4 hours ago. Shui Shui said with a smile, I'm afraid I sensed darling Xiao returning to the mountain, so I hurriedly came out of seclusion, right? But I didn't expect senior martial sister Sun to be half a step faster than me. Actually, your cultivation level. Xiao Hua still wanted to say something, but Shui Shui squeezed his hand and said, We'll talk about this later. Today, I came to ask you for a favor. Oh? What is it? Xiao Hua frowned and asked curiously. Let's enter the cave first. Shui Shui took Xiao Hua's hand and very rarely took the initiative. I have to report this matter to Martial Uncle Zhuo first. Xiao Hua originally thought Shui Shui wanted to persuade him to avoid those aura-refining disciples, but looking at Shui Shui's expression, it seemed she didn't know about this matter. He followed Shui Shui into the cave. Shui Shui's arrival was naturally different from Sun Shu, Shen Minghui, and the others. Zhuo Minghui also personally came to welcome her. But how could Shui Shui let Zhuo Minghui take a few more steps? She hastily walked in front of Zhuo Minghui and respectfully saluted her. Zhuo Minghui had a smile on her face, and that smile seemed to be sweet. The expression she looked at Xue Xue with was even more benevolent than Yan Qinglian and Dui Qimeng. She pulled Xue Xue's hand and insisted that Xue Xue sit next to her. Xiaohua walked behind Xue Xue and was rather puzzled. Previously, before he left Myriad Thunder Valley, Xue Xue also came, but he had never seen Zhuo Minghui so close to Xue Xue. It was as if Xue Xue was her own family. The dual cultivation ceremony hadn't been held yet. Xiaohua really didn't understand. Before Zhuo Minghui gave birth to Wu Qing, although she was very close to the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, after all, she didn't have the affection of licking her children. Or, it could be said that she didn't understand the meaning of familial love. Only after she gave birth to Wu Qing did she understand the meaning behind it. Therefore, when she looked at Xiang Yang, Xiaohua, and Cui Hongshan, she didn't think they were any worse than Wu Qing. Love the house, love the crow. When she saw Xue Xue, this wife who hasn't married, her affectionate attitude was innate. Martial Uncle Zhuo, please take a seat first. Xue Xue said with a smile, after the boy greets the various senior brothers, there is still an important matter to discuss with you. All right. Zhuo Minghui returned to her seat with a beaming smile, while Xue Xue greeted Xiang Yang and the others. When she saw Sun Shu, Xue Xue smiled and said, senior sister is even faster than junior sister. Sun Shu couldn't understand the meaning behind Xue Xue's words, so she said with a smile, senior sister saw you a few days ago and knew that you hadn't come out of seclusion. Today, Xiaohua came back and encountered some trouble, so I hurried over. I didn't know that junior sister had come out of seclusion. Junior sister's mind suddenly became restless today. I felt that there was something important, so I had no choice but to come out of seclusion. Xue Xue didn't say much, frowning as she said, as soon as I came out of seclusion, I actually heard that Xiaohua had returned to the mountain from Zunthunder Palace, so I hurried over. When Sun Shu heard this, she felt a bit sad. She understood that Xue Xue was hinting that she had a telepathic connection with Xiaohua. Although she didn't say anything else, her meaning was clear. However, when Xue Xue saw the sadness in Sun Shu's eyes, she immediately understood that she was thinking too much. She knew that Sun Shu was very sensitive right now. She wanted to say a few more words, but she was afraid of adding to the trouble, so she simply didn't say anything more. She pulled Sun Shu's hand and sat beside her. In fact, Sun Shu's mood was very awkward, but now that Xue Xue was accompanying her again, her heart slowly relaxed. However, she heard Zhuo Minghui speak again. Xue Xue, you're already in the late stage of foundation establishment. Don't be in a hurry to cultivate in seclusion. Golden Core cultivators can't become Golden Core cultivators just by cultivating in seclusion. Now that the great battle of Dao and Sword is about to end, you still have to go out with Xiaohua and gain experience. Disciple will engrave Martial Uncle's words in her heart. Xue Xue said with a smile. Disciple's aptitude is dull, and my starting point is also low. If I don't diligently study and cultivate in seclusion, how can I catch up with someone? Of course, Disciple's master also told Disciple clearly that the late stage of foundation establishment needs more tempering, and that there won't be any more progress in seclusion. Disciple also told Master that after this seclusion, I won't force myself to cultivate in seclusion again. Very good. Xiaohua smiled. In other words, after coming out of seclusion this time, you don't need to cultivate in seclusion again. Hee, Xiaohua is wrong. Facing so many disciples, Xue Xue didn't hide her feelings for Xiaohua. She said with a smile, I came out of seclusion this time because I had a warning in my heart, so I had no choice but to come out. After this matter is over, I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate in seclusion for a few more days. Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, what kind of warning did you have? Xue Xue saw Xiaohua's concern and smiled sweetly. However, she stood up and said to Zhuo Minghui, Martial Uncle Zhuo, Disciple wants to borrow Xiaohua for a few days. I wonder if Martial Uncle can agree? Zhuo Minghui was stunned, but she immediately understood. She clapped her hands and said, "Shue shue shue, you can borrow him. Don't return him." "Hee, Martial Uncle is joking." Shue shue blushed and said, "Xiaohua is now the pillar of our myriad Thunder Valley. It won't do if he doesn't come back." The word "our" made the entire Immortal's cave feel warm. However, Xiaohua frowned and said indifferently, "Shue shue, what's going on? If you don't tell me clearly, I won't leave the valley." "Oh. Xiaohua, what's wrong?" Shue shue was a bit dazed, as if she didn't understand Xiaohua's attitude. She said curiously, "My body and mind had a warning sign. I felt that there was danger in Misty Mountain, so I had no choice but to come out of seclusion. It was only when I went to Thundercloud Palace to ask for leave that I received the news that Xiaohua had returned to the mountain. That's why I happily came to find Xiaohua. I know that with Xiaohua accompanying me back to Misty Mountain, uncle, brother, and the others will be fine." Shue 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 took out her leave token. Chapter 30:17. So it's like that. Xiaohua suddenly understood that this was a coincidence. He naturally wouldn't check Shue shue's identity tablet. He turned to Zhuo Minghui and said, "If that's the case, Master's wife, I'm afraid I really have to go with Shue shue." "Okay, then. Hongshan, go to Thunder Palace and ask for leave on behalf of your senior brother." Zhuo Minghui nodded and instructed Cui Hongshan. "Yes, I'll go right away." Cui Hongshan hurriedly got up. "No need." Shue shue smiled. "No need to trouble junior brother Cui. I'll go with Xiao Lang to Thunder Palace. After I ask for leave, I'll immediately leave the mountain with him." This. Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly. "Senior sister Shue, you don't know. Senior brother can't leave Myriad Thunder Valley now." "Huh? Why?" Shue shue was very surprised and puzzled. The details should be explained by eldest senior brother. Cui Hongshan naturally wouldn't waste time and said, "I'll go to Thunder Palace first." "Oh, okay." Shue shue turned to face the sun with Xiaohua on her back, but she whispered a few words to Sun Shu and winked at her. Sun Shu was obviously stunned, but she returned to normal in an instant. When Cui Hongshan walked to the entrance of the cave, Sun Shu frowned and whispered, "Junior sister Shue, Master is going to preach Dao at Jingxin Pavilion the day after tomorrow. It's fine if you don't come out of closed-door meditation, but since you've come out, shouldn't you go? You didn't ask for leave from Master, right?" "Oh, you're right." Shue shue seemed to be caught off guard. She said in a low voice, "Little sister originally wanted to see Master after taking leave from Xuanlei Palace, but when I heard the news of Xiao Lang returning to the mountain, I was thinking. Hee, I forgot about Master. How about this, I'll send a summoning talisman." "No, summoning talismans are too disrespectful. Since you're in a hurry, I'll go for you. Since Xiaohua will accompany you, Master will be relieved." Sun Shu stood up and said to Xiaohua, "Junior sister Shue is here now, senior brother Zhen and the others are also here. Eyes not much, eyes not, so I won't stay here any longer." What happened here was a group of aura refining disciples being deceived and blinded by their hot-bloodedness. "Junior martial brother Xiao, you don't have to lower yourself to their level." Hee, I understand." Xiaohua stood up to send him off. He understood that if Sun Shu came with Shue shue, Sun Shu would definitely not leave. However, if Sun Shu came alone and Shue shue came, then Sun Shu would definitely leave. Thus, he did not urge him to stay. Thus, after Sun Shu took his leave, he followed Cui Hongshan out of the Myriad Thunder Valley. "Xiao Lang, what's going on?" Shue shue asked in confusion. "It's like this." Xiang Yang wouldn't let Xiaohua speak, so he roughly explained the situation. "Oh. I see." Shue shue came to a sudden realization and nodded. No wonder some aura refining disciples gathered in Xuanlei Palace. Each and every one of them looked so agitated. I thought something big had happened. Then, she looked at Xiaohua and said, Xiao Lang, everyone has a time when they are young. Senior Marshal's sister Sun is right. They were all hot-blooded and thought that their actions could help the Imperial Thunder sect. However, they didn't know that they were doing something extremely wrong. When the truth came out, they were extremely regretful. We are now Foundation Establishment Masters. We really can't lower ourselves to their level. I understand. Seeing Shui being so meticulous and persuasive, Xiaohua's somewhat cold heart gradually melted. He nodded and said, previously, Master's wife advised me to leave for a period of time. Now, it's all good. I can go on a trip in your place. It's really the best of both worlds. Hee, that's right. Shui pursed her lips and smiled. It seems, you still have to thank me. Seeing that Shui's arrival had untangled the knot in everyone's heart, Zhen Minghui and the others also calmed down. Especially Dui Ling. After regulating his breath for a long time, he finally returned to normal and looked at Shui thoughtfully. You all go to the outer valley and take a look. Dui Qimeng saw that there were some changes in the situation and felt uneasy, so he instructed Jin Tingmu and the others. Yes, disciple will go right away. Jin Tingmu hurriedly agreed. You all go too. Xiang Yang turned his head and instructed Jin Quan and the others. When the dozen or so people had just walked out of the cave, Dui Ling anxiously said, You all be careful. Those disciples look aggressive. I'm afraid they won't be easy to deal with. You go too. Xiaohua turned his head and said to Xiang Zhili, If you see anyone you don't like, feel free to attack. As long as you don't lose your life, foster father will take care of everything. Yes. Xiang Zhili's voice was extremely loud and clear. He jumped out from behind Xiaohua and flew out of the cave, completely ignoring Xiang Yang's fierce glare. In fact, ever since they entered the cave, Xiang Zhili had been staying behind Xiaohua. When he heard everyone's messages, he was eager to give it a try. If he hadn't seen Xiang Yang signal him not to move, he would have already gone out with Jin Quan and the others. Now that he had received Xiaohua's instructions, how could he restrain himself? Not to mention Xiang Yang, even Yan Qinglian didn't understand why Xiaohua was so arrogant. The current Xiaohua was completely different from before he fought the sword cultivators of Huan Nation. They couldn't imagine that Xiaohua, who had gone through the great battle of Dao and sword, had a new understanding of life and death. Xiaohua wasn't afraid of the ferocious sword cultivators and the swordsmen who could destroy the heavens with one sword. How could these qi refinement cultivators, who still smelled of their mother's milk, enter his eyes? On the contrary, Jin Minghui and the others had already seen Xiaohua's high profile and weren't surprised at all. That's right. Xiaohua spoke again, tidy up the things in the cave abodes in the outer valley. Don't let some dishonest disciples steal them. That's right. Hearing this, Dui Qimeng was a little anxious and hurriedly transmitted her voice to Jin Quan and the others. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng had put in a lot of effort in the cave abodes in the outer valley. Those were the face of myriad Thunder Valley. If it was really as Dui Ling said, those disciples would really vent their anger on those cave abodes if they were enraged. Dui Qimeng hurriedly went out again. She was naturally worried about those disciples and could only do it herself. Fortunately, not long after, Dui Qimeng leisurely returned. It was obvious that she had already tidied up the cave abodes. During this time, Xiaohua listened to Shui talk about what had happened in the past 10 years. In fact, it was very simple. Shui had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years. It seemed that in the days when Xiaohua wasn't around, Shui could only use seclusion to pass the time. Thinking about what Fairy Hongxia had said before, that there would be an indescribable pressure when she was by his side, Xiaohua's heart ached and he looked at Shui with love. Shui was naturally full of tenderness. She smiled and her eyes never left Xiaohua. Shui. After Dui Qimeng returned, Zhuo Minghui asked. That year, when you were helpless about Martial Uncle's seclusion, you said that he would definitely condense his core. At that time, I still had some doubts. However, at that time, I also had the idea of going into seclusion. However, because of Wu Qing, I was afraid that my vitality would be damaged and it would be impossible for me to pass the test of condensing my core. However, after hearing your words, I had confidence in condensing my core. The result was as you said, I successfully condensed my core. But now, your helpless martial uncle has been in seclusion for so many years. Hee, Martial Uncle Zhuo, you can rest assured. Shui smiled and said with certainty, Junior can guarantee 10,000 times that Martial Uncle will definitely succeed in condensing his core, just like Junior knows that I will definitely be able to enter the late stage of foundation establishment. Xiao Hua was extremely surprised. He had seen a lot of divine techniques and clairvoyant techniques. Even his own karma hand didn't seem to have this kind of magical ability. He really didn't know how Shui could predict this. Shui, how do you know this? Darling Xiao, this is a feeling. It's a pure feeling. Shui smiled and said, it's the same as when I know that there will be a disaster in Fog Mountain. Moreover, I also know that Martial Uncle will definitely come out of seclusion this year. Really? Zhuo Minghui's face showed ecstasy. That's right, if she only said that Wu Qing could condense his core, that would be a guess. Shui actually said when he would come out of seclusion, so what else did she have to worry about? Oh, Xiao Hua was speechless. This answer seemed to be similar to Jiu Xia's. If Xiao Hua didn't know Jiu Xia, he would still be suspicious. However, after knowing Jiu Xia and seeing the Shaman King's divine technique, he actually believed Shui's words. Moreover, Shui seemed to have this kind of magical ability after awakening the Lightning Beast's bloodline. Perhaps the Lightning Beast's bloodline originally had this kind of magical ability? Master. Just as Zhuo Minghui's heart calmed down, two panicked voices came from outside the cave. Dui Qimeng's two female disciples, Zhang Wan and Fan Yuming, hurriedly rushed in and shouted, outside Myriad Thunder Valley, there are over 1,000 aura refining disciples flying over, blocking the sky, blocking everything, Xiao Hua sneered. He swept out his divine sense and took a quick glance. It really was as Zhang Wan had said, there were over 1,000 aura refining disciples aggressively rushing to the entrance of Myriad Thunder Valley. However, because of the silent thunder, they didn't dare to get too close. They stood in midair and arrogantly shouted something. Among them, there were quite a few instigators who were egging them on. Jin Quan and the others stood guard at the edge of the silent thunder, not getting close. They looked a bit flustered. On the other hand, Xiang Zhili looked at these disciples with interest, seemingly thinking about something. Xiao Hua, who was used to facing thousands of sword cultivators, felt bored by this formation. He only used his divine perception to take a look and then withdrew it. He said indifferently, the disciples nowadays are really amazing. They actually dare to attack the cave of a foundation establishment master. Actually, most of them are disciples who don't know the truth. Zhen Minghui said with a wry smile, they only want to understand the truth, only want to cover up the shame of the Imperial Thunder Sect. They themselves are the shame of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. If they have the ability, then go to Sky Patrol City and fight it out with the sword cultivators. Chapter 30:18. Also, perhaps it's because they have always worshipped Martial Uncle Xiao, but they never expected that Martial Uncle Xiao would become the greatest sinner of our Imperial Thunder Sect. Their idols collapsed in an instant. No one would be able to bear this responsibility. Dui Ling continued. There's also this. Xiao Hua was speechless. He never thought that his name would have such an effect in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course. Dui Ling laughed, disciple thought so back then. After returning, I talked a lot about martial uncle with the disciples of converted Thunder Palace. As long as disciple talked about how martial uncle killed thousands of sword cultivators, the eyes of all the female disciples of converted Thunder Palace would light up. Nonsense, when did I kill thousands of sword cultivators? Xiaohua finally understood what it meant to spread a false rumor. Kiki, no matter what, they just love to hear it. Dui Ling shrugged his shoulders like Xiaohua, if disciple didn't say so much, they wouldn't be happy. Just now, when disciple heard martial uncle's punishment order in converted Thunder Palace, disciple also felt extremely sad. Dui Ling explained, however, disciple understands martial uncle. Anyone who has survived the great battle of Dao and Sword would definitely inform the conference hall immediately if they encountered any news related to the battle. However, these so-called hot-blooded disciples don't know that. They have been quietly cultivating every night after hearing about your wonderful deeds. They believe that you have always been right. Now that you have suddenly made such a big mistake, their hearts can't take it anymore. Why isn't junior brother Cui back yet? Is it so difficult to apply for leave? Xiaohua frowned slightly. Faced with Dui Ling's situation where even he himself didn't know who was wrong, Xiaohua could only face it and escape. Without waiting for Dui Qimeng to speak, Shui laughed. Now that shocking Thunder Palace is in a mess, it won't be easy to apply for leave, right? Wait a little longer. Master, there are more and more people outside. Zhang Wan, who had just returned, flew over to report. It seems like it's not just shocking Thunder Palace disciples. There are disciples from other Thunder Palaces as well. There are even quite a few female disciples. Just wait and see. Dui Qimeng was now relieved. My myriad Thunder Valley has silent thunder. If they want to die, come over. It's not my myriad Thunder Valley's doing. Yes, I understand. Zhang Wan nodded, but she was still slightly hesitant as she said, Eldest senior brother seems to be at odds with those Qi refinement disciples. Zhen Quan. Xiaohua was taken aback. He unconsciously released his divine sense, but when he saw Xiang Zhili, who was facing off against several 10th layer aura refining disciples, Xiaohua smiled. Of course, wasn't Xiang Zhili the eldest martial brother of these disciples? Don't be afraid, as long as no one dies. Your martial uncle will take care of everything. Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua's words immediately filled Zhang Wan with confidence. Her face flushed red as she flew out with a smile. Second junior brother. Xiang Yang said worriedly, don't provoke everyone, right? These aura refining disciples are all children. They don't know anything, so this Xiao will teach them a lesson on behalf of their family's adults. Xiaohua said indifferently, my 10,000 Thunder Valley will be a place that no one can touch in the future. Coming to the myriad Thunder Valley to cause trouble when you don't have the ability, you must be tired of living. All right. Regarding Xiaohua's strength, as the eldest martial brother, Xiang Yang was also helpless. He had long been aware of the gap between him and Xiaohua, so he could only agree while secretly glancing at Zhuo Minghui. At this time, only Zhuo Minghui could persuade Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Zhuo Minghui didn't say anything. In the dozens and hundreds of years she had spent in the myriad Thunder Valley, she had also been ridiculed. Now that Xiaohua was here to wash away her shame, she could only clap her hands and cheer, right? After all, even if there was any punishment, could it be worse than the previous situation in the myriad Thunder Valley? After about an hour, more and more disciples gathered in the myriad Thunder Valley. There were even many disciples from other Thunder Palaces who had received the news and rushed over in groups, as if there was a gathering point. The atmosphere in the outer valley of the myriad Thunder Valley was also becoming more and more agitated. But at this time, whether it was the Hall Masters of the 8 Great Thunder Palaces or the Great Thunder Hall of the Thunder Immortal Peak, there was no news at all. This silence seemed to be a kind of tacit consent. The thousands of low-level disciples became increasingly arrogant. Previously, they were still whispering to each other, but now, they had already started shouting. There were even some disciples who couldn't help but curse at Xiang Zhili. The atmosphere was like a fireball talisman that was about to ignite. With just a trace of magic power, the entire fireball would explode. Rumble. A faint sound of thunder came from afar. A Foundation establishment cultivator's divine sense swept over. All of a sudden, the thousands of disciples became somewhat quiet. However, when Cui Hongshan flew over everyone's heads and completely ignored them, these disciples immediately became restless. This is the junior martial brother of Xiao Hua of the Myriad Thunder Valley. His name is Cui Hongshan. Several disciples who were very familiar with the Myriad Thunder Valley shouted loudly, "Just now, he left the Myriad Thunder Valley in a hurry." Where did Martial Uncle Cui go? Fortunately, at this time, these disciples still knew to call a Foundation establishment cultivator as Martial Uncle, so they weren't blinded by reason. I'm afraid he went to the shocking Thunder Palace to get reinforcements. Some disciples guessed one after another. Even if he went to the Great Thunder Palace, so what? A few disciples who were obviously not from the shocking Thunder Palace said coldly, Xiao Hua made such a big mistake and actually let tens of thousands of disciples fall into the Sky Patrol City. I don't even know how many disciples can return after the battle. Previously, in the first stage, although our Imperial Thunder sect suffered a lot of losses, it was still acceptable to have the battle merits of fighting to kill the disciples. Now that all the disciples have been captured, what battle merits can there be? Our Imperial Thunder sect's face has been completely lost by that guy. How can we face the disciples of other sects in the future? That's right, thinking about this, I don't even dare to go to the country of Shi to gain experience. It's really shameless. Shoo, no matter what, Xiao Hua is still our martial uncle. Don't be like this. Unfortunately, before this person finished speaking, the person next to him said coldly, if you think of him as your martial uncle, why are you still here? Our Imperial Thunder sect has too many people like you who bow down to him. When they see a Foundation establishment cultivator, they all respectfully salute him. This is why our Imperial Thunder sect is deteriorating. Today, we must make him give us an explanation, and only then can our Imperial Thunder sect rise again. Martial Uncle Cui just returned from the Thunderquake Palace. At this moment, several Thunder Note talismans were sent over from afar. After several disciples received them, their faces were filled with rage. He asked for leave from that bastard Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua doesn't dare to face us low-level disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. He chose to escape. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire scene was ignited like a fireball talisman. The suppressed passion of all the disciples suddenly exploded. Let's go, charge into the Myriad Thunder Valley. We must interrogate Xiao Hua, over there. A shifty-eyed disciple pointed to a cave in the distance and shouted, the Myriad Thunder Valley actually set up a cave here. They obviously spent their Thunderous Palace's spirit stones. The Thunderous Palace's spirit stones are our Imperial Thunder sect's spirit stones, all of which were painstakingly dug out by us disciples from the spirit stone mine. They actually squandered it again. Let's go, we'll smash this cave. Let's go, let's go. Several disciples shouted without thinking, and really rushed towards that cave. Who dares? Xiang Zhili was also anxious. He knew how difficult it was for the Myriad Thunder Valley to set up this cave. Not only was it extremely difficult to obtain the Thunderous Palace's approval, but they also racked their brains to set up this cave. It could be said that this was the Myriad Thunder Valley's painstaking effort. You dare block us? A mere 9th level chi refining brat. Could it be that you want to die? A group of 10th level chi refining disciples arrogantly shouted. This young master will show you the power of a 9th level chi refining cultivator. Xiang Zhili's eyes flashed with a cold light, the magic power in his body surging. He took Xiao Hua's words seriously. He wanted to test his skills on these ignorant disciples. Eldest senior brother. Not far away, Zhen Quan and the others all shouted. They didn't know Xiang Zhili's cultivation level, and even if he was at the peak of the 12th level, facing so many chi refining disciples, it would still be difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. How could they dare let Xiang Zhili fight with others? Beat them to death, beat them to death. A voice came from an unknown place. It actually called out such a sinister slogan, huff huff huff. Just when the battle was about to break out, a sudden gust of wind blew through the air, lifting up the robes of all the disciples. Rumble. A faint muffled sound of thunder came from above everyone's heads. Ah! All the disciples were stunned. They couldn't help but look up, only to see dark clouds covering the sky. Those dark clouds were like rolling waves of snow in the sea, directly pressing down on them. An indescribably terrifying aura came from those dark clouds. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, the streaks of lightning in the dark clouds had surrounded them like snakes. These streaks of lightning swam wantonly in the air for several miles, and every single one of them contained a powerful brilliance. All of the disciples were disciples of the Imperial Lightning sect, so they were familiar with lightning. However, being enveloped by lightning in such a large area made them tremble in fear. Moreover, the sky was clear within a few miles. It was obvious that these lightning bolts were targeted at them. Humph. A cold snort, like a needle, sounded in the ears of thousands of disciples at the same time. Ah ah ah. In a burst of wailing and howling, the hundreds of disciples who rushed to the Immortal's cave clutched their heads and fell from the sky, rolling on the foothills. The dozen or so Qi refining disciples who were shouting in the crowd just now also fell. Even the few disciples who just shouted, "Beat them to death," were pale. They fell from the sky without any consciousness, a group of children who are still wet behind the ears. Xiaohua slowly flew over from the distance, followed by Shui, but Xiaohua coldly said, "You haven't even cultivated your pressure, yet you dare to show off in front of this old man." This old man wasn't afraid when facing thousands of swordsmen. Why would I be afraid of you? Chapter 30:19. As he spoke, Xiaohua released his pressure. That pressure was as turbulent as ocean waves and as sharp as a mountain rock. Once these aura-refining disciples came in contact with the pressure, they immediately trembled like a sieve, their waists involuntarily bending. That was because in Xiaohua's pressure, apart from the pressure of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, there was actually a kind of bloodthirsty aura, causing these disciples to instinctively tremble from the bottom of their hearts. You dare. Several aura-refining disciples who hadn't been affected by the pressure were alarmed, urgently saying, "As a foundation establishment master, you actually dare to make a move against us aura-refining disciples. Our masters are determined to." Without waiting for them to finish, Xiaohua's pressure came over and controlled them all in an instant. Xiaohua still said coldly, "If you were swordsmen, I would have already killed you. Don't think that just because you have several thousand people, you dare to come. The number of sword cultivators who died in my hands is at least 1,000, if not 800. Didn't this old man still crush all of you to death like ants? As for your masters, don't worry, I will issue a challenge in front of you. As long as you want to stand up for you, as long as you are below the core formation stage, I will accept all of your challenges on the Thunder Arena. Whoever is not afraid of death and dares to come to the Thunder Arena, inform me at any time. I ask my Thunder Shocking Palace's Taoist Master Lei Meng to be the witness. As for you, humph." Following Xiaohua's cold snort, a bolt of heavenly lightning as thick as a child's arm fell from the sky, hitting a protruding place on the foothills. Under the lingering lightning, in the midst of a huge sound, this several hundred feet big mountain rock was actually smashed into powder. A burst of smoke and dust rose, unexpectedly covering half the sky. Seeing that all of you don't know the truth and were bewitched by others, and that you're my juniors, I'll spare all of you this once. Xiaohua slowly withdrew his pressure. If you dare to be so bold again, don't blame me for challenging your masters on the Thunder Arena. Humph. At this point, Xiaohua's lightning drawing technique presumably attracted the attention of some cultivators hiding in the surroundings. A dozen divine senses swept over from afar. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and immediately used the soul-piercing technique. All the divine senses retracted as if they were bitten by a poisonous snake. Hiding in the surroundings, seeing so many aura-refining disciples causing trouble, you still didn't come out to stop them. With one glance, I can tell you have ulterior motives. Don't blame this Xiao for being impolite. Xiao Hua raised his voice and shouted. Immediately after, Xiao Hua ignored the thousands of disciples, stretched out his hand and grabbed Shueishue's hand. Lightning flickered around his body as he flew towards the Qionglei mountain. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed as Xiao Hua disappeared. It seemed like they were sending Xiao Hua off. Too arrogant. A few li away, two late-stage foundation building cultivators shouted in exasperation, that bastard Xiao Hua not only attacked aura refining disciples, he even wants to attack us. Let's go. We must unite with the other senior and junior brothers. This time, we can't let the myriad Thunder Valley off. Another cultivator pulled on the cultivator's robe, and the two of them soared into the sky. However, the several thousand aura refining disciples that they had high hopes for didn't have their lofty aspirations. Each and every one of them struggled to get up in the air. They still looked terrified as they stared at the spot where Xiao Hua and Shueishue disappeared. The arrogance and indignation in their eyes from before had long disappeared. After witnessing Xiao Hua's absolute strength, and after experiencing the bloodiness of Xiao Hua's oppressive might, everyone's hearts were truly filled with fear. They all looked at each other. They really couldn't understand how they had been so bold before, actually believing that the phrase, "the law cannot punish the majority," was really useful, and actually really came to attack the myriad Thunder Valley. In fact, sometimes, people's nature was really somewhat cheap. If Xiao Hua really treated these juniors according to common sense, they might have taken the initiative to climb all over him. However, Xiao Hua suddenly pulled down his face, and even directly said that he wanted to compete with their masters on the lightning field. On the contrary, they were scared. The disciples of the various lightning palace hastily went to help the disciples who were injured by Xiao Hua's soul stab. Some even went down to check whether those pale-faced disciples were still breathing or not. The majority of the lightning palace disciples seemed to have already lost their courage. Of course, this didn't include some disciples who were really bold. Unfortunately, they didn't have the cover of the majority of the disciples, and also didn't dare to really linger around the entrance of the myriad Thunder Valley. After waiting for more than an hour, just as Xiao Hua had expected, Enormous Thunder Palace's imperial guards came over to inquire about the situation. Only then did these several thousand aura refining disciples take advantage of the situation, and gradually disperse. Only Zhen Quan and the other myriad Thunder Valley disciples were left behind, their eyes filled with disdain as they watched these disciples leave. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng flew out of the myriad Thunder Valley, discussing something with the Enormous Thunder Palace's imperial guards. As for Xiang Zhili, he followed Wuqing, who flew over afterwards. His eyes were looking at the thunderclouds in the sky that hadn't completely dissipated yet, and his eyes emitted a fanatical radiance. Hearing Wuqing, his tone was still indifferent, but he asked rather urgently, "This is second senior brother's lightning drawing technique?" He. Xiang Zhili laughed. Other than him, who else could it be? Second senior brother seems to be even more powerful than mother. Wuqing seemed to be talking to himself. I remember when you were young, you once boasted that second senior brother had promised you a great divine ability. Xiang Zhili was clearly stunned. He looked at Wuqing with some disbelief, shaking his head in denial. "Little martial uncle is speaking nonsense. When did I tell you this?" Xiang Zhili naturally didn't remember when he had boasted about this to Wuqing. However, Xiang Zhili wasn't old to begin with, and with the support of Xiao Hua's dragon transformation art, his cultivation was much stronger than his peers. However, he remembered Xiang Yang's teachings and Xiao Hua's teachings, so he didn't reveal his true cultivation to his peers. This wasn't easy for a young person. If Xiang Zhili had really boasted about it in front of Wuqing, it would be normal. Presumably, Xiang Zhili also didn't expect that the young Wuqing would remember his unintentional boasting so clearly, right? He. Wuqing didn't pursue the matter, continuing to talk to himself. If it were me, how could I not want this divine ability to control lightning in the 9 heavens? After saying this, he didn't wait for Xiang Zhili to deny anything, and flew towards Zhuo Minghui, who was standing in midair in the valley. Sigh. Wuqing's words pierced Xiang Zhili's heart. Looking at Wuqing's back, Xiang Zhili rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. How old is he? Isn't he too smart? Sometimes, being too smart, and seeing too clearly isn't necessarily a good thing. Then, he scratched his head and said to himself, when did I mention the great divine ability that foster father promised to me? However, when it comes to great divine abilities, isn't this lightning attracting technique the best? With that thought, Xiang Zhili's left and right hands clawed blindly in the air, but not a single cloud moved. Only then did he clap his hands and leisurely fly back to 10,000 Thunder Valley. He understood that from today onwards, even foundation-building cultivators wouldn't dare to provoke 10,000 Thunder Valley. However, Zhuo Minghui, who was holding Wuqing in the distance, didn't think so. Her eyes were somewhat melancholy, and she was also muttering in her heart. She didn't know whether Wuqing would be able to come out of closed-door meditation this year like Shui said. Now, she didn't care whether Wuqing had condensed his gold core or not. She only wanted Wuqing to come out and oversee 10,000 Thunder Valley. She was afraid that Xiaohua would really cause trouble again. After all, being able to attack thousands of aura-refining disciples already exceeded her original estimation of Xiaohua. It's really an unfair victory. After Xiaohua gave his leave of absence to the disciple on duty on Sky Thunder Peak for inspection, he ignored the strange gaze of the disciple on duty and flew out of Sky Thunder Peak. He said to Shui with a somewhat embarrassed smile, "They're just some aura-refining kids. Your husband actually got so angry. No matter what Lord Husband does." "I agree." Xiaohua flew in the air and hugged one of Xiaohua's arms with her hand. She pressed her face against his arm and said in a low voice, "Moreover, these disciples went too far. They actually dared to challenge the authority of a foundation-building cultivator. If we don't teach them a lesson, I'm afraid they'll cause a lot of trouble in the future." Thinking back, when your husband saw a foundation-building cultivator, he was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart. But they... Seeing that Shui didn't object, Xiaohua sighed with emotion and said, "Could it be that the way of the world has changed? They're self-proclaimed disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and they're low-level disciples. They also have a lot of people. Although you're a foundation-building cultivator, it's impossible for you to control thousands of people at the same time." Shui said with a smile, "That's why they became so bold." This was also the idea of their master behind them. However, they didn't expect, "Your cultivation is really frightening. You actually used the lightning attracting technique to control several li of space. That pressure was released without any hesitation. That's thousands of people, even I don't have such a great ability. Forget it, let's not talk about it." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, beating the children to draw out the adults. "Your husband wants to see if there's really someone who dares to go up to the Thunder Arena to challenge me." "What? Lord Husband, are you going to kill people to establish your authority?" Shui raised her eyebrows and asked. "Who knows?" Xiaohua wasn't afraid at all and said with a smile, "If there's someone who's not afraid of death and wants to cooperate with your husband will naturally have to satisfy their request. Your husband has always been tireless in teaching people. Lord Husband is tireless in destroying people." Shui smiled and continued, "No matter what Lord Husband does, I will agree. Even if I have to follow Lord Husband to wander the Dawn Rain continent." How is that possible?" Xiaohua laughed loudly. "Even if the sect master comes out of seclusion, even if Fairy Xianhua and the other 7 palace masters are incompetent, it's impossible for them to expel your husband from the sect." That's right. Lord Husband is a meritorious official in the war. It's reasonable to punish you, but if you're expelled from the sect, then my Imperial Thunder sect will definitely be beyond redemption." Shui said with a sweet smile. At this point, Xiaohua said somewhat embarrassedly, Shui, actually, when we were in the Myriad Thunder Valley, Master's wife had already told your husband about going to the Xuanlei Palace to propose marriage. Your husband felt that, with the merit of the Dao sword battle, there shouldn't be any problems. But who knew that such a thing would happen? As a result, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns. Your husband can only wrong you. Let's talk about it again after this period of time. Chapter 30-20. Oh. Shui asked curiously, didn't my husband say that he would first propose marriage to big sister Hongxia from Huanhua sect? Aren't you happy that I let you have the advantage first? Xiaohua asked with a smile, do you want to decline? Unfortunately, Shui said seriously, husband, you're wrong. I'm more than happy. Why would I think of declining? It's just that you met big sister Hongxia first, and met me later. If I snatch this first place, big sister Hongxia will be unhappy in the future. I don't want to make things difficult for my husband. Xiaohua was moved. He held Shui's hand and said with a smile, there's no hurry. Let's talk about it after the battle. If possible, I will propose marriage to both of you at the same time. Thank you, my husband. Shui smiled and kissed Xiaohua's cheek. She urged her magic power to rush out of Xiaohua's arm and shouted, husband, let me see your cultivation. Can you catch up to my late-stage foundation establishment cultivation? Xiaohua laughed, not to mention that you're just late-stage foundation establishment, even if you're late-stage gold core, I can still catch you. With that, Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning, and he was about to chase after Shui. But suddenly, his heart moved, and he hurriedly shouted, Shui, wait a moment. Oh. What's wrong? Shui stopped in the distance and said with a smile, could it be that my husband can't catch up to me and wants to act shamelessly? No. I remember, there's still a small matter to do. Wait a moment. After saying this, Xiaohua didn't explain further and flew towards Sky Thunder Peak. However, after flying a few meters, his figure had already disappeared. Even if Shui scanned the area with her divine sense, she wouldn't be able to find any trace of him. What is Xiaohua doing? Shui frowned. In no more than an hour, Xiaohua once again mysteriously appeared beside Shui. Even though Shui's cultivation was already at the late stage of foundation establishment, Xiaohua's figure appeared within several zhang of her. She simply didn't sense any omen. Shui's heart jumped, and she said with a smile, Xiaohua, this hour isn't short. Could it be that you're doing something sneaky? Do I need to do that? With an outstanding beauty like you as my wife, this husband doesn't have to think about home. As Xiaohua spoke, he hugged Shui. Wishful thinking. Shui smiled and flew out. She did not ask where Xiaohua went and flew towards the misty mountain again. Shui was different from Fairy Hongxia. She did not care about Xiaohua's actions. She only liked to stay by Xiaohua's side and be a happy little bird. Shui, and Shui. Of course, no one knew that the next day, Dui Ling, who had yet to reach foundation establishment in converting Thunder Palace, had suddenly reached foundation establishment last night. There were no signs of this happening at all. Because she didn't know how to answer. She couldn't possibly report that a short, fat, and extremely wretched nascent soul stage master knocked her out, and when she woke up, she was greeted by a black, indiscernible thing that hit her head. At that time, her mind was in a complete mess, and her beautiful life was about to end at this moment. But at this moment, the true qi that hadn't reacted for a long time suddenly began to condense together with an indescribable fluctuation. Is this explanation acceptable? Fortunately, Dui Ling's master knew that Dui Ling had broken his heart in order to reach foundation establishment. Now that he had suddenly succeeded, his wish of many years had been fulfilled, so he did not pursue the matter. Although her master did not pursue the matter, Dui Ling's heart was not at ease. She really did not understand how she could have encountered such a strange situation. Until one day in the future, she suddenly realized. The gratitude in her heart was like a shooting star that streaked across the silent sky. More than a day later, clouds and mist emerged from the mountains in the distance. It was extremely fluttering, as if an immortal mountain had fallen into the mortal world. Xiaohua understood that the misty mountain he had visited several decades ago was right in front of him. At this moment, Shueshue acted as if she had just left Sky Thunder Peak. She hugged Xiaohua's arm and leaned on his shoulder intimately. Her face was overflowing with a smile, and she looked extremely happy. Seeing that the misty mountain was close, Shueshue did not have any intention of leaving Xiaohua's side. Her behavior was completely different from when she had arrived at her hometown. However, Shueshue moved her lips to Xiaohua's ear and whispered, "Xiaohua, this concubine still wants to apologize to you." "Oh? What did you do wrong?" Xiaohua's earlobe itched. He turned to look at Shueshue and asked with a smile that was not a smile. "Actually." Shueshue twisted her waist and said coquettishly, "This concubine is also doing it for your own good." "Hee, is it because there is no danger in the misty mountain?" Xiaohua smiled and reached out to touch Shueshue's forehead. "Although you were in a hurry, there was not the slightest bit of anxiety on your face. Did you think that your husband did not think about anything?" "Hee, I knew that I could not hide it from Xiaohua." Shueshue giggled and said, "When this concubine came out of seclusion, I heard that Xiaohua had returned to the mountain. Moreover, I also heard that Great Thunder Palace had issued a punishment order. This concubine was anxious, so how could I think about anything else? I directly flew to the Myriad Thunder Valley. However, on the way there, I thought that with Xiaohua's temper, he would definitely not avoid it. Moreover, Xiaohua is a kind person, so I was afraid that he would be bullied in the Myriad Thunder Valley. Therefore, this concubine thought of this method. Actually, early on in the Myriad Thunder Valley, Sun Shu left with Cui Hongshan. Moreover, Cui Hongshan took so long to return and even gave you a jade slip of your master. This concubine already had doubts in my heart." Xiaohua smiled and said, "However, since this is my wife's concern, how could this husband not enjoy it?" "Hee, actually, in the end, when I saw my husband's thunderous methods, it was completely different from when I left the Imperial Thunder Sect and went to Sky Patrol City. This concubine felt that I was somewhat superfluous." Shueshue still smiled and said, "My husband controlled the entire situation, and the thousands of disciples were nothing but chickens and pottery dogs. Even with my husband's words, even the late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators would not dare to challenge you. The crisis in the Myriad Thunder Valley was easily resolved by my husband. However." Shueshue looked at the misty mountain again and said, "This concubine hasn't returned home for dozens of years, so it's not bad to come back and take a look. This concubine's superfluous act is fine as long as my husband doesn't blame me." I won't." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This husband also happens to want to give you a surprise. Since I came to the misty mountain, that's also a coincidence." "Oh? What surprise?" Shueshue's mouth let out a surprised smile, but her face was again looking at the misty mountain. In a place where Xiaohua's gaze could not reach, a trace of sadness flowed out from her eyes. Let's talk about it after we meet Ling Jingyi." Xiaohua obviously did not notice Shueshue's expression and said with a smile. However, after saying that, he became embarrassed again and said in a low voice, "My wife, how should this husband address him?" "Just call him fellow Daoist Ling." Shueshue recomposed her smile and said, "After all, we haven't held the dual cultivation ceremony yet. It's not appropriate to change it now. This husband knows." Xiaohua said with a bit of guilt, "It's all this husband's fault for making you wait for a few more years. Listen to what my husband said, a few years is just a seclusion, a blink of an eye. As long as my husband is by my side, not to mention a few years, even if it's tens of thousands of years, this concubine will still be happy." Shueshue said without hesitation. "Good. This husband and wife's promise is a promise." Xiaohua actually cutely stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Xue Xue. Ah! Xue Xue really did not expect Xiaohua to have such a childish heart and was momentarily unable to react. After hooking her finger with Xiaohua with a smile, the smile on Xue Xue's face was so sweet that it was about to overflow with honey. Soon after, she brought Xiaohua to the Misty Mountain and sent out the summoning talisman. Then, she pulled her hand out of Xiaohua's arm and slightly pulled away from him, waiting for Ling Jingyi to open the restriction of the Misty Mountain. Who would have thought that this wait would actually take the time of half an incense stick? Seeing the dense fog floating in the foothills like a mystery, Xue Xue's heart gave birth to a bad feeling. Xue Xue, it seems that last time when we followed eldest senior brother to the Misty Mountain, the summoning talisman did not respond for a long time, right? Xiaohua released his divine sense, looked at the restriction of the Misty Mountain and narrowed his eyes as he asked. Xue Xue slightly bit her lips and said, "It was shorter than that." That summoning talisman did not delay anything, otherwise, this concubine would have sensed it. Perhaps fellow Daoist Ling went to the Flying Phoenix Mountain? Xiaohua probed. Even if he went to the Flying Phoenix Mountain, Feiyun should be at the Misty Mountain. Xue Xue's face showed anxiety. "I'm afraid that something happened at the Misty Mountain." Did Ling Feiyun not enter a cultivation sect? Xiaohua asked again. Uncle is afraid that if he entered the Shanghua sect, he would be restrained by the Shanghua sect and be unable to inherit the Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Mountain's inheritance. Xue Xue explained, previously, when there was only the Misty Mountain, Uncle had the idea of letting him enter another sect, but if he took the Flying Phoenix Mountain. Forget it, darling Xiao, can you break the formation? Xiaohua nodded. This husband just used his divine sense to check. Breaking the formation is easy, but it will be difficult to rearrange it. Of course, if you have this formation jade slip, this husband will not need to break the formation by force. Do it. Xue Xue said with a bitter smile, "This concubine is already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. How could I have the formation jade slip of the Misty Mountain?" "Ah, I didn't expect." "My wife, you also have the ability to make your words come true." Xiaohua sighed with emotion. This concubine really said it casually. Xue Xue urged, "Hurry up." "Okay, please wait a moment, my wife." As Xiaohua spoke, he flew into the sky. Light flickered around his body. As he waved his hands, red clouds once again gathered above the Misty Mountain. The lightning drawing technique that Xue Xue had seen in the 10,000 Lightning Valley was once again displayed. Layers of thick clouds pressed down on the sky, and streaks of lightning swam like dragons and snakes. As Xiaohua's hands fell, ka-cha-cha, sounds of thunder fell like thousands of giant pythons baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pouncing down and covering the entire Misty Mountain. Chapter 30-21. Rumble. The entire Misty Mountain shook. The dense fog that never dispersed all year round melted under the lightning, gradually revealing its true appearance. Darling Xiao is really too powerful. Xue Xue sighed in her heart. I've been in seclusion for more than 10 years and finally reached the late stage of foundation establishment. But looking at this situation, the distance between us is getting further and further. I really don't know when I'll be able to catch up to darling Xiao. Rumble. The lightning that filled the sky bombarded Misty Mountain for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Then, Xiaohua lightly shouted, "Open!" Xue Xue saw a lightning bolt as thick as the mouth of a bowl carrying a flash. It was like a huge dragon as it pounced towards a place in the forbidden area. Then, a sound like boiling water was emitted from that place. "Let's go!" Xiaohua waved his hand and his figure fell into the forbidden area. Xue Xue didn't dare to be negligent and followed closely behind. She saw that a crack had been torn open in the fog that was as thin as paper. After rushing into Misty Mountain, Xiaohua and Xue Xue landed on top of the 1,000 steps. When they saw the situation on top of the steps, their expressions couldn't help but change greatly. They saw that the 1,000 steps were stained with blood. Hundreds of Misty Mountain's disciples were lying on top of the steps in a disorderly manner. One after another, the sounds of groaning could be heard. Along with these groaning sounds, all of the disciples were curled up and convulsing in pain. When they looked at the top of the steps, they saw a monster that was about 2 zhang tall. It looked like a human but not a human, like an ape but not an ape. It was looking up at the flashing lightning in the sky. Between its 2 thick hands, one was holding a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator whose Daoist robe was already damaged. That cultivator's body was stained with blood. It was the Misty Mountains clan head, Ling Zhengyi. The other hand was holding the neck of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator whose face was completely red. It was Ling Feiyun. Ling Feiyun was restrained by this monster. His legs struggled with all his strength. His 2 hands were also holding onto the monster's big hairy hands. He wanted to move these big hands away, but Ling Feiyun was as powerless as a baby. Xiaohua and Shue's sudden appearance caught the monster off guard. Its scarlet eyes moved away from the lightning in the sky and swept over Xiaohua and Shui. Unwittingly, it opened its bloody mouth and let out an extremely loud roar. A scarlet-red pillar of fire shot out from its mouth and rushed in front of the 2 people. The pillar of fire seemed to be very powerful. Before it even got close, an extremely hot wave of air surged over. Along with this wave of air, there was even an indescribable restrictive force that appeared within a few dozen feet of the 2 of them. Fire ape? Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment, then he seemed to have understood something. He slapped his forehead with his hand. Wang, a faint rumbling sound could be heard. A faint golden hand appeared from Xiaohua's hand and grabbed at the monster. The hand of a nascent soul? Shui was right beside Xiaohua. A wave of boundless mana fluctuations emanated from Xiaohua, causing her to once again feel an incomparable feeling. Seeing this legendary innate technique, she couldn't help but moan. She had an estimation of Xiaohua's cultivation base, but she didn't expect that Xiaohua's cultivation base would still far exceed her expectations. Of course, Shui also knew that Xiaohua's cultivation hadn't reached the point of perfection. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sense Xiaohua's unfathomable spiritual power. However, seeing Xiaohua's nascent soul hand display, the fierce pillar of fire was immediately extinguished. Moreover, a trace of fear appeared in the monster's eyes. However, this fear only lasted for a moment. Then, the monster swung its hand and Ling Zhengyi and Ling Feiyun immediately fell on the stairs. The 2 people's protective light had already been shattered. Following 2 heavy sounds of impact, blood seeped out of their noses and mouths. Blood also flowed out of their bodies as they rolled down the stairs. Shui clenched her teeth and flew down. She landed on the stairs and helped the 2 people up. After examining them, she found that they were only injured and their lives weren't in danger. Only then did she feel relieved. Looking at the monster again, it casually tossed the 2 people aside. Its body flashed with strong sparks as it waved its hands in front of its chest. It opened its mouth and roared a few times. A strong pillar of fire flew out again. Moreover, behind the pillar of fire, there was another bead the size of a bowl. It flashed with bright red flames and rushed into the sky. The monster was under the control of Xiaohua's nascent soul hand. Its previous waving was just a struggle. When the bead rushed out, a few dozen feet of space around it was filled with thumb-sized flames. These flames directly broke the shackles of the nascent soul hand. Moreover, the bead of fire was like a meteor piercing through the sky. Although it didn't hit the nascent soul hand, the nascent soul hand already showed signs of blurring. Interesting. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The golden core in his dantian surged, and the nascent soul hand flashed with a strong brilliance. Buzz. Compared to before, 40% of the strength was released again. The sound of wind was loud in the several dozen feet of space. The flame of the bead of fire shrank at the same time with a whoosh. Not only that, but Xiaohua pointed to the left and right. Kacha. Several bolts of lightning fell from the shackles just now. They hit the bowl-sized bead of fire. The strength that could shatter a cliff of several thousand feet knocked the bead of fire down several feet. The bright red brilliance inside was immediately annihilated. At the same time, the flames in the several dozen feet area were also extinguished. "Aoo!" the monster loudly wailed. It opened its mouth and the bead of fire suddenly returned. At the same time, a fiery red cloud appeared under its feet. Its figure wanted to escape towards the back of Misty Mountain. "Can you still escape at this time?" Xiao Hua's nascent soul hand was somewhat sluggish. However, at this time, it had already fallen. Although the bead of fire resisted, the area around the monster was already covered. The monster only flew a few feet. When the nascent soul hand fell, it just happened to grab the bead of fire. "Aoo!" Seeing the bead of fire being snatched away, the monster's fleeing figure was forced to stop. It roared and rushed towards the nascent soul hand that had already retreated to Xiao Hua's side. "I'll let you know this Zhao's strength." Xiao Hua saw the bead of fire fall into his hand. He clapped his hand and took out the wishful staff. The monster gnashed its teeth and clenched its fists. It actually wanted to fight with Xiao Hua. However, when the wishful staff fell, the monster immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Aoo!" Its roar was full of pain. As Xiao Hua's staff struck the monster's body again and again, the flames on the monster's body gradually extinguished. A little bit of blood began to appear. "Aoo!" After a dozen strikes, the monster no longer dared to resist. It arched its body and curled up into a ball. It rolled on the steps and its wails shook the mountains. "Xiao!" Xue Xue's voice sounded. "Don't harm its life. This monster seems to be related to the fire ape. Although it is fierce to my Misty Mountain disciples, it has never harmed a disciple's life. It should be interrogating the whereabouts of the fire ape." N. Xiao Hua listened and put away the wishful staff. Sure enough, the monster rolled on the stairs for a moment before obediently getting up. It carefully bent its waist and placed its hands on the ground. It looked at Xiao Hua with its crimson eyes filled with grievance and fear as it cried out, "Wu!" Seeing that the monster was very tactful and was far less unruly than the fire ape, Xiao Hua felt pity for it. He looked back at Ling Jingyi and the others who were already healing. He clapped his hand and pulled out the storage bag from his waist. With a wave of his hand, the fire ape with the sun and moon crown on its head flew out of the storage bag. The fire ape was really brave. Seeing that Xiao Hua was in front of it, it immediately roared and rushed towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was not polite. He waved the wishful staff in his hand again. The staff hit the fire ape's head and rolled like the monster just now. However, through the arm, the fire ape's eyes were still fierce. "Roar, roar!" A surprised cry was emitted from the mouth of the monster by the side. When the fire ape heard this, it was extremely stunned as it turned its head around. When it saw the monster, a trace of confusion flashed across its ferocious eyes. However, it quickly came to a realization. Since it suddenly understood, the fire ape's body trembled a few times. A rare fear appeared in its eyes. Hiss, 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 the monster seemed to be scolding it, but it also seemed to be interrogating it. The fire ape obediently stood up and responded a few times. Then, the monster raised its finger and pointed to the left. Only then did the fire ape understand. It hurriedly raised its head and looked around. Roar, roar. Xiao Hua saw this and stood coldly to the side. He put away the wishful staff and waited for the monster to break down. "Aoo!" the fire ape roared a few times. Although its eyes were still unruly, it no longer resisted and stood obediently beside the monster. However, it seemed that it did not dare to be on the same level as the monster. It opened up a distance and took a step back. "Humph." Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, Xiao Hua sneered. He waved his hand and the universe in the sleeve covered the fire ape. Without waiting for the fire ape to struggle, he put it into the spirit storage pouch. "Aoo!" the monster hurriedly shouted and pointed at the fire pearl floating near Xiaohua. Unfortunately, Xiaohua did not pay attention to it and waved his hand to put the monster away. The monster hesitated for a moment, but in the end, it did not dare to struggle and was put into the spirit storage pouch by Xiaohua. Seeing that the fire ape and the monster were put away, Xiaohua pointed his finger again and the fire pearl fell into his hand. If one looked carefully, one could see that the fire pearl was like a stream flowing from time to time. When it flowed, the illusions of mountains, rivers, and waterfalls flashed one after another. After these illusions were broken, they all turned into the image of a huge ape. This ape should be the monster that looked like a human but not a human. And this fire pearl should be the monster core of that monster. Although this ape was as ferocious as the fire ape and its appearance was similar, Xiaohua felt that it was a little strange. As for what was strange, Xiaohua did not know. Just when Xiaohua wanted to take a closer look, Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun accompanied Xue flew over. Xiaohua put the fire pearl into the space. Fellow Daoist Xiao, although Ling Jingyi was extremely respectful and called him a peer, he had obviously been reminded by Xue. Ling Feiyun bowed and said happily, "Senior brother Xiao, you are really too amazing. This little brother admires you so much that I can only prostrate myself in admiration." Chapter 30-22. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand humbly. "I was just lucky to have a technique that could subdue this monster." "What you used just now, was it the hand of a nascent soul?" Ling Jingyi couldn't help but ask. Xiaohua shook his head. "I'm not a nascent soul cultivator. How could I use the hand of a nascent soul cultivator? It's just a technique that's similar to the hand of a nascent soul cultivator." Xue curled her lips and looked at Xiaohua reproachfully. Ling Jingyi might not know, but Xue was very clear. In the past, Sun Ming had inadvertently told Xue about the techniques of nascent soul cultivators. The hand of a nascent soul cultivator was one of the techniques commonly used by nascent soul cultivators. Normally, nascent soul cultivators would use this technique to conceal their techniques. But since Xiaohua didn't admit it, Xue wouldn't point it out. That monster was extremely powerful. Father and I weren't its match, but you subdued it in an instant." Ling Feiyun asked again. "Senior brother, compared to a few decades ago, TSK, you're many times stronger now." Although Ling Feiyun didn't ask about Xiaohua's cultivation level, his words were full of curiosity. Xue said, "Junior brother Xiao went through the baptism of the Dao sword battle. It's normal for his cultivation level to improve greatly. Otherwise, where would his achievements come from?" That's right. At the mention of the Dao sword battle, Ling Feiyun's eyes lit up again. He said anxiously, "Senior brother Xiao, tell me, how did you kill Qin Jian? That's a swordsman comparable to a late golden core cultivator." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Feiyun, it's not that I don't want to answer you. It's just that in order to answer this question, I've worn my lips thin. I don't even know how many times I've said the same thing. Please spare your elder brother. You'd better tell me about this fiery ape-like monster." Yes. I understand. I won't ask any more questions." Ling Feiyun was actually very familiar with how Xiaohua and Li Zongbao killed Qin Jian, but seeing Xiaohua with his own eyes, he couldn't help but ask. Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, "I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Xiao. This monster suddenly appeared from the ancestral shrine an hour ago. I don't know how it broke through the restrictions of my misty mountain and quietly entered. Fellow Daoist, you've also seen the ferocity and methods of that monster. How could the disciples of my misty mountain be a match for it? Before I noticed, most of the disciples were injured by this monster. Fortunately, this monster was merciful. I have already checked just now, and none of the disciples have died. And this Ling father and son were captured by this monster in just a few moves. I don't understand what the monster is mumbling about. Just when that monster was about to use Feiyun as a threat, the entire dense fog mountain was filled with lightning. I think fellow Daoist Xiao must have arrived in time. Speaking up to hear, Ling Jingyi bowed once more and said, I thank fellow Daoist Xiao once more. This is already the second time fellow Daoist Xiao has saved my Misty Mountain from a life and death situation. Get up, get up. Xiao Hua hurriedly helped Ling Jingyi up and said with a smile, you guys are all lucky because of Xue Xue. If she didn't want to go back to the Misty Mountain to take a look, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh. Ling Jingyi didn't ask Xue Xue previously. Now, he was a little puzzled. Looking at Xue Xue, he said, Xue Xue, you've cultivated to the late stage of foundation establishment with great difficulty. Your cultivation has already surpassed uncle's. Your future is limitless. If you have nothing to do, don't miss Misty Mountain. Otherwise, it will cause the dissatisfaction of the Imperial Thunder sect. Yes, this boy understands. Xue Xue didn't have an extremely clear view of the sect like Fairy Hongxia. Every action of hers represented the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus, she casually agreed. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, looking at that fire ape's meaning, it should be familiar with that monster. And that monster should also be looking for the fire ape in Misty Mountain. It's just that I don't know how the two beasts met and what their motives are. Ling Feiyun shrugged his shoulders and said with a bitter smile, that's right. I also don't understand what that monster is saying. If it really looks similar to the fire ape, then I should be able to understand. But it looks similar to a human, and its words can't be understood. Who knows what it wants to do? This, when I have the chance in the future, I will ask. Xiao Hua nodded and said. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Ling Jingyi looked at Xue Xue and said in a low voice, this fire ape should be related to our Misty Mountain. Even Xue Xue is related to it. You, how did you capture it? Xue Xue's face also revealed a smile and asked, Junior brother Zhao's surprise should be this fire ape, right? Yes, it's this fire ape. Xiao Hua said with a smile, I remember that day when you were refining the sun-moon corona, there was still a soul seal that was not broken. You once said that you wanted to rely on this fire ape. Therefore, this Xiao captured the fire ape and brought it here. It just so happens that we can break the last soul imprint of the sun-moon corona in this fog mountain and fulfill your wish. Thank you, Xiao Hua. Xue Xue couldn't help but say. As for this fire ape, it's a long story. Xiao Hua said, and briefly explained the situation of him capturing the fire ape. Oh my. After Ling Feiyun finished listening, he was extremely shocked and said, Senior brother Xiao, you said that this fire ape actually broke into the Meng Mountains by itself? It actually has a relationship with the drought demon there? Yes. Xiao Hua patted his spirit storage pouch and said with a smile, this fire ape is a person with a wide range of connections. It has face wherever it goes. It's really useful. Otherwise, how could I keep it? This fire ape. I don't know how long it has lived. According to what I know, just being imprisoned in the Flame Forest Marsh alone would take more than 1,000 years, right? Ling Jingyi sighed and said, maybe before it was imprisoned, it was also a famous person. No matter how powerful it is, it can't be compared to senior brother Xiao. Ling Feiyun said with a smile, after 1,000 years, didn't it obediently fall into senior brother Zhao's hands? Forget it, it's not about this. Xiao Hua waved his hand and looked at the stairs in the distance that were almost cleaned up. He said with a smile, fellow Daoist Ling, you should first fix the restriction of the Misty Mountain. I came here in a panic and tore the formation. It's okay. Even if the whole thing is torn, what's the big deal? After all, it's to save us father and son. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said, later, I will take the formation diagram and spend some more spirit stones. Fellow Daoist Ling, you should take care of this first. I will follow Xue Xue to the back mountain. Since we have already asked for leave from the sect, we will stay in the Misty Mountain for a few more days and see if we can break the Sun-Moon Crown Soul Seal. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Okay, Ling Jingyi nodded and didn't say anything else. He brought Ling Feiyun and many other disciples to repair the formation. Although Ling Jingyi said it lightly, the entire battle was weakened by Xiao Hua. The center of the formation was even torn. How could it be easy to repair? Without several days or even 10 days of work, it was impossible to completely repair it. Of course, now that Xiao Hua, a nascent soul realm cultivator of the Imperial Thunder sect, was in charge of the Misty Mountain, Ling Jingyi wasn't afraid of people coming to provoke them. Arriving at the palace that still looked cold and desolate, Xiao Hua held Xue Xue's hand and sighed with emotion. Time seemed to flow and they returned to several decades ago. The two's appearance didn't change. This palace was also old and messy as before, but Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian weren't by their side. Xiao Hua accompanied Xue Xue to walk around the palace a few times, but didn't see anything special. He smiled and asked, "Wife, it seems like this palace belongs to you alone." Fellow Daoist Ling and the others didn't even take half a step into this place. In the future, when you and I dual cultivate, this will be our residence. Hee, of course. Xue Xue said with a smile, if Xiao Hua is willing, you can come here often in the future. It's just that although this place looks grand, there are no people. Wouldn't it be lonely with just the two of us? Speaking of this, Xue Xue's face immediately turned red. As Xue Xue expected, Xiao Hua wrapped his arms around Xue Xue and said with a smile, then we can give birth to a group of children and teach them cultivation every day. Wouldn't this palace be lively? Xue Xue didn't dodge, which was rare, and said with a bit of infatuation in her eyes, yes, this is also what I was thinking. With so many children, would I be lonely? Xiao Hua hugged Xue Xue, and Xue Xue looked at the cold palace. It seemed that only the two of them were there, and this warmth gradually warmed up the entire palace. After a long time, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Xue Xue, don't worry, I will accompany you, no matter if the world is old or the seas are dry and the rocks are rotten. Xue Xue smiled and said, I know. I will also follow you, no matter if it's the imperial court or the 9 underworlds. At this point, Xiao Hua and Xue Xue didn't want to say another word. They could only feel each other's sincerity through the intertwining of their fingers. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, Xiao Hua said in a low voice, Wife, should I release the fire ape? Should I take out the sun-moon corona and break the last restriction? Xue Xue moved her gaze away from the twilight and looked at Xiao Hua with some reluctance. She shook her head and said, let's forget about it for today. Let's wait a few more days. I'm a bit tired. Okay. Hearing that Xue Xue was a bit tired, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else and hurriedly nodded. Sit down, I'll rest on your lap for a while. Xue Xue looked around and said in a low voice. Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue's pale face and didn't understand why she suddenly acted so inappropriately. He hurriedly clapped his hands and took out a few praying mats and placed them on the ground. Xue Xue laid on the praying mat beside Xiao Hua and rested her head on Xiao Hua's lap. Feeling the warmth on Xue Xue's neck, Xiao Hua placed his hand on Xue Xue's black hair and gently stroked it. Darling Xiao. Xue Xue's voice was a bit ethereal. I really like this kind of time. Even if you and I don't have much cultivation, even if you and I don't have much lifespan, as long as you can quietly accompany me like this, I don't need any other pursuits. Chapter 30-23. Silly child, Xiao Hua smiles, you and I have succeeded in cultivation. Even if we don't work hard now, we will still have several hundred years of lifespan. Wait until I receive my reward for the battle, then I will ask Master's wife to come to your Sunlei Palace to propose marriage. It doesn't matter if your Sunlei Palace agrees or not. You are going to be my wife in any case. In the future, your husband doesn't dare to say that I will accompany you quietly every night, but I can always stay by your side, watch your happiness, watch your sadness, accompany you in your cultivation, accompany you in your adventures. I can always promise you that. Yes, I believe Shao can do it. Xue Xue tilts her head and says very solemnly, this misty mountain is where I was born. Xiao Hua must take care of it in the future. I won't talk about Uncle's matter, but you have to worry about Feiyun. I know. Xiao Hua says with a smile, Feiyun is sincere, different from his father. I also like him very much. If there is anything inappropriate in the future, you can let him find us. Oh. Why did you suddenly think of this today? It's nothing. Xue Xue says with a smile, Feiyun didn't enter a cultivation sect, so Misty Mountain also doesn't have any backing. This kind of cultivation family will have some difficulties in the Xiaoyu continent, so I said a few more words. Hee, don't we still have you and me? What are you afraid of? Xiao Hua says with a smile, I made a bit of a name in the great battle of Dao and Sword. If others know of my relationship with Misty Mountain, I'm afraid they won't come looking for trouble, right? Yes, you are absolutely right. Xue Xue answers somewhat drowsily, and after a while, she actually falls asleep. A bitter smile hangs on Xiao Hua's lips. He knows that as long as a cultivator hasn't reached the stage of mental and physical exhaustion, they can generally use meditation to replace sleep. But Xue Xue actually fell asleep like this. She must have been cultivating diligently all this time, and her heart must be extremely bitter. Looking at Xue Xue's pale face and her slightly knitted brows, Xiao Hua doesn't even dare to move, and also closes his eyes. However, Xiao Hua didn't fall asleep like Xue Xue. Instead, his mind entered the space and urged the human-shaped origin spirit to continue refining pills. He also took out the bone that was used to refine the heaven-pacifying rod and carefully examined it. To an ordinary person, a night was just closing and opening their eyes. Their mind was still thinking about everything that happened before they went to sleep. Even a child who didn't know any better would think that they weren't asleep at all. For a cultivator like Xiao Hua who was already used to squandering the night, it was even more so in the blink of an eye. Xue Xue, who was resting on Xiao Hua's lap, moved slightly. Xiao Hua immediately opened his eyes and saw that there were some faint traces of moisture on his Daoist robe. Xue Xue seemed to be trying to cover it up. Xiao Hua smiled. He thought that this was saliva left behind by Xue Xue when she was sleeping. It was common for ordinary people to have such saliva. However, cultivators' control over their bodies had long surpassed that of ordinary people. It was only when Xue Xue was completely relaxed and didn't treat herself as a cultivator. Only when her spiritual power was completely relaxed could such an extremely rare situation occur. Xue Xue got up from Xiao Hua's side and stretched lazily. Her hands stretched over her head, and her towering chest trembled even more. An indescribable temptation made Xiao Hua's heart heat up. Xue Xue very keenly glared at Xiao Hua and said, I seem to have not slept like this since I was 4 or 5 years old. Last night, I seem to have returned to childhood. It really was a dreamless night, a sweet sleep. Xiao Hua somewhat awkwardly covered up his Daoist robe. Although he had already succeeded in refining his body and tempering his bones, he still couldn't control his body's natural reaction. Of course, he didn't need to hide too much in front of Xue Xue. He immediately smiled and said, we cultivators pursue the heavenly Tao and meditate. Although we can meditate instead of sleep, the excitement of ordinary people's sleep is gone. I don't know if it's a gain or a loss. Gains and losses are all in a single thought. Who knows if it's a gain or a loss? Xue Xue tidied up her Daoist robe and looked at the empty palace hall. She said, perhaps when my ancestors built this palace in my early years, they felt it was a great achievement. But now, this palace is empty and devoid of people. What's the difference between this and not building it? Wouldn't the gains from my early years have already become nothing? As she said that, she said with some hidden bitterness, perhaps being able to accompany my husband Xiao and sleep sweetly is still better than this gain, right? You're indeed a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. You've comprehended more than your husband. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. "Tch, no matter how much I cultivate. I've been in seclusion day and night for these 10 years, and I'm only at the late stage of foundation establishment." Xue Xue curled her lips and said, "But husband, you actually have the strength of a nascent soul cultivator in just one big battle. Thinking about it, I'm disheartened. No matter how much I cultivate, I can't catch up to you. Don't compare with me." Xiao Hua looked around with a narcissistic appearance and said proudly, "This Xiao is a cultivation genius that only appears once in 10 million years in Dawn Rain Continent. In the future, the heavy responsibility of saving Dawn Rain Continent will fall on this Xiao. If this Xiao's cultivation isn't high, how can I carry out heaven's will? Heavenly Dao, luck Dao." This sentence seemed to have poked Xue Xue. Xue Xue was immediately dumbfounded like a clay statue. "What's wrong?" Xiao Hua didn't dare to say too much, afraid of disturbing Xue Xue's comprehension. After waiting for half a cup of tea's time, he saw a trace of enlightenment on Xue Xue's face. Only then did he ask. "Nothing. You have your luck Dao, I have my luck Dao. Our luck Dao might be different. You're a shooting star and I'm a firefly, but this luck Dao is ultimately mine." Xue Xue smiled. "Since that's the case, what else do I have to complain about?" "What do you have to complain about?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Nothing." Xue Xue shook her head. "Husband, this was left behind by this concubine's ancestor. It really is a secret technique to break the last restriction of the Sun-Moon Corona. This concubine can't wait to see what kind of luck Dao this concubine has." As she spoke, Xue Xue carefully took out a red string from around her neck. She was unwilling to tear the string apart, and took out a milky white jade pendant from between her jade-like breasts. When placed in Xiao Hua's hand, it still had its own warmth and sweetness. Xiao Hua's heart unconsciously swayed, and he glanced at Xue Xue with a smile. Xue Xue's skin was originally white, and now that it flashed with a blush, it became even more like the jade in Xiao Hua's hand. A beauty like jade, a sword like a rainbow. The ancients really didn't lie. Xiao Hua sighed and immersed his divine sense into the jade pendant. At first, Xiao Hua's expression was still indifferent, but after looking for a while, he frowned. Raising his head to look at Xue Xue, he asked doubtfully, "Xue Xue, are you sure this is a secret technique left behind by your ancestor, to break the last restriction of the Sun-Moon Corona? What's wrong?" Xue Xue was startled and asked curiously, "This jade pendant is something this concubine has been carrying on her since she could remember. Is there something wrong with it?" It's nothing." Xiao Hua shook his head. "Presumably, you've seen it yourself. Don't you think the technique inside is too strange? If you didn't know your husband, I'm afraid you really wouldn't be able to find a suitable person to break the last restriction of the Sun-Moon Corona. Isn't this concubine's luck?" Xue Xue laughed. "If you can't find a suitable person, this restriction will always be with you and won't be broken. As far as this concubine knows, this restriction of the Sun-Moon Corona has been in place for a very long time." Xiao Hua didn't say anything else, and carefully examined and comprehended it. This examination took several days. There were many things inside the jade pendant. Besides the method to break the Sun-Moon Corona's restriction, there were also some other secret techniques. Xue Xue didn't forbid Xiao Hua from looking, so he casually looked through them. Among them was the method to create a life and death slip. With one glance, Xiao Hua knew that this was the pink jade pendant that Xue Xue gave him. It was also very clear that unless the caster opened it himself, the restriction of the life and death slip could only be removed after the caster died. However, Xiao Hua only looked at it, and then focused on breaking the Sun-Moon Corona's restriction. As Xiao Hua said, this method was very strange. It actually involved the blood shadow technique. Although Xiao Hua knew the Devil Realm's blood coagulation technique, there were still some differences, so he had to be careful. Seeing that Xiao Hua was comprehending, Xue Xue didn't disturb him and left the palace. The front of the Misty Mountain had now returned to normal. The thick fog in the sky gradually surged. Although the fog was very uneven, it was obvious that the Misty Mountains protective formation had only been repaired for a few days. Sister. Seeing Xue Xue coming out from the back of the mountain, Ling Feiyun had already flown down from the sky and called out with a smile. Yes, Feiyun. Has the formation been repaired? Xue Xue dotingly looked at her brother who grew up with her. In 4 days. Ling Feiyun looked at the sky. Father and I have already done our best, but we are not very proficient in formations, so it will take a lot of effort to repair it. Oh, I forgot. Xue Xue said with a smile, Xiaohua knows formations, so we should let him repair it. Ah, senior brother Xiao also knows formations. Ling Feiyun was really surprised. Little brother thinks that senior brother Xiao must be a person who concentrates on cultivation. Moreover, I heard from sister that he is a rogue cultivator, so he doesn't know formations. He seems to know everything. Xue Xue thought for a moment and said, and he is very good at everything. Can he have children? Ling Feiyun very mysteriously blinked his eyes. Xue Xue's face was stunned. She glared at Ling Feiyun and scolded, Feiyun, you are courting death. I don't dare. Ling Feiyun pretended to be afraid and raised his hand. Little brother just wanted to remind sister that father was talking about it the day before yesterday. You should also hold the dual cultivation ceremony, right? Little brother heard that. At this point, Ling Feiyun lowered his voice and said, Senior brother Xiao seems to have an affair with Huanhua Sec's Hongxia Fairy. Sister, you must be careful. What do you mean by an affair? Xue Xue said unhappily, Hongxia Fairy and Xiaohua have known each other for a long time. If you are talking about an affair, aren't you talking about sister? Oh. Chapter 30-24. When Ling Feiyun heard this, he was a little dumbfounded. He hurriedly said, It's all my fault. However, elder sister, if you're talking about this, then you must seize the opportunity even more. Senior brother Xiao and Fairy Hongxia have been fighting in the Dao sword battle for more than 10 years, yet you are cultivating alone in the Imperial Thunder sect. Now that senior brother Xiao and Hongxia Fairy are famous, if the two of them cultivate together, many people would like to see it. And, you don't need to say this. Xue Xue nodded, knowing that this was the concern of a relative. Sister naturally knows what to do. Today, sister entrusted you with a task. I was afraid that you didn't know Hongxia Fairy. Since you know her, then it's best. Xue Xue patted her hand and took out a pink jade slip from her storage bag. She handed it to Ling Feiyun and said, This is for Hongxia Fairy. When sister and Xiaohua leave the Misty Mountain, you go to the Huanhua sect. You must personally give this to Hongxia Fairy. This. Ling Feiyun took the jade slip and was a little confused. Can't you give it to her yourself? You let sister and Hongxia Fairy fight for Xiaohua. How can sister lower her head and look for her? Xue Xue laughed. But. Ling Feiyun put away the jade slip and didn't dare to rashly look at it. He scratched his head and said, Hongxia Fairy is a meritorious disciple of the Huanhua sect. Can I see her? Don't worry, as long as you say that you are sister's brother, she will definitely see you. Xue Xue laughed. Moreover, you can also tell her that you want to bring her news of Xiaohua. Okay. Ling Feiyun naturally couldn't refuse Xue Xue's request. He nodded and then said with a smile, Sister, can you talk to senior brother Xiao and give me some pointers in my cultivation? Look at you, you are now in the late stage of foundation establishment. You have already surpassed father. Senior brother Xiao. Alas, there is no need to talk about him. I have been cultivating for so long. Since the last time I saw senior brother Xiao, my true blood was stimulated and my cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, in these few years, I seem to have reached a bottleneck and can't break through. If I can get senior brother Zhao's pointers. If that's the case, I think you should rely on yourself. When Xue Xue hears this, she immediately shakes her head and says, "First of all, Xiao Hua isn't your master. He doesn't know the details of your cultivation. His words can only be based on his own understanding. His understanding, Sai, I won't hide it from you. Even if elder sister is in this realm, I'm afraid it's not easy for her to understand, let alone you. Maybe it won't bring you any benefits. Instead, it will give you more questions, which is not beneficial to your cultivation. Secondly, on the path of cultivation, bottlenecks exist at all times. If you always want to borrow power, how can you go far on the path of cultivation? Today, Xiaohua helped you break through your bottleneck, but what about in the future? Listen to elder sister. Elder sister has been in closed-door meditation for more than 10 years. I don't know how many bottlenecks she has encountered, but elder sister has overcome all of them. Isn't elder sister already a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Thinking back to when we were young, we thought that foundation establishment was already amazing, but now Jin Dan is also within reach. Yes, I understand. Ling Feiyun nodded thoughtfully. Moreover, elder sister doesn't want to ask Xiaohua for anything right now, and even more, I don't want others to look down on our misty mountain. Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled. Yes. Ling Feiyun puffed out his chest and said, since little brother didn't enter the Shanghua sect, and chose my misty mountain's inheritance, then he will face a difficult path. Little brother will walk this path to the end. Good, you have ambition. With this kind of heart, you may not be too far behind Xiaohua. Xue Xue said with a smile, then looked at the place where Ling Feiyun just landed, and said, let's go, let's see how uncle's repair is going. After staying in the Misty Mountain for a full 3 days, seeing that the Misty Mountain's array was repaired, Xiaohua sent a message to Xue Xue to return to the palace. When Ling Jingyi was repairing the array, he had already heard Xue Xue mention this matter, and he was also a bit excited in his heart. After all, Xue Xue's relationship with the Misty Mountain was a bit different, and he also felt that he owed Xue Xue something. Moreover, he himself had long understood the restrictions in the Sun-Moon Corona, and he had even worked on it a long time ago. Wasn't the Flame Forest Mountain's action of releasing the fire ape one of his actions? Of course, Ling Jingyi also had some principles, and he didn't take away the jade that belonged to Xue Xue, and had always been leaving it to Xue Xue. Of course, as for the ownership of the Sun-Moon Corona, it was already a mess, and even Ling Jingyi didn't know whether it belonged to the Misty Mountain or Xue Xue. The mystery that he wanted to know for many years was now about to be solved, and Ling Jingyi naturally had some expectations. Therefore, when they saw Xiaohua send a message, the two immediately urged Xue Xue to return. Even the two of them wanted to follow. However, due to the ancestral teachings, Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun couldn't get close to the palace, and only Xue Xue returned. As soon as Xue Xue entered the palace, she saw Xiaohua forming hand seals, and as he muttered, the fire ape rolled back and forth in front of the palace's entrance. Needless to say, when Xiaohua let the fire ape out, it grimaced in pain. Xue Xue didn't say anything, and just stood to the side. After waiting for half a cup of tea, the fire ape was tormented enough, and weakly curled up on the ground. Only then did Xiaohua stop his hand seals, and coldly said, this Xiao has always been benevolent, and won't make things too difficult for others. Now that you've fallen into this Xiao's hands, you should be respectful and obedient, and if this Xiao is happy, maybe I'll let you go. Otherwise, this Xiao will take care of you every time I let you out. It was unknown whether the fire ape understood or not, but it kept groaning, and the ominous glint in its crimson eyes didn't weaken. It was far from the obedient appearance of the monster that Xiaohua later put into his spirit storage bag. Humph. Xiaohua also didn't find it strange, and with a point of his finger, a sharp sword light was born, and it pierced the fire ape's calf, and a wisp of blood flowed out from the wound. However, the fire ape had already stopped groaning, and it was firm, and it didn't even groan. Xiaohua grabbed with his hand, and that wisp of blood flew into the air, and condensed into a thumb-sized ball of blood in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua glanced at the fire ape, and the golden light around his body flourished, and a wisp of spiritual fire was immediately spat out from his mouth. Then, his magic power surged out like a wave, and he used the spiritual fire to burn that ball of blood according to the blood refining technique in the jade pendant. Looking at the spiritual fire dancing in the air as if it had a life of its own, and the wisps of fire were like spirit snakes going in and out of the blood, the fire ape's eyes clearly flashed with shock. However, this shock was driven away by its unruly nature as the flames danced in its eyes. Seeing that the ball of blood was getting smaller and smaller, and was only the size of a soybean, that ball of blood suddenly swelled in the spiritual fire, and a weak ape's roar came from that ball of blood. Although it was very light, that kind of anger and unruly nature was extremely clear. Roar, the fire ape couldn't bear it anymore, and it roared towards the sky, echoing the roar from the ball of blood. Then, the fire ape began to become irritable again, and the flames around its body became dazzling again. If it was at the beginning, Xiaohua feared that it would be difficult to control the situation, but at this time, Xiaohua was already familiar with the blood refining technique. While he controlled the spiritual fire, he cast a spell in his hand, and the fire ape rolled on the ground again under the effect of the sun-moon corona. However, Shui also clearly saw that the fire ape's irritation was not only because of the roar from the ball of blood, but also because the fire ape would occasionally tilt its head and look inside the palace from time to time. It seemed that this familiar place provoked the fire ape's ferocious nature. Roar, a slightly loud ape's roar sounded again, and an inch-long fire ape's shadow emerged from the ball of blood, and at the same time, the ball of blood unexpectedly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared in midair. Rise, Xiaohua pointed his hand at the fire ape, and the sun-moon corona issued a rumbling sound, and unexpectedly flew from the fire ape's forehead. The fire ape's face showed joy, and the flames around its body flourished, and it was about to rush towards the palace door. You think you can escape? Xiaohua sneered, and with a flick of his left hand, the universe inside sleeve covered the fire ape and easily put it into the spirit storage bag. Wang wang, wang wang. The sun-moon corona slowly rotated in midair, and the sound became louder and louder. Shui, you also take out a drop of heart's blood. Xiaohua methodically controlled the sun-moon corona, and cast a spell. The two magic tools of the sun-moon corona rotated, and a burst of obscure magic power was born from the gap, slowly spreading to the entire palace. Shui did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly patted her chest, and a drop of dark red flew out, and Shui's face instantly turned white. Go! Xiaohua looked distressed, and the spiritual fire lingering on the fire ape's shadow rushed to Shui's blood essence, and condensed like before. It seemed that Shui's blood essence was even more difficult to condense than the fire ape's. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat. Roar! A hoarse roar that was like muffled thunder suddenly rushed into Shui's ears. Shui raised her eyebrows, and surprise appeared in her eyes. An inch-long lightning beast phantom actually flew out of the blood essence. Ah! Shui turned pale with fright. She was previously thinking that if her blood shadow came out, it would be very embarrassing if it was naked. But she never thought that it was actually the ugly lightning beast's doing, especially that although it was very small, it had extremely obvious breasts. Shui's face was abnormally red. She stole a glance at Xiaohua, and contrary to Shui's expectations, Xiaohua, who always cared about this, actually had a dignified expression, and simply did not have time to look at the blood shadow. Because his spell was once again like rain falling on the sun-moon corona. Along with the roar of the sun-moon corona, the two magic tools gradually emitted a golden and silver brilliance, and the two brilliants alternately flashed, illuminating the entire palace, and the brilliance even penetrated the palace, attracting the attention of Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the sun-moon corona, and at the same time, an extremely dazzling electric light came from the sun-moon corona, and unexpectedly, Shui couldn't help but close her eyes. Chapter 30-25. At the same time Xue Xue closed her eyes, she couldn't help but groan in her heart. She really didn't expect that although Xiao Hua's refining of the sun-moon corona was dangerous, it was never that complicated. Now it was only the last restriction, but it was actually so complicated. Moreover, she finally understood what Xiao Hua meant. Aside from Xiao Hua, it really wasn't easy for her to find another cultivator who could break this restriction. Go! Xiao Hua was clearly also stunned, but he was calm. He waved his hand, and the spirit fire wrapped around the fire ape and rushed into the moon's shadow. Roar! The sound of the fire ape became louder, and at the same time, the entire moon's shadow emitted a brilliant electric light. It was several times brighter than the moon in the night sky. It surrounded the radiant sun and spun at an incomparably fast speed. It was almost impossible to see its outline. Xue Xue, sit cross-legged. Xiao Hua shouted, right now. As he spoke, Xiao Hua pointed at the spirit fire again. The spirit fire flashed a trace of fire, and the lightning beast's shadow was also pulled into the radiant sun. Roar! Similarly, after the lightning beast's hoarse roar, the radiant sun emitted rolling thunder. The entire radiant sun began to spin on its own, and the direction it was spinning in was completely different from the moon's shadow. This. Xiao Hua finally stopped. He was somewhat dumbstruck as he looked at the strange scene in front of him. Right now, the outline of the sun-moon corona could no longer be seen. There was only the rolling thunder in the middle and the flashing electric light at the edges of the thunder. A kind of déjà vu feeling slowly emerged in Xiao Hua's heart. Kacha, a loud thunder sound shook the entire palace. The soul imprint in the sun-moon corona actually broke free from the magic tool, and became several feet large. That soul imprint violently shook, and the surrounding space gradually distorted. Traces of black gas with green light appeared from the void, and rushed towards that tumbling soul imprint. Ah! Xiao Hua looked at it with some surprise. Before he could open his mouth to ask Xue Xue, who was already sitting cross-legged, the soul imprint actually shattered, turning into thousands of green lights like fireflies. These fireflies seemed to have a life of their own. They flapped their invisible wings and flew up. Soon, they gathered into a pitch-black shadow with a flickering green light. This shadow was somewhat similar to the thunder beast. However, when Xiao Hua took a closer look, there were still some differences. However, before Xiao Hua could take a closer look, a pitch-black brilliance shot out from the black shadow's eyes and shone directly between Xue Xue's eyebrows. A pitch-black pattern that looked like a bolt of lightning was born from that brilliance. When the pattern was formed, a huge gust of wind blew, and thunder rumbled. Boom! An incomprehensible sound was faintly discernible. It was extremely obscure and ancient. Following this sound, the black shadow turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed into Xue Xue's forehead. Xue Xue let out a heart-wrenching scream as she held her head with both hands and fainted on the ground. Xue Xue! Xiao Hua was shocked. He rushed to Xue Xue's side and grabbed her wrist. After carefully inspecting, Xiao Hua was relieved. His gaze fell on Xue Xue's pale face. He saw a pitch-black brilliance flickering on Xue Xue's pale face. It was extremely rhythmic, and following this rhythm, the lightning pattern between her eyebrows was also pulsating, as if it was the same flashing heart. Another inheritance. Xiao Hua frowned. He saw Fairy Hong Xia obtain the inheritance of the phoenix in the ancestral shrine of Million Meng Mountains. Now, he saw Xue Xue obtain the inheritance of the thunder beast in Misty Mountain. If only one person obtained the inheritance, then, it would be rare. However, if everyone could obtain the inheritance, then wouldn't it be common? This Xiaoyu continent is about to change. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think. Xiao Hua waited for an hour, but he didn't see any signs of Xue Xue waking up. Thus, he raised his head and looked at the sun-moon corona that was still flashing with lightning. He pointed his finger and the magic tool gradually stopped. With a "so" sound, a message talisman flew in from outside the hall and landed in front of Xue Xue. Xiaohua knew that Ling Jingyi was worried about Xue Xue. Just as he was about to stand up, a pata sound rang out. Something fell out of the sun-moon corona. Oh. Xiaohua's eyes swept over the object, and he couldn't help but stare blankly. The object that fell out of the sun-moon corona was actually a grayish-white bone. Soul cultivator? Xiaohua grabbed the bone with his hand and examined it with his soul sense. Shaking his head slightly, he seemed to be muttering to himself, so it really is a soul cultivator. This misty mountain, oh, wait, Xue Xue's ancestor should be related to soul cultivators. Right, the Misty Mountain also has a rarely seen decorated archway, and the Misty Clouds sect has one as well. I heard Ling Jingyi say that the Flying Phoenix Ridge also has a decorated archway. It seems, they are both soul cultivator inheritances. If the Misty Clouds sect has the ability to control clouds and rain, then the Misty Mountains and Flying Phoenix Ridge. While thinking, Xiaohua subconsciously looked at the sun-moon corona that had stopped in midair. Forget it, I'll wait until Xue Xue wakes up. Xiaohua stood up and walked out of the palace. In front of the back mountain, Ling Jingyi, Ling Feiyun, and several dozen Misty Mountain's disciples were anxiously waiting. After all, the commotion in the palace was too big. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua fly out, Ling Jingyi hurriedly asked, "How is Xue Xue?" "She's already received the inheritance, but is currently unconscious. I'm afraid she's receiving it." Xiaohua smiled. "When the time is right, she should be able to wake up." That's good, that's good." Ling Jingyi let out a sigh of relief, even a bit excited. My Misty Mountains have been waiting for this moment for who knows how many years. This Ling didn't think this would happen to Xue Xue. This Ling. Ling Jingyi was so excited that he couldn't speak. The nearby disciples were also very excited when they heard this. That's enough. Fellow Daoist Xiao, hurry and go take care of Xue Xue. Don't let anything happen to her. Ling Jingyi woke up. This Ling also wants to pass this good news to Flying Phoenix Mountain Range. When the disciples there know about it, they will definitely be very happy. And this Xiao understands. Xiaohua nodded and flew back to the back mountain. Many disciples of Misty Mountains also dispersed happily. Xiaohua stayed by Xue Xue's side. After 9 days, Xue Xue slowly woke up. The strange thing was that the pitch-black lightning pattern actually dimmed and finally disappeared into the space between Xue Xue's eyebrows. "Xue Xue!" Xiaohua exclaimed in a low voice. Seeing Xue Xue open her eyes, a pitch-black lightning flashed in her black pupils. "Darling Xiao." Xue Xue replied, her brows slightly wrinkled. Obviously, her head was still in pain. "Is this your ancestors' inheritance?" Xiaohua probed. "I'm not sure." Xue Xue unexpectedly replied, "Previously, this concubine only felt an intense pain as if an axe had split open my head. I fell into countless pitch-black lightning. Now, although it's not that painful, I only feel that my mind is in a mess. It's as if I understood something, but also as if I don't know anything. I don't have the slightest clue. And then take your time to explain." Xiaohua comforted, then clapped his hands and took out the bone. Handing it to Xue Xue, he said, "This is something that fell from the sun-moon corona. Inside is a record of the Thunder Palace. It should be together with the Soul Seal." "What is this?" Xue Xue took it and scanned it with her divine sense. Unexpectedly, she didn't see anything. Feeling strange, she asked, "How do you know that there is a record of the Thunder Palace here?" "This is a bone. It's used by soul cultivators to record things. It's similar to the jade slips of my Dao sect." Xiaohua smiled. "You can only use your soul consciousness to check it. So it's like that." Xue Xue understood. Looking at the empty hall to her left, she mocked herself. This concubine didn't know that this palace was called the Thunder Palace. Moreover, what could be recorded in the Thunder Palace? You can't imagine that this Thunder Palace has a great origin. Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, "This palace is only the surface. Inside, there are things related to thunder beasts. Of course, as for what exactly it is, this Xiao doesn't know." This. Shui hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This matter. Does uncle need to know?" Xiaohua thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "This husband doesn't know. However, since it's the ancestral teachings, it's best that he doesn't know. Moreover, if this matter were to spread, it would bring disaster to Misty Mountain. After all, Misty Mountain's current strength is still too weak. All right, this concubine will listen to husband Xiao." Shui nodded. Looking at the empty palace again, she asked in confusion, where could the entrance be? This concubine has already carefully searched this palace. Far away on the horizon, but close in front of you, Xiaohua pointed at the palace's door and said, "This palace's door is where the entrance is located." How strange. Shui followed the direction of Xiaohua's finger and scanned it with her divine sense. However, other than the palace's door, she didn't see anything special. "Watch your husband," Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, Xiaohua's body flashed with a dark green brilliance, and a series of rumbling sounds flew out from his body. Then, the green light turned into thumb-sized strange creatures and flew towards the palace's door. Boom, another loud sound rang out, and countless green seal characters appeared at the palace's door. These green seal characters flew out in spirals and gradually extended until they reached Xiaohua and Shui's feet. Unexpectedly, they formed a long flight of stairs, and the end of the flight of stairs was right below the palace's door. "Let's go. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden under this thunder palace." Xiaohua pulled Shui's hand and stepped on the green seal characters. The green seal characters were like butterflies flapping their wings, carrying Xiaohua and Shui's divine bear down to the palace's door. "Husband Xiao." Shui looked at this magical moment and smiled. This seems to be the method of the Million Meng Mountain's soul cultivators. Even if uncle is here and knows that the palace's door is the entrance, he shouldn't have any method to open the palace's door, right? I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua nodded. There should be a soul armament that can open the palace's door, but that soul armament consumes one's lifespan, so it's best not to use it. Chapter 30-26. Shui is a little shocked. Looking at Xiaohua's expression, she says anxiously, "Husband, are you all right?" "Hee, husband is fine." Xiaohua says. The two of them are already wrapped up by the green seal text and are pulled into the palace door. Xiaohua only sees a green light in front of his eyes. Moreover, he doesn't feel like he is being teleported. However, when he opens his eyes again, he and Shui are already in a huge space. This space is similar to the space Misty Clouds saw. There are no pillars. Everything in the space can be seen at a glance. Moreover, the entire space is filled with a faint green light. It is impossible to see where this light is coming from. "Darling Xiao." Shui stands beside Xiaohua. Looking left and right, she pulls Xiaohua's robe and points behind Xiaohua. She says in a low voice, "Look, what is this?" Hearing this, Xiaohua turns his head and is overjoyed. This is a stone wall that is more than 10 zhang tall. It is erected there, the bottom is touching the ground and the top is supporting the space. In front of this stone wall, there is a huge stone chair. It is also similar to the one in Misty Clouds. What is special is that behind this stone chair, there is a huge green seal text engraved on the stone wall. Lightning. It is indeed the lightning word. Xiaohua ponders. What word is this? Shui asks in a low voice. Lightning, lightning as in lightning. Xiaohua replies. Then, he looks again and says, Shui, you stay a little further away. Your husband needs this green seal text. Okay. Shui hurriedly flies to the side and looks at Xiaohua with concern. Xiaohua walks to the front of the stone wall. The thousands of soul strands in Ming Ruo Tian pass through the magic eye imprint and reach towards the green seal text. When those soul strands touch the green seal text immediately flashes with green light. The entire text floats out from the stone wall and gradually turns into a huge word formed by many green seal text. Immediately after, these green seal text flashes one after another. Xiaohua's soul strands also trembles along with these flashes. In an instant, cryptic and strange syllables rang out clearly in Xiaohua's mind. Similar to the situation in the Misty Clouds sect, every time the syllable was released, the entire mysterious dark cloud would churn once. When the entire green seal text flashed once, the syllable also resounded once. Whether it was Ming Ruo sky, Qingshan sky, or Huanqi sky, real thunder was born out of nothing. This thunder was exactly the same as the thunder in the sky. Along with this thunder, countless bolts of lightning fell like rain. Thunder roll technique. Xiaohua squinted his eyes, carefully comprehending the green seal characters that were dancing around him, and thought to himself, this thunder roll technique is obviously different from the thunder drawing technique. The thunder beast's thunder drawing technique is to draw down the heavenly lightning that exists, and control it. But this thunder roll technique is to use the green seal characters to cause the heavenly lightning to change the heavens and earth, creating heavenly lightning out of nothing. The difference between the two is obvious. After a while, Xiaohua had already memorized the incantation of the thunder roll technique, and the 36 green seal characters also fell into Xiaohua's Ming Ruo sky. Looking at the stone wall again, the green seal characters had already dimmed quite a bit. When the green light around Xiaohua disappeared, he turned around, and Shui asked with concern, "Darling Xiao, how was it?" "Done." Xiaohua said with a smile, "With your husband taking action, what can't he do?" "Is that so? Then can you tell this concubine, who is sitting on this huge stone chair?" Shui pointed at the stone chair and asked, "What kind of chair does a normal person need?" "Such a huge stone chair is naturally for a giant to sit on." Xiaohua replied without hesitation, but when he said this, he was stunned again. Misty Clouds sect had a huge stone chair, and Misty Mountains also had one. If it was for a giant to sit on, then wouldn't there be two giants? What does this giant have to do with the Huan country's giant? Then, the huge white bones in his space that he didn't know when he would be able to gather, who was it? This concubine knows it's a giant, but does a normal person have such a big butt? Shui asked unhappily, "But what's this giant's origin, and what's its name?" "This husband doesn't know." Xiaohua said honestly. "Could it be, there's no record in this bone?" Shui asked curiously. Xiaohua nodded, "Indeed, this bone only records the method to enter the Thunder Roll Palace and the Spirit Technique, nothing else." "All right." Shui helplessly looked to the left, and pointed at a row of stone walls. "It seems like we've only seen that side, there's nothing special about the other places." "Maybe there is, it's just that we can't see it." Xiaohua corrected, and also flew to that row of stone walls with Shui. Xiaohua didn't care at first, but when he saw the words engraved on the stone walls, he couldn't help but be shocked. The stone walls were divided into 9, and each wall was engraved with many words. These words were the same as the divine fire technique that Xiaohua obtained. Since the divine fire technique was an ancient divine technique, then wouldn't the words engraved on the stone walls also be an ancient divine technique? Sure enough, when Xiaohua saw the 4 large words engraved on the first stone wall, he was so happy that he almost jumped up. That was because those 4 large words were precisely lightning refining technique. Wasn't Xiaohua looking for a refining technique that didn't belong to the 5 elements? Didn't this heavenly lightning not belong to the 5 elements? Then wasn't the lightning refining technique also a refining technique that didn't belong to the 5 elements? Truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Xiaohua clapped his hands and shouted. Seeing Xiaohua happy, Shui was also happy. Being able to do something for Xiaohua was her biggest wish. Although this Thunder Roll Palace was passed down by Shueishue's ancestor, Shueishue would rather give everything to Xiaohua, only hoping to be able to sleep peacefully. Xiaohua. Shueishue looked at these strange words, and really couldn't distinguish anything. Seeing that Xiaohua wanted to look carefully again, she hurriedly asked, "What is this thing?" "Oh, this is the lightning refining technique. It's an ancient refining technique that uses the power of heavenly lightning to refine an artifact." Seeing Shueishue ask, Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly said, "It's really the refining technique that your husband has been looking for." "Hee, just now I was so happy that I forgot that this was passed down by my wife's ancestor." "Your husband still has to ask for your permission first." Hee. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shueishue pursed her lips and laughed. "Isn't everything of this concubine's husband? If you had asked this concubine first, then this concubine would have been unhappy. Now that you don't treat this concubine as an outsider, how can this concubine blame you?" Saying this, Shueishue looked to the left and frowned. "This place seems to have something else." "Forget it, Xiaohua, now only you can enter and exit this Thunder Palace. You should send this concubine out and comprehend it yourself." Xiaohua looked at the 9 stone walls and said with a bitter smile, "It seems that this is even more complicated than Zhongling Mountain Villas refining the world. I have no choice but to inconvenience my wife. Being able to do something for my husband, this concubine is very happy." Shueishue pulled Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "While my husband cultivates here, this concubine will accompany uncle and brother. Isn't this the best of both worlds?" "Ha ha ha." Xiaohua held Shueishue's hand and said, "Your husband only needs to remember this refining technique. There's no need to completely comprehend it here." Unexpectedly, Shueishue immediately shook her head and said, "This concubine feels that my husband should stay here and comprehend more. After all, it's not easy to come to Misty Mountain in the future." Saying this, Shueishue helplessly smiled. Yes, Xiaohua entered and exited Thunder Palace's Qianglei Peak as if he was walking on flat ground. Wouldn't coming to Misty Mountain be as easy as lifting a finger? "As you wish." Shueishue waved her hand. "This concubine just feels that you'll definitely have a lot of things to do in the future. It's better to take advantage of this leisure time to comprehend more, yes." Xiaohua said with a long voice, "Your husband will listen to my wife's instructions." While laughing, Xiaohua sent Shueishue out. After standing in the palace, Shueishue hesitated and asked again, "Xiaohua, this underground Thunder Palace is so secretive. In the future, you and I will be disciples of the Thunder Palace. I'm afraid that it won't be good for us to come back often. Can you make something like a formation plate, and give it to Feiyan?" Xiaohua shook his head without hesitation. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. Not to mention that this involves the ancient refining technique. Just entering and exiting the Thunder Palace will consume one's lifespan. How can it be used by ordinary people? Didn't your husband already mention this matter before?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. After all, he had already mentioned this matter when he first came in. He didn't understand why Shueishue would bring it up again. He thought that Shueishue didn't believe him, so he roughly explained what he encountered in Misty Cloud's sect. Hearing that using a magic tool would also consume one's lifespan, Shueishue completely extinguished her thoughts and looked at the hall with some regret. It doesn't matter." "Shueishue," Xiaohua said with a smile, "if you want to go in, or if you want Ling Feiyan to go in, just tell your husband." "You don't understand." Shueishue couldn't help but retort. However, she immediately forced a smile and said, "I understand. I just thought of my uncle and brother and wanted to leave something for them." Your husband understands." Xiaohua nodded. "If there are any good things in the future, we will remember Misty Mountain." "Okay." Shueishue was somewhat dispirited. She slightly nodded and said a few words to Xiaohua before flying out of the Thunder Palace. Shueishue originally thought that Xiaohua would be in seclusion for a few days. However, she didn't expect that in just half a day, Xiaohua would come out and call Shueishue to the underground Thunder Palace. He bitterly smiled and pointed to the last stone wall. "Wife, this thunder refining technique is not complete. It only has the first half. If your husband's guess is correct, the second half should be in Luofeng Mountain. Huh, even if it's Luofeng Mountain, so what? Luofeng Mountain and my Misty Mountain are of the same origin. Xue Xue smiled. Since last time Xiaohua acted ruthlessly, that place has already become Misty Mountain's territory. We can go there at any time. The time to ask for leave. Xiaohua hesitated. I haven't looked at the jade slip yet. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm afraid it won't be enough, right? Chapter 30-27. Hee, now that the sect is in turmoil, you are definitely the focus of attention. If you don't go back, the masters of the Great Thunder Hall will be happy. Xue Xue says smilingly, if you go back, it will instead be troublesome. But Xiaohua doesn't think so, shaking his head slightly. I am avoiding trouble, but what about the disciples of my 10,000 Thunder Valley? Eldest apprentice brother has always been weak, not good at fighting with others. Although junior apprentice brother Cui is good at socializing, unfortunately his mana is limited. Master is still in seclusion, we can't let Master's wife show herself in public, right? Hearing Xiao Hua's responsible words, Xue Xue smiled with gratification and said, let me think about it. Previously, I felt that there should be something in the Thunder Palace that I just found out about. It's just that the inside is too chaotic, and I'll leave it to you. Xiao Hua is overjoyed, walking to the 9 stone walls and examining them bit by bit. He doesn't have much time, it's best if he memorizes these lightning refining methods. After another half a day, he hears Xue Xue's pleasantly surprised voice, Darling Xiao, quick, I remember, it's here. Xiao Hua hastily flies to where Xue Xue is standing. It's a stone wall that's exactly the same as the other 4. Xue Xue points and says with a smile, I know that there is a passage here that can lead directly to the Lightning Palace of Flying Phoenix Ridge. But I don't know how to open the passage. Hee, didn't I say so? Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge are of the same origin, the underground palace must also be connected. Xiao Hua chuckles, his whole body flickering with green light. Dots of green seal text appear, rushing towards the stone wall. When the green light on the stone wall flourishes, another thumb-sized green dot jumps out from the green light. This green dot seems to expand with the wind, becoming the size of a bowl in an instant. Oh! What kind of seal text is this? Xiao Hua can clearly see that this bowl-sized green light is a seal text that he has never seen before. But before he can take a closer look, that seal text suddenly disintegrates, turning into 36 different seal text. These seal text emits a strange, woo-woo sound, simultaneously starting to rotate. As the 36 green seal characters spun, a vortex appeared behind them. The vortex grew bigger and deeper, and in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, it formed a deep tunnel that was dozens of feet tall. Wonderful, Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that the green seal script was a passageway that could even be transported. Unfortunately, he could only look at it and couldn't really touch it. Let's go. I'll go and see if that's the Flying Phoenix Ridge. Xiao Hua looked at the already stabilized passage. The 4 walls of the passage were overflowing with green light, and countless tiny green seal characters were flickering within the green light. He smiled and pulled Xue Xue's hand, and flew into the passage. The passage didn't look too long. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue only walked for a while before reaching the other end of the passage. As Xiao Hua had expected, this place was also a huge space, just like the Thunder Palace. At a glance, Xiao Hua saw the word lightning behind the huge stone chair, as well as the 9 stone walls opposite the huge stone chair. Is this the Lightning Palace? Is it under the palace of the Flying Phoenix Ridge? Xue Xue looked at this space in disbelief, and then looked at the top of the space, and said curiously, the Flying Phoenix Ridge is very far from the Misty Mountain. Even if it's a teleportation formation, it needs to be under the pressure of teleportation. I've just walked such a short distance with my husband, the talismans of soul cultivators, are not something you can imagine. Xiaohua naturally knew about the magic of the Million Meng Mountains, but he felt a little awkward when he had to really explain it. After all, he was a disciple of the Tao sect. In my heart, I've always thought that the Million Meng Mountains soul cultivators were uncivilized people, but I didn't expect. Xue was suddenly stunned. No matter if it was the Thunder Palace of the Misty Mountain or the Lightning Palace of the Flying Phoenix Ridge, they all seemed to be related to soul cultivators. If that was the case, wasn't her origin related to the Million Meng Mountains? Xiaohua naturally knew what Xue was thinking. Looking at Xue's pale face, he smiled and said, "The Million Meng Mountains is definitely not something you can imagine. If there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see it. I'll definitely change your mind." Hee. Out of Xiaohua's expectation, Xue returned to normal in an instant. She smiled and said, "I know. In the future, I'll follow my husband to the Meng Mountains to have a look." But then, Xue hurriedly urged Xiaohua, "As for now, why don't my husband hurry up and comprehend these techniques?" "Okay." Xiaohua nodded. However, he was not in a hurry to practice the green seal characters. Instead, he first walked to the 9 stone walls and confirmed that the engravings on them were the latter half of the lightning refining technique. Only then did he feel relieved and walked to the side of the stone chair. He released his soul strands and touched the huge lightning character. Sure enough, this lightning was the same as the lightning in the Thunder Palace. It was also a talisman made up of 36 green seal characters, the lightning flashing technique. In an instant, whether it was Huan Qi sky, Qingshan sky, or Ming Ruo sky, all of them were filled with lightning and thunder. Xue stood in the distance and looked at Xiaohua's body that was surrounded by lightning. That roar that came from the ancient times was faintly discernible in the lightning. This roar could not be heard, but Xue could clearly feel it in her heart. In addition to the majestic sound of thunder in the Thunder Palace, Xue could almost see Xiaohua using this lightning flashing thunder rolling talisman divine ability. A thin and tall immortal flying high in the sky. His left palm roared with thunder, and his right hand controlled lightning. He moved through the clouds and created rain. He showed grace to the world, and his might shook the small fry. Wasn't this Taoist Xiao, who was worshipped by billions of people? Will I be able to see that day? Xue's nose turned sour, and tears unconsciously gushed out from her eyes. She hastily turned around and forcefully endured it. She looked at the 9 stone walls as if she was hiding something. Xiaohua did not know that Xue had lost control of her emotions. He was currently infatuated with the witchcraft incantation of the lightning flashing technique. From this witchcraft incantation, a feeling of controlling the world was born in his heart. A desire to trample all living things under his feet involuntarily grew. Roar! Xiaohua roared loudly. The thunder-rolling talisman that he had just learned was also released from his soul strands. For a moment, the lightning flashing and thunder rolling in the mysterious dark clouds once again appeared in the entire lightning palace. Another few days passed. After comprehending the profound mysteries of the lightning flashing technique, Xiaohua did not stop to rest. It was as if practicing the incantation would make him even more energetic, as if he would not be tired at all. Soon after, he walked to the 9 stone walls and carefully examined the second half of the lightning refining technique. Xue was originally worried, but when she saw Xiaohua's concentrated appearance, she knew that his cultivation was deeper than hers. In the field of refining, he was even more of an expert. If she said anything, she would only disturb Xiaohua. Thus, Xue sat there like a statue, like a still stone. Her gaze deeply stared at Xiaohua. She looked at his frown, looked at his joy, looked at his realization, and looked at his sigh. That expression of love seemed to have been here since the beginning of the world. Even if the world came to an end, this attachment would not fade. After comprehending a part, Xiaohua was suddenly startled. He turned his head to look at Xue and asked curiously, "Why do you keep staring at me?" "Because this concubine likes you, loves you, and wants to imprint your every move into this concubine's heart. Xue Xue sweetly smiled and said with a slightly overbearing tone. Xiao Hua smiled. Xue Xue had not revealed such an unreasonable expression for a long time. These words seemed to make him think of the situation when he first met Xue Xue in Yenyuan City. AI, time really flies. Moreover, the fate of this world is truly wonderful. Xiao Hua sighed with emotion and once again immersed himself in comprehending. But right at this moment, Xue Xue sighed and said, Darling Xiao, how long will it take for you to comprehend this lightning refining technique? Right now. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. If you want to return to the sect before the day of leave. This. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, this is an ancient artifact refining technique. Although this husband already has some understanding of the Tao of artifact refining, if I want to comprehend this lightning refining technique, it won't be easy. As for the time, this husband can't say. AI, husband, you're still too kind. Xue Xue sighed, if it was another cultivator, I'm afraid they would have used their divine ability long ago. Not only would they have destroyed the 2 green seal characters, but they would also have taken away the 18 stone walls, right? Hee hee. Xiao Hua scratched his head and said embarrassedly, to tell my wife the truth, this husband really did not think about this. This husband has always felt that this is the grace of the ancestors and does not belong to this husband. This husband is already satisfied to be able to take a peek at its wonders. How could I dare to destroy this treasure? Of course, this is my wife's inheritance, so this husband can't destroy it. Husband has already learned the 2 talismans. There's no need to say anything more. Xue Xue stood up and said, since husband is unable to comprehend this lightning refining technique in a short time, then this wife will make the decision. You can take this lightning refining technique away. After you comprehend it, you can return it to this wife, okay? This. Xiao Hua rubbed his hands. Previously, he wanted to record it in a jade slip, but this lightning refining technique was an ancient language. There were some meanings that he did not know and still needed to ponder over. If there was a mistake in the record, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? However, Xue Xue's suggestion made Xiao Hua, who had always pursued perfection, hesitate. He could secretly learn it, but he would not forcefully snatch it, let alone destroy it. This husband will still. Darling Xiao. Xue Xue shook her head, didn't this wife already say it? You don't have much time. Without you, the myriad Thunder Valley might not be able to withstand the pressure of the other Thunder Palaces. Moreover, this wife needs to go into seclusion. You still need to go into seclusion? Xiao Hua said curiously. Yes, didn't this wife tell you in the myriad Thunder Valley? Xue Xue forced a smile, after this wife builds her foundation, she still needs to go into seclusion again. However, husband, this wife can guarantee that this will be the last time I go into seclusion. Oh, didn't you say? Xiao Hua sat up to hear, then waved his hand and said, forget it, this husband thought that what you said in the myriad Thunder Valley was to make this husband take a leave of absence and hide. Seeing Xiao Hua's displeasure, Xue Xue said with a smile, this wife going into seclusion is a small matter. The safety of the myriad Thunder Valley is a big matter. Letting Martial Uncle Zhua face the Thunder Palace alone, I'm afraid it's not good, right? You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.